Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Chaos Treasure Series number 5. I'm Spleenface, and I'm joined today by Samurai Dancer. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. The sun is shining, and people are about to get salty. Couldn't be better.
Honestly, yeah, it's a beautiful day to stay inside and play card games. So we have, I believe, around 95 players today, battling it out for $500, and honestly, the real prize is the Chaos Champion playmat.
It's gorgeous,
and yeah, it's beautiful. Honestly, who even wants money when you can just have that beautiful playmat?
I mean, I'd still take the money, but
I wouldn't refuse the money. But like, you know,
of course, it would be
the value. It goes playmat, bragging rights, and then the money. So yeah,
give me the money on the side.
Yeah, exactly. Should be a pretty awesome event today. I anticipate we'll be seeing some cards from Lord of the Rings making a big impact, roaring onto the scene.
Well, they already made a big impact in every other format. Why not CDH, right?
Exactly. It's been a lot of discussion around a few of them, so it'll be interesting to see, who are the overperformers, who are the duds today.
Let's see who adapts and who dies.
Exactly. Before we get into it, gotta make sure to thank all of the players who obviously we wouldn't have an event without, but especially the staff and the judges, the tournament organizers, all of that. Ton of work goes into this, and those people do not get thanked anywhere close to enough. And of course, we need to thank our patron members who support this and allow us to improve. We're always getting better. We're always trying to do new things, and our patrons help enable that. So if you want to support us, then I believe we can get the link in chat from our lovely stream runner. And of course, viewers. Like even if you can't support, just showing up, liking the stream, following, watching, all of that stuff, is great and helps us reach more people. and grow these events.
Truly. Want to say thank you to Jacoby. He doesn't get thanked enough for putting this together. Really freaking hard.
Yeah, he's a one-man army on running the stream for sure.
We are streaming on YouTube and Twitch today. We are simulcasting. So
Yes.
if you prefer one over the other, don't worry. We're going to be responding to chat from both. Please get in, enjoy. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube at Chaos Tournaments. We have videos and gameplay. We'll also be having our
Now
league
recording.
Yeah, make sure to check out all of that stuff. So I guess I think the players are just finishing up their player meeting, and we'll be getting into their pods pretty soon. So while we're waiting, we've taken a bit of a look at the deck lists. What are the cards from Lord of the Rings that you think we're going to be seeing a lot of today?
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of orcs. Definitely. They're big, brawny, and they're going to shoot down a lot of dorks. I mean, don't be surprised if a lot of Elvish Mystics and Birds of Paradise end up in lockers from these bullies.
Yeah, it's certainly a card that can really shape the texture of games, and especially it's a card that opens a lot of interesting sort of political avenues where people might team up to get deliberately draw cards to get some particular hate piece killed, or at least let people know their intentions if they want to take down something with more than one toughness. But yeah, anything with
Definitely
one
going to be an
toughness,
interesting dynamic.
yeah, anything with one toughness is immediately on the chopping block, and then people can coordinate to get take down the bigger stuff. And honestly, I've seen enough games ended by like Urza Construct / Urza Saga Construct type beats to not have a healthy respect for the 10-10 army you can sometimes see if there's something like a Ristic Study on the table.
Oh yeah, not to mention the people that are going to be using the lovely and amazing Ruthless Technomancer with their orcs. People are going to forget that Technomancer is going to go off power. So if you've got a Orcish Bowmaster, that can get out of hand really fast.
That's true. I haven't seen anyone pull that one off just yet, but yeah, that's definitely makes a big boy to sack to your Technomancer. And
but
also,
I'm going to say,
oh no, go ahead.
The one card you're going to want to keep a lookout for is Lotho. That is a hidden gem. We're going to see that make a major impact with people underestimating how many treasures it's going to generate.
Yeah, I think Lotho it's honestly the kind of card that I really love seeing. It doesn't like warp games around it or completely change the way decks are built or the way people play, but it's just powerful, right? Like you play it, you get a few treasures. It lets you you can often sequence it so you get that first treasure immediately if you play it first and then a second spell, which could let you hold up interaction or a tutor or something. And it's it's just a really strong card, an incremental improvement. Not every deck wants to be playing it, and I think that's rather than these insanely powerful cards that just go in absolutely every deck and are insane every time you see them. I think cards like Lotho are really healthy to be added to the format.
Oh yes. We're also obviously going to see the One Ring make an impact in this format, as it has in every format.
Yeah, for sure. It's a super powerful effect. It gets out of hand really quickly, especially if you have any way of untapping it or using it more than once in a turn. You can draw just an absurd number of cards. I've seen that card get up to 6 or 7 counters, and then you're just it's basically just a slow burn ad nauseum that doesn't cost life. And it can absolutely, drawing enough cards is eventually effectively a win condition. So we'll probably be seeing at least someone going off with that in a pretty big way.
I imagine we're
not
also
necessarily line up super well against Orcish Bowmasters.
That's true. It definitely is. Well, the first turn it comes down, it definitely does.
True. Protection from everything is a very powerful line of text that I think is often overlooked.
Especially if you're running a Kiki-Jiki line.
True, yeah, you just can't kill. There's actually a decent number of win conditions that just don't work through that. You can't brain freeze people. Yeah, there's a few different things that it just stops with that ETB. Luckily, you can't abuse that too hard because you do have to cast it, so you can't like flicker it or weld it or whatever to just continuously give yourself protection. But yeah, it's still a very powerful effect. Also interesting
that,
the way it works is
too.
if you play a copy of it, like if you cast a spell that enters as a copy of it, like a Sculpting Steel or something, you do actually still get the trigger.
Phyrexian Metamorph.
Yeah, exactly. So you could keep chaining those, but I don't think that's the I don't think that's the real strength of the card.
Definitely not. The real strength is definitely that draw.
Looks like people are getting into their pods, so we'll be bringing a game up for you relatively soon. But first, we have some collaborators to shout out. So we have Veil of Death, we have Fervent Alchemist, Asylum Gaming, MTG Basics, and One Mana Floating are some creators we've partnered with who help us, bring these events to you. So I believe we'll have links for them, and you should go check them out because a lot of them are very cool people, do a lot of stuff in the community, and it's awesome to get to work with all of these channels to help bring these events to you guys.
Not only that, if you're a content creator, please reach out to us. We might be able to work something out.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're interested in partnering with us, definitely reach out to someone. Go bother Chaos. He'll tell you who you're actually supposed to bother.
Yes, I cannot recommend strongly enough to bother Chaos.
Yeah, that's just a general rule.
Where is it?
Yeah, looks like players they're all in their voice chats, so presumably we will be getting into our pod relatively soon, and this should be awesome. Maybe our helpful stream runner can tell us if we've picked our pod yet or which one we're getting into, but
working on it.
All right, we're working on it. Yeah,
Shadows, Jacoby is working on it, digging through the game mines to find value.
One other card that I'm also really interested in, I'm curious if it will make an appearance today. I'm imagining it's going to be in some decks, is Boromir. So, like Lavinia is a card that's seen often on play, as a stacks piece against free spells. And Boromir has that same line of text. But the big problem with Lavinia is that you play her, and then, someone has a Force of Will or a Fierce Guardianship or whatever, and then they can't use it. And so you die because you shut out the interaction. But because Boromir can sack himself to give your stuff indestructible, I mean, first of all, that's just a useful effect. Giving all your stuff indestructible can let you play around like a board wipe or, even just one of your important things getting removed. It's also really powerful to, you can just get rid of it when you need it gone, right? If there's an ad nauseum on the stack and someone goes, I have a Force of Will, you can go, oh, well, I'll just sack my Boromir, and then you can cast the Force of Will. So it sort of eliminates the weakness we've seen with Lavinia in the past. So I'm interested to see if, some of these decks that maybe have access to more, more creature toolboxy type stuff, and maybe some permanents they want to protect, we'll slot that one in.
Oh, looks like we're shuffling in.
Yeah. All right. Do you wanna run through the players and decks?
Sure can. We got the awesome Booty Slayer. We got PK. I believe that's PK. And of course, we have Captain. And then look, everybody, we got a new person, comedian, MTG.
Yeah,
So glad.
I don't think I've ever seen him before. It'll be interesting to see, if
He's a legacy player, right?
Yeah, it must be it. And the decks we have, this is a very interesting pod. We have going first, Sisay Weatherlight Captain. Going second, Shalai and Halar. Going third, Sisay Weatherlight Captain again. And going fourth, Ian is playing Itali Primal Conqueror. So we've got maybe some unusual stuff. Obviously Sisay is a deck that can be built a bunch of different ways. It's pretty powerful. It can tutor up wins relatively easily, but it's a bit of a tricky one to consistently get that Wooburg. And
it also plays under a lot of stacks as well.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously things that challenge your mana are a little tricky to manage. Shalai and Halar is honestly a really interesting one. I've been messing around with it a little bit. It's basically just a Naya typical, like it's a Naya commander that just has a bunch of creatures that it one card combos with. So you can relatively easily access your win conditions, which has historically been a pretty big issue in Naya. Because the only thing you can really reliably tutor for, it's like equipment and creatures. And so just needing that one creature tutor is really makes it pretty efficient. It'll be interesting to see. I know some people have built like more turbo-y lists. Some people have built more stacksy lists. So I'm just pulling this up now. I'm not seeing any rule of law effects, so I'm guessing this is leaning more on the turbo side. But there's definitely some disruptive stuff. We've got Linvala. We've got like Aven Mind Sensor, and hey, there's a Boromir in here. Just talking about that one. So it'll be interesting to see how it fares, especially in this pod, where it's like its Collector Roof might not be as impactful, and its Dockside might not get fed. It'll be interesting to see how that sort of fares. And then obviously Ian is playing Itali Primal Conqueror, which is a pretty spicy one. I've seen people mess around with it. It can win with Food Chain or just cast a bunch of free spells, but it'll obviously 7 mana commanders are a little tricky, and Gruul is a little tricky, so it'll be interesting to see what he can get.
Only a little.
Pod. Yeah. I think the hope is that this pod winds up being stacksier and slower, and then just casting Itali is like more value than any of these other decks can deal with. But it is a little risky when you have decks that play well under stacks, because then your stacks doesn't drag the game out as effectively, and Gruul just doesn't have the tools to stop itself getting combo killed particularly easily.
What's going to be good for Comedian here is that he's facing 2 of the same deck, so if he has a card on the board that affects one of them, it'll probably affect the other. But Shalai and Halar is actually the dark horse in this. I think they might have a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, I think that obviously if people aren't super familiar with the deck or how it plays or this particular build, you can definitely surprise people with how easy it is to just assemble your win and go for it. It's a little bit like Malcolm Tana in that respect, where the whole deck, like the power of the deck is that you have this super easy to assemble creature combo, and then you sort of build around that. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I do think that it doesn't necessarily line up super well against these decks. It'll be interesting to see sort of how that dynamic winds up playing out. I'm also gonna take a peek at these Sisay lists because that's one that has we don't have one of them, but
yeah, we do not have the Slayer of Butts deck list at the moment, but we do have Captain Bills. And he is running something a little different than most Sisay lines.
Oh, is this?
Well, they are running something a little bit different.
It's Cultist of the Absolute. Oh, I'm so happy to see that. This is when that card was spoiled. I like immediately went to the Sisay server and I went like, okay, there's got to be a line, right? And there sort of wasn't, but now there is kind of. So Cultist of the Absolute is a 1-mana enchantment that gives commander creatures you own. They have +3/+3. Flying, Death Touch, Ward, pay 3 life, and at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. So instead of your 1-drop turning Sisay from a thing that tutors for 1 and 0 drops into a thing that tutors for 2 1 and 0 drops, you can immediately get a 5-drop. Like if you go end step, find Cultist of the Absolute, untap, activate again, you can immediately find a 5-drop. And I went like, that has to, somehow win. And it doesn't. But now with Dahada, you can essentially just free roll your way up to a 6-drop, which is Vivian on the Hunt, which then just lets you assemble a pod combo.
Yeah, I haven't seen a pod combo in Sisay for a while, but going with the Kiki Jiki line, that's different. Also, they're going to have access, if they get infinite mana, they automatically win. That's kind of how infinite mana works with most commanders. But
for sure. But I guess it looks like the players are getting started, and Voodoo Slayer's getting started in a pretty big way. If they hit a land on turn 2, they'll have access to 6 mana, opening up with 4 mana worth of acceleration on turn 1 is pretty good. PK having the Esper Sentinel, presumably being just a little on the sad side that they didn't get to draw from Booty Slayer dumping out their hand, but
yeah, turn order is really going to make them feel regret this game.
At least it's an Esper Sentinel and not one of those other effects, because then you don't you miss one drop, part. which is sad, but at least you're not missing.
They're getting it right here.
A half dozen.
Look at that. Sisay turn 1. Or, I don't know. Did they get a better Sisay hand than the other player?
I don't think so. The thing about Sisay is that just throwing her out on turn 1 doesn't really do much, because you still need Wooburg to activate her. So, what it really depends on what the follow-up is to enable that. I was to say, if this is a Dockside, then sure, they got the better hand. I believe that's a Catilda.
Yeah, that's Catilda.
So that does make both white and green for the activation, and then red from the plateau. So they're only 2 mana off of starting to spin, and of course when they start, they can immediately get a 3-drop because they have the Catilda already. So say it's a 4/4, but it's still a little bit of a ways to get there.
Looks like Comedian kept a pretty fire hand.
Mana Crypt is always, the start of a strong hand.
But oh my god, they passed. That's disappointing. Maybe not in most games, but in this one it is, just because of how strong the Sisay decks are coming out. And to be last in position, not have a super fire hand. Well,
yeah, I'm a little surprised there's not something he's doing. So I wonder if he's got some sort of instant that he's holding up to play at some point during this turn cycle, because I'd be pretty surprised if there wasn't a permanent that can be cast with this mana that presumably he would want to get down. I'm I'm not super familiar with this list, so I don't know what those options might be. But it could be
a boat.
Okay,
but
I mean, it could
what
be
I'm
something like
seeing-
a braid or maybe a tutor. I could see Magus of the Moon being, if you had a worldly tutor, just putting that on top, and then thumbing your nose at the Sisay players would be a pretty appealing option.
An ignoble hierarch too. Ooh. I feel like the Sisay players might not be in too bad a position, even with the Magus.
I mean, you need all 5 colors, right? So neither of them are currently showing it under a Magus. Obviously, currently Booty Slayer does have black from the Ignoble, green from the Savannah, white from the Plaza, blue.
Actually, under a Magus, Booty Slayer would have 4 colors.
4 colors, but 4 colors is not 5, right? It gets
yeah, exactly. And I'll be honest, the colors they're missing are the hardest colors.
Yeah, especially to get from actually Booty Slayer's doing it all right in terms of the flexibility, but yeah, Captain Bill needing to find, assuming a Magus came down, a blue and a black source would be in I think a spot of trouble. But
and that Draneth is gonna...
maybe I'm reading too much into this, and there's just no there isn't actually an incoming Magus. Okay, we got an Iggy as well.
Copying his play, that's got to be against the rules, right? Can't just copy another player's play.
D-Mage asking, what does Draneth even do here? That's a fair question.
Punishes comedian.
Yep, exactly. Shouldn't have gone last. I mean,
gotta win those die rolls
that you want to deploy eventually, because like the Atali is the one of the big problems with a deck like Atali is that you're never going to convince people not to interfere with you, because you're not a deck that is good at solving problems. So like, someone might have thought, okay, I'll delay a Draneth to like maybe let the Tymna Thrasios player land the Tymna to draw some cards to find some answers or whatever.
Worldly tutor.
It is a worldly tutor. Okay, but like the thing is that letting a tally come down just is never going to be good for the table. So there's no incentive to not play the Drana. And then, I mean, if there's a particularly good follow-up, I guess that could be an option. The count is actually, it looks something like 3, unless I'm missing something.
Yeah, it's definitely 3.
So I don't know exactly what Comedian might want to do with, assuming he plays a land that would be 5 mana.
I believe he plays Fury.
Yeah, but you could just pitch cast it. That's a squee. Interesting.
Oh.
So obviously that's a setup for Food Chain, which implies that he has an answer to this Draneth. But obviously we don't know right away. What would be pretty sick would be pitching
a Fury in hand.
I was going to say Pyrokinesis, but yeah, Fury also works. Pitching the squee to either one of those to kill the Draneth would be pretty awesome, but still sort of a little ways away on the setup.
Shoot the Draneth and hit a bird.
True,
but take someone off some mana.
I have to admit, I am a little surprised if he has the removal for Draneth, then I actually really like the Magus here. But obviously we don't know the full contents of his hand, so maybe he's
can
thinking.
Only speculate.
If he had Dockside and if he had like the perfect hand of Food Chain, Dockside, Fury, then this would be winning. But I'm imagining he's not that lucky. I confess I do not recognize that card.
The Orcish Lumberjack?
Is that an Orcish Lumberjack? I don't think I've ever seen that art before. But it definitely, it could well be. He did only tap 1 mana, which definitely lends credence to it being Orcish Lumberjack.
Yeah, that's a Lumberjack.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I've never seen that art before. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That is a Tully mana next turn, assuming this Drannith goes away.
Is it a Lumberjack? I could be wrong.
Well, he only tapped 1 mana, and it's red. Oh, it's a Blasphemous Act? Okay, that's also pretty excellent here. Arguably a lot better than an Orcish Lumberjack. We definitely know what we're talking about. You should all listen to us all the time.
Every time.
Every time, yeah. Yeah, that was pretty perfect here today. Actually, were there really 8 creatures on the board? I guess 2, 3. Yeah, 2, 3, and 3.
Yeah.
That is 8. We can count, even if we can't necessarily recognize even if we can't necessarily recognize all the arts.
He just played a food chain.
Food chain pass? Alright, yeah. Comedian's just dabbing on everyone. If this works, this will be absolutely incredible.
Well, we said he had to keep a monster in hand, and that's definitely a monster hand. Food chain in hand with a worldly tutor and a removal spell.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
What the crypt? Oof. You know, we were worried about this deck, but it's Comedian.
Yeah, sometimes you just have a lot of stuff, and it all works out. Captain Bill in a particularly rough spot, 2 cards in hand. His board presence being exactly a plateau is probably not where he envisioned himself on turn 3 of this game.
Going into his Esper Sentinel.
Yeah, another Esper Sentinel.
You can't even bluff the Force.
Nope. So I guess it'll be interesting to see. I think their hope is on PK for having something, but I don't know what he could have. Obviously, Drannith
Rule of Law?
The best answer. There's no Rule of Law in the deck.
There's no Rule of Law fix? Oh,
there's
my.
Deafening Silence, but I don't think that'll do it. So other than like something to remove the food chain. 2 mana.
Dash in the Ragavan.
Oh, it's a dashed. Okay, we're going full desperation. Vexing Shusher, I believe that is.
Yeah.
Interesting choice to go at Ian there. But yeah, I'm not sure which of these decks actually have the most potential answers to this food chain.
I don't know if going at Ian was the move there, because Ian's running the least amount of interaction possible in his deck, because he's off 3 colors. Going at the Sisay would probably have been better.
Yeah, I think there are more hits in the Sisay list, just because they're on things like Abrupt Decay and Assassin's Trophy.
But maybe hoping to hit like enchantment removal, which case I think Ian probably would be on more than anybody else. But
I'm looking at his list, and I'm not even sure that that's true. At least not stuff that could be cast. There's not a lot by way of enchantment removal here.
Oh, I don't think he runs a lot, but I think if I'm gonna try to hit an enchantment removal, I'd probably go at the Gruul player.
Well, but I think in this case that would be incorrect, just because like the most common ones that people are actually going to be running are like Abrupt Decay and Assassin's Trophy, which obviously the 5 color decks are presumably on, and I mean, like if Ian's obviously, you might have like Nature's Claim.
Hey guys,
or something, but
we got a poll in the chat. Do you think food chain's going to be answered?
I mean, it's certainly looking like no, as Ian untaps for his turn, thinks
Plays
for a
the
second,
squee,
and puts a squee on the stack. We got a pass.
Oh,
PK looking at their hand. Oh. Veil of Summer?
just trying to get him to draw a card.
It doesn't even draw a card. No blue.
No, he's trying to let the Sisei player draw a card from the
I see. Sure, yeah. Makes sense.
And that should be it. That's Dunzo.
This is something of an anticlimax, but sometimes just playing your spells is.
Oh no, I disagree. This is the climax of climaxes. Everybody thought they were getting all ahead, and no, dinosaurs for the win.
Well, I just mean it's an anticlimax because Ian pulled out his loaded gun and just put it on the table last turn, and here we are. All right, casting Atali. I'm assuming this can kill through the Veil of Summer.
Yeah, it's a player, because you do yourself with it too.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't exile decks because I don't believe, because I believe the lands go back in, but dumping all of the spells in everyone's deck presumably is a win, and I'm hoping we don't need to.
No, it exiles everything, because it exiles the lands too. Because it's each player exiles cards from the top of the library.
They don't go back on the bottom. Oh, okay. Yeah,
no, they don't. They are gone. This is the deck. This is over.
Yeah, you just exile everyone's deck.
Like, I'm trying to think if there was just no way. The Siseis all kept really fire hands, low interaction, but good speeds. And fortunately, when you keep a hand like that, you run into the chance of dying.
Yeah, it definitely can work out. And I think this is the strength of both the strength and the weaknesses of decks like
you see what he drew? Captain had a Force of Will in their hand, but no blue card.
Rough. Yeah, I think that's both the strength and the weakness of decks like these is that, when they have the tools, they can really surprise you. But, obviously, it was great for Ian that he had the Blasphemous Act to reset the Siseis and get rid of the Draneth, plus the food chain. But those cards are often very difficult to find in decks like these.
Really showing his experience to just do the math and go, you know what? I think food chain is good here.
Yeah, that's definitely
as good as it's going to be.
A play that takes some amount of experience and some amount of confidence to make. I'll just run out of food chain.
Like you said, it was anticlimactic putting the gun on the table, but he knew when to put the gun on the table.
True. Yes, that part was
chain, counter me or die.
Yes, and they died.
Option B was definitely not the way to go.
It's a board wipe meta. We're going back to casual. We do fluctuate through times when board wipes are good. People will play creatures, then people will play board wipes to counter the creatures. Then when the board's getting wiped, people will play turbo. Then people will play creatures to hate out the turbo decks, and it does cycle. We do see churn.
All right, we got Brasios Hymna versus Ob Nixilis. Ooh, love that deck, to say. An old favorite. And is that Rogrok and Tevesh Zot? Oh.
Rog Tevesh. And as we join into this pod, hopefully the video will come up soon. Or maybe it's already up. We have another board wipe on the stack. We were just talking about those. We've
Board Wipe Summer.
Board Wipe Summer, exactly. We've got a Toxic Deluge that appears to be answering... Oh, that's a little bit of a scary one. Oh, no, okay. For a second, I thought it wasn't killing this Ob Nixilis. I was like, that seems like a risky...
Poor decision.
Well, no, it's one that you can get punished on very quickly or very easily because, if they have some way in their hand of just, putting 3 more counters on Ob at instant speed, then you can cast it for 8, and then all of a sudden Ob's a 10. But looks like it did deal with everything. So Tevesh obviously in a very strong position, having Tevesh on the board, having a lot of mana, and having just 6 for 1 his opponents collectively.
Angle wire.
That being That being said, there are, I believe, 2 Ristic studies. So that's, not something you necessarily want to see, want to play against.
That's a late tangle wire in this game. He's giving people 2 draws off of that.
Yeah, I mean, it does completely tap out Aki Hermit and mostly taps out Lucario Blaze. So I definitely, if there's a really good follow-up here, on the next turn, then, particularly if he's looking to play a lot of, spells, then tapping people out so they don't have their Ristic studies up is powerful. Okay, we've got a Chain of Vapor from Aki Hermit. I'm not sure what this is going to be targeting. I hope it's not the Tangle Wire. Probably the Tevesh would be my guess. Aki thinking about this Ristic study trigger, but I think, yeah, you just pay for it, unless you're so desperate that you actually want to feed Lucario cards, because obviously you're getting tapped out by this Tangle Wire. Mr. Spruce Goose, is there any way to watch individual pods? There isn't, because Spell Table only supports 2 spectators at a time, and so we need those slots free for our tournament staff, judges, that sort of thing, to be able to hop in and out at will. And if we let people spectate all of them, then we wouldn't be able to do that. All right, looks like the Chain of Vapor.
We have the Chain of
Vapor resolved. Bouncing Tevesh was copied. Bouncing Ristic Study was copied again. Bouncing the other Ristic Study, maybe?
I would imagine either. There's a Cloudstone Curio out. That's terrifying. So
it is
bounced.
But I actually don't know that it matters. I think if you bounce the Curio and there's the Dockside combo, then you still just I still think Obnixilus could go infinite if they had Dockside and another creature, just because it would make enough mana to start the chain. Though admittedly getting 2 enchantments out of play with these Ristic Studies does make that a little bit easier.
Oh, that's smart. They put in the Bowmasters at the end of the turn so that they could tap them down to the Tangle Wire.
I don't think that was end of turn. I think that was upkeep.
No, that was their end of their turn. Or is it at their upkeep? I guess either way. Smart.
I think it was their upkeep, because they had 5 things tapped. So I think it was their upkeep. I think they just... I mean, it doesn't matter, because it doesn't matter whether or not the Bowmasters and the token are untapped. They could have floated the mana, let the Tangle Wire trigger resolve, and flashed it in. Honestly, just a little simpler this way.
Well, I guess it lets them play it and not have to tap down additional cards to Tangle Wire.
Well, they were completely tapped out by the Tangle Wire anyways after the Chain of Vapor, so... I don't think it matters too much either way. But yeah, next turn they'll have lots of fodder to tap down. Went up to 8 things that can potentially be tapped.
Oh my. We just lost 2 cards.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. Was there a Force of Vigor that I didn't see?
I'm not seeing anything in exile. Interesting. You know what? They might have been exiled from another effect.
Oh, that's probably it. They were probably exiled to Ob, and then...
Haha! Okay, that explains why they weren't concerned about the Cloudstone. It wasn't even there. Oh, look at that. Discarding
tapping the treasures down to Tangle Wire is a funny play.
Definitely looks funny.
Yeah.
Do you think they're going to go all in on the night market?
At 15 with an Orcish Bowmasters in play, I wouldn't. keeping in mind that like even drawing one extra card means that token is swinging as a 4/4. So if you take 6 here, then that token is a 4/4 coming at you. That's like a 2-turn clock effectively.
Why?
That being said, you may just decide, hey, I need something, right?
Well, they definitely made the treasure.
Sure, I think that makes a lot of sense here because presumably they're limited on mana. If they can get up to 5, they can put the Tevesh down and start, spamming out blockers.
And tap
I think
for the Tangle Wire.
Seething Song. Is this just going to be a Tevesh, or is there some better follow-up? Another board wipe?
Definitely not a Wheel of Fortune.
Oh, okay, this is a lot of mana.
Oh,
Crystal Vein, that's 7?
that's Luca. Oh, they're polymorph Tevin.
Wait, the 5 mana Luca?
The 5 mana polymorph Luca.
What did they need 7 mana for? That's what I'm... They have
Because they needed to replay Rograk.
Oh, Rograk has already been cast. Makes sense.
Sire of Insanity?
I'm not even sure Sire of Insanity is winning here. So yeah, I'm not sure what this list's payoff is, but I guess we can find out, presumably.
I'll be honest, I play Rakdos Polymorph. There's not a lot of good black and red creatures that you want to hit off of Polymorph, unlike with blue.
Yeah, that's definitely an unfortunate unfortunate reality in a lot of these. But
I think Sire would be really good here because it's big.
But it's not that big.
Bigger than anything else on the board.
Sure, for now. There's a Bowmasters.
Did you see that obliterate? This deck is
I did
spicy.
not. I was trying to get the deck list up.
Do they run creatures?
I'm not. Looks like maybe they registered after we assembled this document of deck lists because I can't seem to find their deck list.
Oh, It That Betrays. That's also big enough.
Yeah, that one's pretty big. That one is big. I'll concede that one is very big. It also plays very nicely with Tangle Wire as you strip people's permanents away, though there is some risk in attacking here because, again, it's at 14.
LED.
And that's not a lot of life.
Well, it turns off most of the fetches.
Well, you can still use them. And I actually think you're fine giving Kronos your fetches here. At 14 life, and presumably
They're expensive.
True, yeah. Don't give the actual cards, but letting him use them is fine. Tapping some stuff to Tangle Wire, leaving open 5 mana. This could just be Tymna. This could be Thrasios and something else. This could be hold up mana.
What I wonder is, so you have If That Betrays on a board that's at 14. When are we going to start seeing some Deathrite Exiles?
Yeah, that is a a mode on this card that people often forget about, but it can definitely clock people down and force through damage, especially when there's a giant blocker or an endless swarm of tiny blockers. It is a tricky one because like the second he pulls the trigger and activates that Deathrite, whatever's coming down is coming for him, because obviously that is a huge threat. So it's a little bit of a tricky spot, but if you can time it right, maybe get a bit of damage in. If Kronos takes some off this black market connections, some Bowmaster triggers, etc., then
Or just forgets.
or just well, no, but I'm saying like trying to kill him from 14 with.
Oh
with
no, I mean
Death Ray
like if he
activations isn't
plays
gonna
something
work.
that uses his life.
Yeah, for sure. If he goes down to like 6 or so, then you can maybe swing around or get 2 damage through an end step activation and then untap and activate again, something like that. Okay, we're seeing the Rhystic Study come back down, and we're not using the Death Ray this turn.
I wonder. They didn't play the fetch land, the Windswept Heath that they had in their hand. They decided to go with the Mana Confluence. Do you think they forgot that even though that goes over to the Rograk player, it doesn't do anything?
Maybe they just wanted the flexibility on the mana. Because if you're casting Thrasios, you have to find blue or green, and maybe they wanted access to more black, or I don't know exactly the situation, which lands they still have access to, but. Looks like Savannah and Screen. Yeah, I guess they still have the flexibility. Maybe they just didn't want to track it. I've definitely been guilty of that in the past.
Also, didn't want to give him something additional to tot down for the Tingle Wire.
Yeah, it does. They do still serve that function, even if they don't actually let Kronos get a land that makes mana.
Well, we got a gamble on the stack.
Yep, a tapped out gamble. I'm
Not normally the best way to gamble, but
unless you
Yeah,
already
sure.
have a breach in play and this is finding your LED, but that's not the situation we're looking at right now. So yeah, I'm not sure what this is finding.
hopefully an out.
Most decks don't play outs to it that betrays. Or at least not like easily accessible or usable ones.
I disagree. A lot of blue decks do,
True.
but this is an Obnix list, so they don't
The
have
Rakdos
blue.
deck. Yeah.
Some Rakdos on Rakdos.
I mean, I guess
Prime
they certainly
happening
could have a removal spell for it, but they could also sort of think that they need to do something a little bit more proactive, because even if the I think even if the It That Betrays goes away, Raziel's still in a really rough position here. Just the Obnixus has been killed, doesn't have that much mana, and there's Rhystic Studies. There's a Rhystic Study in play and a known Rhystic Study in Lucario Blaze's hand. And so that definitely is a lot of value to try and overcome. Obnixus is a very powerful value engine, but it's not super close to being in play right now.
It's a very good value engine if it's on the field, just like most good value engines. Fortunately, not the case.
Yeah, there are very few value engines that operate from not on the field. There are a couple. Whispers of the Muse. There's one for you. Pulse of the Grid. But yeah.
Obviously, the big giant dude, that's an Esper. Oh, Necropotence went away. Yeah, I don't think he's running Infernal Grasp, though. I mean, Infernal Reckoning, my bad.
Probably
Oh,
not.
he might not have an out to it, Chris. But it's only like a big Eldrazi. It's not really that big of a deal. If it was like an Ulamog Ceaseless Hunger, this might be a bigger deal. But I'll be honest,
True. It is not indestructible. That definitely. Well, let's see. So there's a Deadly Rollick in the deck. That's an answer. Snuff Out is an answer.
There we go. Snuff Out. That sounds like a good choice. But again,
Fire
really care.
Covenant is a very painful answer, but it is an answer.
I feel like It That Betrays, you're just going to ignore.
If you believe hard enough, Grape Shot could be an answer.
Yes, Grape Shot. Because at that point, I wonder if just killing them might have been better.
I mean, Death That Betrays is what, a 12/12? So, yeah, probably pointing 12 damage at face and letting the Death Rite finish the job is the better line. I'm imagining the plan is not to try and Grape Shot the It That Betrays.
So this is finding probably a Dockside.
That does seem pretty decent on this board. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
7.
Even if the treasure is cracked, it's still 7. So yeah, it's
Well, that's not true. They could always crack the LED as a
True.
gotcha.
making it 6. I'm imagining we're not going to see that. I have done that. It's really not a good feeling.
The worst feeling.
Pretty much. Definitely up there. I think the worst feeling I ever had was when I had to brainstorm into a Chains of Mephistopheles to avoid losing, but
God. Explain.
I needed to get the Dark Ritual off the top of my deck. But yeah, it's definitely up there is cracking your LED to deny a treasure. Is this just we just drop the deck?
Yeah. New sleeve.
a decalanche. Yeah, it's that's unfortunate.
This has happened to every Magic player, let's be honest. At one point or another. If you say you've never dropped your deck while shuffling, you are lying. We have all gotten new sleeves at one point in time.
Especially in Commander, where you have 100, not 60 cards, so it's everything's just a little more unstable.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I just saw like 2 cards go in there.
Yeah.
I was like, and they just shuffled it upside down.
They're facing the yeah, no. I mean, yeah, now you're just frazzled, right? You're on camera, you drop your deck. Looks like
this is the equivalent of like walking past the cool table at lunch and just dropping your slipping, falling, dropping your lunch, and you keep trying to make it a little bit better and it keeps getting a little worse.
Yeah. But looks like everything will be sorted out in the end.
Luckily, that's a pretty easy thing to figure out. I'll just go to the one that's not the right way. And thankfully, he didn't shuffle his lands into his deck. I have done that before the tournament.
Or your hand. Yeah, that's a fun one.
Oh, always fun. Shuffle, shuffle. Oh, I used to have cards.
Did we actually see what the
was a
caller
dockside.
found? It was a dockside. Okay. And that wound up in the hand. We're confident on that.
We'll find out, right? Have you ever like shuffled, searched your library for a card and then shuffled and forgot to take the card out?
I've definitely shuffled my top deck tutor target back into my deck. I mean, I've made a variety of errors like that. I'm not sure exactly if I've just failed to find. The one I do all the time is I'll fetch and then tutor. And then I'll find my tutor target and just totally forget to get the land. Like, I'll be like, oh, I'll just shortcut. I'll fetch and then cast this demonic tutor. And then I find my demonic tutor target, and then it's like, oh, yeah, right, I was supposed to get an underground sea.
Great part about Tangle Wire is it taps down cards, and it goes great with LED because LED doesn't need to tap to use its ability. A lot of people tap LED. You don't have to.
Yep. It is a funny one, because it also means that it works through things like blind obedience or anything that causes artifacts to enter tapped. You can still breach combo people with LED.
And again, something a lot of people don't know or don't think about. It's a very versatile artifact. They should print it again.
There's an idea. All right. Well, this definitely will buy the table a lot of time. Force a negation on Obnixilis. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It looks like there might not even
mandatory.
Yeah, looks like there might not even be the mana to cast it next turn without cracking this LED.
Might be worth it because
okay, with a land, it'll be fine, I think.
Or with the black market, but it's definitely worth it because Luca can activate again.
Sure. We don't know how many targets are in this deck, but yeah, if there's okay, so this is going at Aki Hermit. We've sacked the token so that Kronos can't use it, and then presumably deciding which of his lands he loves least.
Always the hardest.
Tundra.
I always go with Blood Crypt. Hate that card.
Well, if you're giving it to the Rakdos deck, then It's probably not Blood Crypt that you love least. Because you definitely don't want to give them colored mana if you don't have to. Though I think in this instance it would be fine, because the looks like Chronos Elite has the colors they need pretty consistently. Oh, not a land, it's the Thrasios. Which
That's
I
also
guess
a good
could be command zoned in response to the It That Betrays trigger. I'm actually very much depend on how that
It's two
part is
separate.
worded.
It's two separate parts of it, because it says it's got Annihilator and then it has a trigger that goes on the stack when you sacrifice a permanent, and game state actions are checked before those resolve.
Yeah, but the way it's worded, it should I believe it should just pull it from the command zone. Because it doesn't specify the zone that it has to be coming from. Unless it's... Oh, put that card, so maybe... Oh, I guess if it changes zones, it becomes a different object? That's a little ambiguous.
I do know that they change. Yeah, I think that's the way it is, because they did change how Grasp of Fate works a while back.
No, but... Yeah, but that's quite different, because that's like one effect, and then the effect refers to... Like, the effect has a duration that ends, and if you move the card out from that effect, then it doesn't find it. It's not... There are effects that work in a few different ways, and I'm not exactly sure how that interacts there. They blocked... Oh, Chad is pointing out. They just blocked with Thrasios. I guess they sacrificed the Tundra and then blocked with Thrasios to avoid taking 11 damage. The one Rex, this is round 1. I guess we're probably...
okay. It used to work. It is just like Grasp of Fate, where it was a replacement effect originally, where it would go to the command zone and never touch down. Now it's a game state action, so now it doesn't work because it becomes a separate article.
Okay, yeah. Oh, someone's pointing out, yeah, there's a ruling on It That Betrays that says if the sacrifice permanent somehow leaves the graveyard before the ability resolves, the ability won't do anything. Okay. Yeah. So even if he had sacrificed the Thrasios, he could command zone it, but he was blocking, so it doesn't even matter, because it just dies. It wasn't sacrificed.
Well, remember how we were questioning whether or not that Tevish Zod could come down? And Tundra really helps with that.
It does, but looks like you would have had it either way.
Let's see. Man, I am so jealous of this Rakdos deck.
This swing... Wait, which one?
Yes.
The swing does leave...
Oh,
we're getting a little bit of lag here. Not sure what's going on.
Where's this grass pointing at? Sisse. Okay.
Oh, we're Predator's grasping the Sisse.
I'm sad about Predator's Grasp. It's one of the few cards that I feel does not translate into online tournaments.
Yeah, it's a little rough to try and resolve it properly, because technically they don't know about the card, but obviously there's no like real...
There's no way for them not to.
Yeah.
The logistics, one of the few cards...
Well, I mean, you could like block the other two players, close your eyes, and just flip through your deck until the person says stop.
Only on the honor system.
Well, no. Like they just tell you when to stop, right? And then you put the. I mean, I guess sure. Yeah, you could have your eyes open, but I mean, you could like put your head to the side or something that made it obvious.
Oh, was that a time save?
I didn't see it. I don't know about you, but I'm getting a lot of frame rate drop here.
Yeah, I'm getting a lot of frame rate drop too. But I'm pretty sure that was a time save. I gotta look this up. Let's see. That's Lancer? Lucario. That's Lucario. Oh, it's Lucario.
Maybe. I could see Tivit Time Sieve being... Well, I guess if you have, like, Tezzeret... Okay, there's a Tivit, so that definitely increases the likelihood that it was a Time Sieve.
Ooh, that is just some spice. Haven't seen that in that deck at all.
I mean, I definitely like it. It'd be cool if Time Sieve was legendary. I guess you can just get Tezzeret to find it, but
they're not running Tezzeret.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong list.
Ooh,
well, that's
I love it.
Oh, they can't run Tezzeret because they're on Gigantha. Yeah, no, that's... Yeah, I don't know.
They're running Laura and Sakashima. This is a spicy build.
Just for multiple Tivets, I suppose.
Well, no, because they're running Lorith as well, and that's an infinite combo with Lorith and Sakashima. Plus, Sakashima's really good in the deck in general. So yeah, this was very logical.
Oh.
Did they take their...
I was slightly confused by Lorith. It's Eorith, it's an I.
Oh. That's my bad.
No worries. I was just like, what is a Lorith? Yeah, okay, the one that taps two other target legends.
Yeah, they took Oko. That is a very sexy card.
Stupid, sexy Oko.
Stupid, sexy Oko. Like he's wearing nothing at all. Well, they finally tapped their death right. Gee, I wonder where that Oko's going.
My guess is that it's probably going to turn It That Betrays into an elk. Just a hunch.
Nah, you're out there. It's clearly going to hit the orc.
Well, yeah, turn your own Bowmasters into a 3/3 so you can get in at Luca. Makes sense.
I mean, it's obvious because once you get the ETB, that card is useless. Everybody knows.
Exactly, yeah. Why would anyone ever want to draw cards in a CEDH game, honestly? 0 out of 10.
I'll be honest, though, that card is actually actively worse in this game than a lot of other matchups, just because Obnixilis doesn't draw. Sisei doesn't really need a draw engine.
Well, I mean, it would have been great if the Rhystic Study hadn't been bounced, if Lucario Blaze's Rhystic Study hadn't been bounced.
Yeah, shouldn't have revealed the Orcish Bowmasters in hand by playing.
Well, he had to, right? Because he was getting tapped out by the Tangle Wire.
So might as well play him. Get your mana, get your engine going. But all in all, I think this might be an Oko cast.
Sure looks like Oko mana.
I mean, if not now, when?
If not me, who? If not now, when? Yeah, all of these deep questions.
I wonder if they're going to be smart and attack the Luca.
With the Noble? It depends on if they have something to hold up.
Well, it doesn't matter. Luca can still activate, and it's not like the +1 matters. But I wonder if they know that Luca can activate again.
Well, is there anything to... I don't think we have this list in our document. It is possible that there aren't hits.
True.
Because It That Betrays costs 12? Right? So... yeah, it's a 12 drop. So if there's nothing that costs more than 12 in the list, then Luca-ing this It That Betrays doesn't actually find anything. Though I suppose you could either make a token with the black market connections or play the attempt to land the Tevesh. Although, looking at the dice on that Tevesh, it looks like it might cost 9? That's a little unclear if that's the Rograk die that is at 2 or what's going on.
Oh my. There's a Dockside that just touched down, and there's tapped treasures on the Sisei.
Yep, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Oh boy. When you go into double digits with Dockside, stuff is going to be bought and paid for.
Yeah, you can slam down the Obnixilis. and do some other stuff. Who knows? Admittedly, just slamming the Obnixilis is a little risky
Actively
into
better.
this onboard Oko. Because I think if you play it, you can definitely run into the risk of, Aki Hermit just says, hey, hey Kronos, please don't kill this Oko. I want to turn off the Obnixilis.
Interesting. They asked to look at their graves. Reanimate?
It's like a reanimation spell, maybe? Yeah, it's a... Because there's no mnemonic betrayal, so I don't know what they have that.
I wonder. So shuffling on the bottom right is kind of suspicious. Might want to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, I confess I wasn't watching super closely. I was trying to see what's going on this deck list. Yeah, it looks like reanimate is their option for getting stuff out of the graveyard. Doesn't look like they have too much else on that front. So maybe just checking, hey, is there like a really powerful value creature I can nab from someone's graveyard? Something that maybe got board wiped.
Well, you're not going to find it in the Tevish Zot grave.
Well, I mean, there's an it that betrays. It's not dead yet.
The One Ring. And we just talked about when this is best against Orcish Bowmasters.
True. So this actually could help ping the Luca out of being able to activate.
No, I don't think it'll ping it out of being able to activate.
Well, I think there'd need to be one more draw. It's a little hard to tell what that Luca's at right now.
Yeah.
I didn't
Luca's at 3. There'd need to be one more.
Are we sure it's at 3 and not 4? Like, he has had a turn to uptick. I'm not sure if he did.
If you uptick, you exile the top 3, so he didn't. Oh, it was at 1. What did it go down? I guess it got swung on by orcs.
Or something,
That doesn't track. Hmm.
Well, the Tangor is at 2. I guess I think the Bowmasters must have hit it. But yeah, I'm not exactly sure. There's a lot of effects that.
How did the dockside die?
I don't know. Oh, there's a Phyrexian Tower.
Ah, there we go.
Okay, so we're going to make a lot of mana again. And then just cast Ob, or do we have an even better follow-up?
This is a low interaction game.
Well, there's been a decent amount. Like we saw, there was a board wipe. We saw the counterspell on the Tevesh. There's
Red the Oko.
Is it the Oko or is it the Rhystic Study?
It's got to be the Oko. They definitely.
I guess if you just want to be able to.
Yeah. I guess it's Rhystic. Like we might see a breach line.
Though depending on what they're like, you can't breach wheel here. But I guess you could grinding station or something similar.
Casting sexy out Ob.
It's a bit of an odd choice to kill the Rhystic Study then.
Wheel of Fortune.
What?
There's. What? Why would you kill the Rhystic if you have a wheel? Rhystic doesn't matter if you have a wheel.
You know what matters? Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah. Oh, you know what though? It's multiple iterations of 1 damage, so they're probably not getting hit. They played the Ob for that.
Well, no, they played the ring, so they're not getting hit at all.
Oh yeah, true.
The board is getting wiped. No, but you don't play Ob first then, because the Ob's just going to get killed.
Yeah. Yeah, this might have been poor sequence.
I mean, also you just want the flexibility. I mean, I guess if you're thinking that these Bowmaster triggers are going face, you want the ob triggers, but presumably they're going to kill ob first.
It betrays as an elk. So it would not get the dock side.
Yeah.
Responding to chat.
Yeah, for sure. It got stupid sexy O-code, but it saw the abs and it was like, honestly, I'm rethinking my life choices. I want to just run through fields and eat grass and stop terrorizing plains from the blind eternities.
I'll be honest, it told you exactly what its game plan was in its name. It betrayed you.
Exactly. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see who takes the rest of the damage after the board gets cleared by this Bowmaster.
I would clear off the ob.
I'd literally just clear off everything. I clear off every creature on my opponent's side of the field.
Oh, I would kill the Rograk player. So
I guess then you don't have to kill the Ith that betrays, so you go 3 at ob, 2 at the halfling, 2 at the... Yeah, I think that works perfectly. 3 at ob, 2 at the halfling, 2 at the dock side, and then the rest at Kronos' face.
Exactly.
And it looks like that's more or less what's happening. I see the halfling.
I wouldn't touch the dock side. It's a Rakdos stack. A lot of
I guess
animation.
they have breach. I'd be like a little concerned about something like a twin flame. And I think if they have breach, then you're already kind of dead. But yeah, I could see the Iron Flame in play. Okay, and the halfling did go.
Yeah, we called it. It's exactly what I thought would happen. And a twin flame. Oh, you know what? You were right.
Stacking up dubs. Yeah, we got twin flame on the dock side. To make... Actually, no, I was wrong, because this makes 2 treasures.
Oh, that's right. We no longer have the Rakdos guy.
Yeah, we're down a Rhystic study. We're down a Rhystic study and like 6 artifacts from Kronos Elite. So
and an enchantment too. Rakdos Bro is down. Rakdos Bro is down. Dockside no longer matters.
Yeah. So I guess Raziel has a turn before this orc army crunches his face, but
and you can definitely tell they did not do the math that the other Rakdos player was dead.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe they were expecting, or maybe they were thinking they were going to get some number of ob triggers from this, but
no, because they played it after the Rakdos
they have 7 treasures. They don't even have the mana to play ob, right? Yeah. I'm only seeing. I kind of thought there might be some floating, but it was a little unclear. There are a bunch of rituals and stuff cast.
I think there's a note with how much black mana they have. That's a dark ritual.
It's a dark ritual. Okay, so this casts ob.
Great job, cast ob. Now, imagine if they hadn't cast ob before the wheel.
It'd have a bit more mana, that's for sure.
And they would have an Ob Nixilis for a lot less.
Yeah.
Oh. Poor planning. Deadly Rollick. Oh my gosh, Deadly Rollick. Tell me you're hitting the Orcish Bowmaster.
I mean, you might just have to hit the army. Huh? No, it's the Bowmaster.
You're protected for a turn.
Sure. Are they going to win in that time?
Well, considering they just gave everybody a fresh 7, I think they're just more concerned with this turn. Like, I don't think they're looking past their ring.
I guess maybe you need that gone if you're relying on this ring to win, but
because they're going to draw 2.
Oko can also elk the ring. That's kind of an important thing here, potentially.
Will he do it, though? Or will he elk the Ob Nixilis?
I think you have to hit the Ob Nixilis first, just because otherwise it flies over and kills your Oko. But
you got to do it before combat.
Yeah, so you hit the Obnixilis, and then you have your 21-21 to block anything coming at Oko. And then next turn, you hit the ring, and then Crunch Raziel with the army.
Well, you got to hit the ring before you kill Lucario. Got to elk it before it.
I don't actually know that you're particularly in a hurry to kill Lucario here.
Actually, I don't think you're going to be able to kill Lucario even with the 22. Lucario's health is stacked.
Yeah, I mean, it'll take 2 hits to kill either player, but I think right now, Aki's plan is you just want to control the board, make sure you don't die, and let Oko plus your 22-22 eventually deal with this. You can also boost your damage a little bit by turning the Orc army into an Elk.
Yep, I was going to say.
Go from 22 to 25 damage if that becomes relevant. But
well, in all honesty, it's not getting bigger any other way. Elking it wouldn't be the worst idea.
Oh, but 26 because there's also a Noble Hierarch.
Ooh.
Or it could just die right now. Okay, that also works.
Calling Ritual. I believe that's 2 or lowers, right?
Yes, so it'll
so Oko's still around. Obnixilis is still around. Treasures are gone.
Presumably these treasures are being cracked. It'd be crazy not to, right? Right?
That would literally be the definition of crazy.
Yeah. So it's gonna make not actually too many. It looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Don't forget it hits your Mox Diamond, brother.
Oh, 6. I think I missed the soul ring there. 6 mana.
No longer a 22-22.
It really isn't.
So, question: do you elk Obnixilis first or the ring?
I think it just has to be Obnixilis because otherwise Obnixilis kills the Oko, and then you just lose to Obnixilis. Like, giving him one more turn with the ring means he draws 2 cards, which is, not ideal, but it's definitely manageable. Whereas I think giving him a turn with the Obnixilis means he probably draws a lot more than 2 cards.
Arcane Signet.
Signet.
That's a sign that this isn't going to be much of a follow-up.
Well, or it could be for color fixing. Because Culling Ritual does only make black and green. All right, we got a set of Fabro? Yeah, Fabro Elder. Yep. And then definitely looks like something else is coming down. I'm not sure how much this Sisay costs.
Sisay. First time it was cast this game.
Okay, well, there you go. That's a pretty threatening set of cards to just drop on the board. Obviously, the Sisay can activate. I guess it does start at a very low count, so he'll have to build up to being able to actually get the scary permanents. But with the Fabro Elder, any like untap effect can often mean you're activating multiple times in a turn, right? Like you get Derevi, you untap the Fabro Elder, and that makes like 3 mana for your next activation.
So what gets elked here? New poll: Obnixilis, the Ring, or Sisay?
I still think it has to be Obnixilis.
Oh my gosh,
Fabro.
that wasn't even in the categories.
All right, that's a very interesting call.
That's definitely not what I was expecting.
I mean, I guess it's not entirely unreasonable to be concerned about the possibilities that. Oh. I don't even know why you Oko first, but. Well, sometimes you just get wheeled into Oracle Consult.
Hey,
you didn't like my description last game.
Description?
Is this an anticlimactic finish?
It kind of feels like it is. There was so many more expectations for this game, and
hopes and dreams. Driven before the unstoppable force that is Thoracle.
Yep. Yep, looks like it's
as is being pointed out in chat. Throw everything does not give you protection from losing the game. Which honestly, I think is misleading. Because losing the game is part of everything, right? Shouldn't you be protected
I feel like
from
it's
it?
the most violation. It's definitely the most targeted thing. I just lost. How is that not targeted at me?
I do. It has always seemed very funny to me that protection doesn't prevent destruction. Like you could just Wrath of God a creature with protection from everything. It's like, oh, but it doesn't have protection from a Wrath of God. The protection from everything except a Toxic Deluge is a bit of a weird one. The protection is a strange mechanic in Magic, but
indestructible from everything except Acid Rain.
Exactly. I will say, well played to Aki Hermit. Definitely finding the lines, getting through some pretty tight scenarios there. This definitely was a game that looked like it could have gone a lot of different ways. There was...
This was not a simple game.
No, it definitely wasn't. But I think he did a really good job of, using his resources effectively, maneuvering himself to be coming out from under the various different effects in a good position, getting the permanents down to be able to play under the Tangle Wire, and then, setting up, having some value stuff that left him in a good position after that wheel, and then, just finding the win. Definitely well played to him. I think we should be nearing the end of this round. I believe it started around 10:30. Let
me see. 33 minutes at 10:36, so about 10 minutes left.
All right. Looks like we will just hop into another game, close out the end of the round. There's not too much time left, but all right, we got some new decks for you. Those will be coming up on screen soon. But I guess we can list them off. We got Hurt on Malcolm Timna. We have Huge Badonkers. We had Booty Slayer earlier, and now Huge Badonkers on Thrasios Rograk. Outowhack on Sakadama. There's one I haven't seen much of in a little while. And lastly, we have
Shark Boy and Lava Girl
on Shark Boy and Lava Girl. There's a lot of stuff going on here. I notice what appears to be the One Ring with 4 counters on it.
My, that's not good indication.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a spooky one for your opponents. We definitely saw our Orcish Bowmasters game, I guess, last game. So maybe this will be our One Ring game. We'll just get them all out in round 1. I guess we haven't seen the Lothar game.
I think we've seen the One Ring multiple times.
Yeah, but it came down to drew a card and then the player died. So that's not a One Ring game.
Not a good sign. It looks like Hurt forgot that Kadama has reach.
That is a classic error. Much like going up against a Sicilian when death is on the line. It looks like
truly the age-old problem.
Yeah. That's an unfortunate oversight.
Oh man, as you wish. This is going to be rattling. That is definitely entirely dead. Have to recast
and recast, which I'm imagining is not how Hurt was planning on spending their turn.
Oh man, and they had other people to attack. It looks like there's a suspended silence, so someone got delayed on their win attempt. The Shark Boy Lava Girl deck
Yep.
with the Blood Moon down. Oh. Okay.
Yeah, this is
Now it's
kind of
making more sense.
an interesting pod for that. Definitely denies the carpet some mana, but looks like everyone has at least a few different ways of making the mana they need.
I think I understand why the One Ring's on 4 and they haven't won the game.
That's certainly a contributing factor, though they do have, again, they have, looks like some sort of talisman down there, a little hard to tell, and then a carpet, and I believe that's a basic under the Windswept Heath.
I think that's
So
a
they do
base
have-
ground.
Yeah, so they do have, I think, 3 mana that isn't red.
Oof.
But
19.
we'll see what they do after potentially losing up to 7 life in their upkeep, which is a little bit painful.
Interesting.
But,
Oh, that's
Drawing-
smart. They're doing their ring draws before they draw. So that way, if they draw a tutor,
yep, yeah, that gives you a few more chances to find something like a worldly or mystical tutor. Though I see the divergent transformations in their graveyard at the moment. I'm not sure if it was countered or perhaps resolved, but presumably the Hullbreaker Horror has been dealt with.
there's a Siren Storm Tamer in the other graveyard. I imagine that might have been it.
Well, but that doesn't stop it unless you target them. Maybe they hit the Rograk and tried to hit something on Hertz board and ran into the
Yeah.
Storm Tamer. That's a possibility. But
Signet.
I think is that a Signet? Looks like a Soul Ring. There's
Soul
too many arts. There's too many arts. You just can't even tell anymore.
They drew a card.
Yes, I'm not. I think that was the
That's
draw
great.
for.
Well, there was a Soul
turn.
Ring. Oh, they forgot to draw for turn. Yep.
That is the one risk of drawing in your upkeep is that you forget. All right. Well, if anyone has anything, now is the time.
Ooh, we've got their deck list. See, red, red, black.
Presumably, they have a win here. Generally, most people understand that you shouldn't play defense grid and then pass the turn. That's
Shouldn't
not
play
a great.
Teferi and pass the turn. Shouldn't play defense grid and pass the turn.
Exactly. So I think Teferi's a little more reasonable if you have the interaction, because it's asymmetrical, right? Whereas defense grid also shuts you out. But maybe not in this case. He's
Negation.
showing 6 mana.
That's a force of negation. So they are on both bouncers. They are on Hullbreaker and they are on the Tidesprout.
Okay, so I guess presumably at least one of them's still in the deck, maybe even both. So a polymorph should be winning here.
I did not understand people not running both. Everybody was like, oh, what if one ends up in my hand? It's like, well, what if one ends up in exile?
Yeah, I mean, there is also an argument that you could run whichever one you actually want to hit more often. The Hullbreaker Horror is easier to protect because any instant can be sort of a quasi counterspell. But yeah, just running both, especially in a deck like that, I think that deck tends to have a decent amount of space. So I tend to agree that running both as a hedge is probably worth it.
Sadly, the Blood Moon is not the best form of hate removal on a polymorph deck, since most polymorphs are red.
Yeah. There's there's a couple blue ones. Proteus Staff is blue to activate. Actual literal polymorph is blue, but Divergent and Transmog are red. I don't know if this list.
Luca.
They're on Luca. They could potentially be on Reality Scramble. So yeah,
I love Reality Scramble.
it is a fun one. I remember a friend of mine played Keranos and would Reality Scramble it into I think it was just Omniscience, but because it's an enchantment. Reality Scramble's a really cool card. Retrace is a fun mechanic. I understand why they don't print a lot of cards with it, but it is a neat mechanic.
Well, it looks like they're not on Luca, but they are on 5 polymorphs. Chaos Mutation is the newest one.
All right, we've got a Narset.
Narset. You know, Narset Wheel is a pretty damn good thing to do with a defense grid.
Just so unnecessary. Like, they have this one ring, right? So, like, if you Narset Wheel and then don't win, you probably... I mean, I guess you... There's, like, an uncomfortable chance that you just get dealt with. But, yeah...
maybe they're worried about interactions, and they might have more polymorphs in grave than they have in hand.
That is a possibility.
And they are running Time Twister.
Or maybe they just think they have the mana to play Narset, try and find another piece of protection, and then polymorph again? Looking at this board, I'm assuming this Rogue Rack isn't in play. Just like the way it's right tucked up against the deck, but it is a little bit unclear.
Looks like it's on about... Yep. Only about 4 more minutes in the round or so.
Yeah, this should be heading towards turns. Dovin's Veto on the Narset. I mean, that makes sense, you know, if you're playing Tymna, you don't want there to be a Narset, and just saying no very confidently is... I remember when this card was spoiled, and it was like, oh, it's just an uncounterable negate. Sounds great. And then like, we got Veil of Summer, it was set immediately after, and then less than a year later, we got Deflecting Swat, and all of a sudden, uncounterable counterspells were very counterable.
And then we added Allosaurus Shepherd into the mix too, and then you got Hulk. Like,
yeah, it's
suddenly Dovin's Veto's definitely fallen off as we've gotten more outs, but that's just the way the game goes.
For sure.
With it probably going to turns, I feel like Kodama might be more solid here.
Well, there aren't turns, right? The round just ends at 90 minutes. The active player finishes their turn, and then we're done. So if people don't have the tools to close out now, then this game might just be a draw. I think honestly, the thing that makes it most likely to not be a draw would be if we can get back to Huge Badonker's turn. But if they don't have an extension, that's pretty optimistic. This is a pretty complex board state, so...
Well, Huge Badonker's is discarding down. So it looks like they passed. And it looks like time hasn't been called, or that they have an extension because they're passing.
Well, no, time is... I don't think time has been called yet. It's going to be called in about 5 minutes. So it's whether or not this turn cycle takes less than 5 minutes, which I think is probably optimistic, because there's a bunch of different effects and cards that are gonna...
So then Library, Sakashima, Kodama. If there was any turn to do it, it'd be this one. Because there's not enough.
Yep. We take 8, feel great.
I mean, what's the risk if you don't take 8? It's like... now or never.
It wasn't exactly Defense Grid pass, but it was the effect of passing the turn after playing Defense Grid, which is definitely not ideal.
That was brutal. Right. Defense Grid, people have enough mana to pay for Defense Grid. Damn. Oh. Coveted Jewel. Oof.
That's a pretty good one to put in off your first Kodama trigger.
I get to put in. Yep, that's it. That's game.
Moloku. Okay.
And I saw them draw the memory jar off the coveted jewel too. This is gonna get disgusting. That's a cannon.
So the Moloku, you can make infinite 1/1s.
Make infinite 1/1s. You also make infinite mana, if I remember correctly, because you get 2 instances of dropping every time a token comes into play.
But you
literally make infinite mana and you have cannon now.
But how do you get 2 lands into your hand?
You don't have to. You just play the land, bounce the land, and you have another
iteration. Costs 1 to
drop it.
activate Moloku.
Correct. Costs 1 to activate Moloku. You have 2 instances where you can put a land into play. Triggers off Kodama.
Right. So you put in a land,
Tap it.
yeah,
Bounce it. Keep doing that, and you have infinite stacks of that. So you make infinite mana by playing the land.
How does that make infinite? How does that make it makes infinite triggers to put a land into play, but you don't have infinite lands to put into play.
Yeah, they need one more thing. Everyone makes infinite creatures.
Like it would make infinite mana if you had something like a Lotus Cobra or a Tireless Provisioner, but or some way of copying Moloku's effect. But I'm imagining it's not it.
Or a bounce. No.
Yeah. Not sure what the last piece is going to be. Also, so there's a floating Kodama trigger on 2. So cracking this memory jar would let them put in something that costs up to 2, but that, it may be that the last piece they need costs more than that. So another spirit guide, and then we're going to crack the memory jar?
No, it looks like
Playing a land, putting out another land.
Crack the memory jar.
So Ancient Tomb lets them make some mana. Not a lot, because they're at 7, but they could use that with the Moloku to net a bit of mana.
Man, they still have a
Moloku there's a Force of Negation pitching Windfall. I'm not exactly sure what that hit. Are they just showing it? I didn't see a spell cast, but...
Yeah, I didn't see a spell cast either.
All right.
Tatiova.
Now
that's it.
Will win the game.
There we go. That was the missing piece.
All right. I guess we'll see if the table has some way to respond. And
yeah, I don't even think you can respond really, because you can just.
Well, I mean, if you can just counter the Tatiova, but
that would be the only way. But I don't think they have the mana to counter.
It doesn't look like it. So, and a Curio. Oh, okay, yeah, we're just showing off now. Look at my pretty deck. Look at all these cool cards. Yeah, this should be doing it. Okay. Are we good here? So now they don't even need to activate Moloku. They can just trade lands back and forth with a Tatiova. So draw a card, make a mana, gain a life as many times as they like. Yeah.
But it's okay, because this is the game. I'm really happy to see Tatiova in this deck. I love Kodama. I love Sakashima. I don't like the Sakashima-Kodama pairing.
Yeah, Kodama's a really cool card. I think it's like one of the best designed partners. We've seen like a few different decks that take advantage of it in very different ways. It just feels really good to play.
It's a 6-drop tree. It even killed a Malcolm. This has got to be the best.
Yeah, I think another thing that's really good about it is that it feels fair. Like, obviously it's really powerful when you like put a bunch of stuff in for free, but it's like, yeah, but I had to play a 6-mana thing and then like play another expensive thing to put in an expensive thing for free.
I think Outlaw's explaining how this works.
Yeah, I'm assuming that this can be wrapped up once it's explained that this makes as much mana as they need, and then
there's no way they don't know about the Moloku.
I don't even think the Moloku matters at this point. There's a Curio, so.
Well, you don't have to cast with Moloku.
I guess the one question could be: is it possible that there isn't actually a this turn kill, right? Like if they can like bounce everyone's permanents and
finale,
make, infinite. Well, sure. Is there a finale in the deck? Like that's just I would want them to say, yeah, I'll make a bunch of 1/1s with Moloku and then I'll kill you with finale, and I'd go like, okay, cool, I'm dead. But if they don't say that, then you just don't know what they actually have.
Yeah, let me see what their win line was. Oh, always discussing. Yeah, they run a finale.
There's a finale. Yeah, I figured there was an answer, but just I understand anyone who wants to confirm when there's confirm that there is an answer.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. I always ask what's the win con and show it to me, because just because you say it might be in there doesn't mean it has to be.
Yeah. Looks like there's... Oh no, wow, there's a Traders, but no Mystic Sanctuary. I was going to say, could you also do a thing with Mystic Sanctuary where you just keep stacking stuff on top of your deck and then loop the Memory Jar to exile everyone else's? But nope. Looks like finale.
There's no Mystic Sanctuary? There's actually not a lot of win cons in this deck.
Yeah, it's a little...
Oh, they got a Sun-Scorched Desert, though.
Oh,
that's uncountable.
Yep. Okay.
I'm like nervous as a second. I was like,
two win cons is all you need.
Not if one of them's a sorcery.
No,
get forced to negate it and lose the game.
One of them being a sorcery and one of them being a land is fine.
That's perfect. I was getting a little nervous. I was like, finale only? What?
So, well played to Out of Whack. Just biding the time. Going for it right at the at the moment when it was hardest for everyone to stop them. I think that will be a wrap on round one.
Great round.
Yeah, for sure. We got to see 3 games that were all pretty different. All had some interesting stuff going on. I think stay tuned. We've got some more awesome stuff coming your way. So we're gonna be taking a quick break. Just give us a few minutes as they get round 2 set up and get those paired and get that pod ready. I believe it will when we come back. I'll still be here, but Samurai, you're taking a break after this, right?
I'm dead after this.
Oh no. No, yeah, that's totally understandable. So yeah, thanks for coming on. It was great casting with you. Yeah.
3, 2.
Hello, everyone. I am so excited for this next match between these players. It is going to be such a good game, especially after the performance of those last 3 games we saw. Atali just stealing a game. I can only imagine what this underrated Astral Archmage deck is going to do this time. I'm so excited.
We got a pretty spicy pod lined up. Definitely some meta stuff, and then the one oddball. We got Roxora going first on Vadric, Astral Archmage. Isle of Bacon on Najeela. I called this one meta. This version of Najeela might not be so meta. It'll be interesting if we see some of the real spice in this list.
Yeah, dude, all of these extra cards. I mean, when you play 5 colors, it just opens up so many opportunities to take the deck in ever which way. And I mean, Najeela is just an amazing commander to do that with.
Yeah, for sure. The clean, easy, 1-card combo with the commander wins means you have a lot of flexibility to do what you want with the rest of the deck.
Yeah.
Next up, we got
Speaking of 1-card wins, yeah. Speaking of 1-card wins with Time Sieve on Tivit, also just another deck that's just kind of taking over the meta.
I mean, Tivit's just kind of a 1-card win by himself, right? You just play Tivit, you get some triggers.
Yeah.
Whatever happens next is largely academic.
Yeah.
So that's
absolutely.
Yeah, that's a pretty good one. And lastly, we have Kinnan. I believe this is the big flips style Kinnan, or at least leaning in that direction.
Yeah.
There's a lot of terrifying things that can come out of an activation.
Well, especially because Keenan is also one of those commanders that just has a 1-card win condition, just like the other 3. So they can kind of go in a strategy, like you said, big flips mid-range, or just win out of nowhere. It's going to be so exciting to see.
Most of their combos require at least 2 cards, just because the Basalt makes infinite mana, obviously, but it doesn't fix it for you. But
Absolutely.
yeah, they do have a lot. They have a lot of ways of either fixing it or using the infinite colorless to translate that into a win. This will be really interesting. I hope Vadrik gets to strut its stuff. It's a commander that I've spent some time with, and it has a really it's similar to like Mizzix, except that you can essentially like skip a bunch of the steps rather than with Mizzix where you have to have to
build
like play all the
experience.
spells, build the experience. With Vadrik, because it's based on the power, you can just play like a random pump spell, just give him like +3 power, and then all your spells are just counted by 3 until the end of the turn.
And I also think something that's super cool about this commander is that he utilizes the day and night mechanic, which for most players is just so confusing because we don't see it every day, especially not in CDH. So for a commander to kind of utilize that, throw that in the idea, take up that brain space, can just be enough to sneak wins out.
Honestly, that's my least favorite part. It's just it takes so much mental effort, and like the fact that you have to track it even when Vadrik isn't in play is just very annoying. But it is definitely a cool commander, and if you can get that turn cycle, like you play it super early and then someone just doesn't have a turn 1 or maybe a turn 2 play, and then it flips and then it flips back, then like you can definitely be going off pretty early.
Yeah, really fast, just kind of out of nowhere. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Even though you're the one keeping track of it, your opponents have to, or they might just accidentally turn it today or accidentally turn it in tonight. Like it's pretty crazy.
For sure. All right. Looks like we've got 6 cards, 4 cards, 7 cards, and 7 cards. So
super sad to see going down to 4 on the Gila. But you got to do what you got to do. London Mulligan makes it so much easier when you're still looking at 7. Thank goodness we switched to that. And hopefully he's got some sort of card advantage engine in his hand to maybe come back.
Yeah, we'll definitely see. I know there are some very powerful engines in this deck, especially this version. But obviously having the mana to get to them, plus the engines, plus
yeah. Off to the races.
It's tricky in 4.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, when you're down that many cards and you still have 3 opponents, you just have to hope that they can kind of deal with each other at this point.
Yeah. I think it's not too bad. A lot of these decks are pretty interactive. Obviously, a super early Tivit or a very explosive hand out of Kinnan might end this game pretty quickly. But you should be able to rely on like both Tivit and Vadrik are very interactive decks, and even though the big flips Kinnan list is less interactive than some, it's still.
Still playing blue. It has the entire counter package. Absolutely. Yeah, Bacon getting that ignoble hierarch on turn 1 is going to help him kind of maybe with this mana fixing problems going down to 4 cards, and we don't want to miss any land drops. And then another great turn 1 from Bo playing an Imperial Seal. I mean, this just finds you whatever you need to flush out your hand for the next turn. This is awesome.
Yep, for sure. It's often it's going to be like a Jeweled Lotus or a Mana Crypt or just some way of getting that ticket down as soon as possible is and
it's so scary because he's a 6/6 continuously like accruing value with those clues and treasures. Yeah, he is just such a great commander to get out early.
It's I guess it's probably not as much of a concern in this pod because I don't think anyone's going to be dropping a Collector Roof. But I've definitely seen more than a few games where someone got the Collector Roof to shut off the Tivit, but the Tivit came down first and then was just clocking them for 6
Yeah.
in the air every turn.
Getting underneath those kind of stacks pieces is going to be crazy. Again, it doesn't look like any of these players are going to be on Adnos, so threatening life total probably isn't as valuable. But still, a 6/6 is something you cannot ignore.
I believe the Najila player is on Bacon's on Adnos.
Yeah, on Adnos,
which is a little surprising because this is a very chunky list, but so
that's so exciting. Just that much more explosive.
Okay. I'm curious what we'll see out of Roxoria here. Generally you want to be getting a Vadrik down at least on turn 2. So it wouldn't shock me if we have no, we're just passing. All right, that's definitely not ideal. I guess they went to 5 or 6. They mulliganed a bit, so maybe they just didn't want to go lower.
And they might be keeping a higher interaction type hand against this pod. I mean, Najila, Tivit, Keenan, we were just talking about how explosive they are. Probably wise to hold on to whatever interaction you might have.
Yeah, though I think if you had something like a Rite of Flame or a Spirit Guide to get Vadrik down this turn,
absolutely.
Having seen all of your opponents play either a Dork or just the Imp Seal, you're probably okay if you tap out, especially if you're all right with letting the Tivit resolve, you think you can just deal with it.
Right.
Because that's probably the biggest thing that you'd be worried about here, but honestly, with this mana, it's not even super likely that there is... Okay, there's a delay in this list. Oh, and Arcane Denial, so they do have a couple options for countering this Tivit on the way down with the mana they have currently, but obviously Mana Drain's not on the table.
Yeah, it just depends how scary this Tivit is to you in this situation, for sure.
I mean, I think if you have it, you absolutely do it here, but...
Right? Yeah. Because the Tivit's coming out as fast as he can. You know that game plan. especially if it comes down off a non-persistent mana source, like a Jeweled Lotus. For sure. Then, if you hit it with Arcane Denial or Delay, then you're just buying tons of time. A ton of time against that, though you may still be concerned about what Kinnan's going to do when it lands. Right.
Interestingly, this list doesn't seem to be on any board wipes, the Vadrik list. Often you'll see something like a Rolling Earthquake, because you can just, as Vadrik grows, you can just make it be one smaller than him and clear it a bunch of small stuff. Even if he just gets one counter on him and he's a 2/3, then a Rolling Earthquake X is 2 is really, really strong. But doesn't look like there's any of that, so maybe he'll just be removing the here.
It looks like here's the counter spell on the Jeweled Lotus.
Jeweled Lotus? Wow,
this is pretty good. That's pretty good, because if you assume that the Tivit player has some sort of interaction in their hand, to kind of back up the Tivit, and then he comes down anyway. Yeah, I actually like this play a lot. It's a little bit on the safer side and doesn't punish your opponent as hard for just trying to outright cast Tivit. But
I don't know. I think the value on... I mean, if your counterspell doesn't...
It's tempting.
I'm not sure what... I'm not sure... Okay, that is a negate. It's a little hard to tell. So if it's a negate, then you just have to hit something.
Yeah, non-creature. Absolutely.
I think if you had a counterspell that could hit Tivit, you let them cast the Tivit and then counter it here for sure. But if all you have is the negate, then you take what you can get.
Yeah, we love to see it. Keenan coming down, super scary. So much mana on turn 3 already. I mean, he's just going to start unloading all of these big flips. Yeah, exactly. So I'm curious to see if this Kinnan sticks on the board. He kind of just has a built-in taunt effect most of the time. So let's see if it gets around.
If he doesn't have much to it'll depend on what he can play off this Dork. If he can play with 2 more Dorks, then obviously that's incredible. Even 1 gives him an activation next turn, assuming he hits the land. And that's an Ornithopter of Paradise? No, it's I don't know what that is.
Well, definitely a mana rock, and he's going to convert it into a mana bolt. Yeah, this is all of the mana you would ever need. This is so crazy.
Literally,
yeah,
a
this is a
million
perfect
mana.
spot for Keenan. Yeah, this is the perfect spot for Keenan. Just out of nowhere, get tons of mana, start threatening these giant creatures on everyone's turn. Like it's an amazing spot to be if you're a Keenan player right now.
Yeah, and the other thing about Kinnan is that because the deck is just so much mana, killing him is just so... It's so unrewarding, right?
Yeah, at this point, he's already...
Like, cool, I'll play him again with this 4 mana I have up. I'll play him again.
Yeah, he's established his board state. He's accelerated so fast. It's really hard to bring him back down. The only thing you can hope for is to either catch up or kind of stacks him out, and these deck lists are not particularly stacksy.
See, like this is why I really like a Pyroclasm in something like this Izzet list, or like a Rolling Earthquake, something like that. Just I feel like 2 damage to this board would clean up a lot of problems. Assuming that Tivit doesn't come down next turn, that you still have another turn to find an answer for that. We just saw how valuable Blasphemy Act was in game 1. I mean, it was just the MVP of the game, and it seems that these creature-heavy decks are very susceptible to, mass board wipes. So, yeah, he's coming down now. I mean, I think Blasphemous Act doesn't make as much sense in a deck like Vadrik, because you do want to be sticking your Vadrik, and like he can grow big enough to live through smaller wipes. Yeah, I mean, it's just good to board wipe before you board wipe, drop them down, and you're chilling. So it's always good keeping it clean, getting rid of all of these. It would be amazing. I think having field wipes, especially those low to the ground ones where he can just kind of out toughness. Najila going to combat, generating these tokens, super scary. She's just going to keep accruing more and more value as the game goes on. Fleshing in an opposition agent, are we blocking the Najila or the token is what I'm wondering. I would hate to sacrifice the Oppo at this stage. I mean, it's just so good. So, like, Kinnan is not a particularly tutor-heavy deck, and neither is Vadrik, so... That's true. I mean, the thing is, I don't think you do it just because I love Bacon mulled to 4. But, like, I could see... I could definitely see a world where if Isle of Bacon was in a slightly better spot, you just want to get that Najila off the table. Well, yeah, okay, for sure, because she can be so scary. Yeah. All right. Well, we've got a Faber Elder, so I love Bacon definitely getting back into this. That does make 3 mana. Yeah. So they're getting up there. I think there's a decent chance that either Kinnan or Tivit doesn't cast a spell here, and then Roxora gets at least it becoming night. So Vadrik, as a baseline, discounts your instants and sorceries by 1, which is one of the reasons I like him a lot more than Mizzix, because he does something sort of immediately. It's basically just better Baral. But getting to 2, I think makes, like a 1 mana discount is nice, but a 2 mana discount is when things start getting like kind of broken, right? Like you got 1 really mana Wheels, or like a 1 mana Jessica's Will, or like obviously once you get up to like 5, 6, 7, that's when you're looking at cards like Stroke of Genius, or like that kind of effect. Like the X spells are really good when you get to 4 or 5 mana, or 4 or 5 mana discounts. But even just 2 or 3 on like the normal powerful spells that are in a lot of blue-red CEDH decks is a very, very impactful discount. Yeah, especially with some of these rituals that just get tons of mana out of nowhere too. Yeah, kind of just passing the turn. This is so scary. One mana in the world song is pretty good. Yeah, right. Are we spinning now, spinning later, passing? I'm assuming that Wounded Satellite is not going to make it day again. Though maybe if there's just a bunch more mana in hand, he thinks it's worth it to get out. Like if you just had 2 more dorks, you might just want to cast those and then spin with the vault and untap it just to have the maximum speed of how many flips you can get. But we shall see. Yeah, looks like he's doing a little bit of math here, trying to count. Maybe he has an or Well, this looks like a spin, unless it's just a 7-mana spell from hand, which is also a possibility. There's a surprising variety of 7-mana spells in this list.
It could be just the different game right now.
Sorry, I think we're getting a little bit of lag. I'm not sure whose end that's on, but hopefully we'll. Okay, it sounds like it's not on my end. Hopefully, Gavin's internet will.
I think I can hear everything. I don't know.
I think you were sounding like a robot to me and to the stream. I wasn't talking, so maybe it was actually on Jacoby's end, and just I didn't hear it because I wasn't talking. But sounds like we're back
anyway
now.
Yeah. What did we get a flip off Keenan here? I mean, this is just such a crazy play.
Yeah, I believe that's a Phyrexian Metamorph, which could copy probably Fabro Elder would be my guess for what it copied.
Yeah, it could be super scary having that on Keenan's side of the battlefield.
But hopefully that will.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he targeted.
Honestly, I think if you're the rest of the players in this game, you're pretty happy seeing that. Obviously, it represents
versus
4 more mana next turn, but like it could have been an exclamation. It could have been like Hullbreaker Horror or something.
Yeah,
like
it could have been a Seedborn, and he just continues to activate every turn and just takes over from there. I mean, it is a scary
4,
spot
5,
to be.
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So if he uses the Mana Vault, he does get 2 spins next turn. All right, 4 mana discounted by 2. Or is that a Stormkiln? No, it's an Urabrask? I think that's the new Urabrask.
Yeah, I think so.
So it's not discounted. That would make sense. So that makes assuming that is an Urabrask, which I'm just gonna.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He's showing that it has a backside. So yes, it's an Urabrask.
How cool.
Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery, it deals 1 damage to target opponent, and you add a red. And then if you've cast 3 or more instants and sorceries, you can pay a red to flip it, and then it deals 3 damage to each opponent and each creature they control. Then it becomes a saga. Then it creates treasures, and then you can cast instants and sorceries from everyone's graveyard. Is the final part of that saga. So
this is such a perfect card for his deck. It's exactly what you need, and another copy of Burgi, that low to the ground field wipe that your commander can outlive, and then again this just crazy ability to recast these instants and sorceries from the graveyard. It's the perfect card to put in this deck.
So if they don't get it, like if Kinnan doesn't crap out something enormous that just kind of kills him, if he can cast the 3 spells next turn and flip this, then that will kill the Faber Elder. It'll kill all the creatures on the board, which is
it's what you want to see.
Other than the Vadrik, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
That looks like a Rhystic Study.
Yeah, Rhystic Study.
As 4-card hands go, I Love Bacon doing pretty all right, I do have to say.
Really solid. Yeah. And the other thing is when you have so many like cards kind of just being played and you only have so few in hand, a lot of things kind of just come into play where they shouldn't. Like maybe this Rhystic Study shouldn't, come out or sit or stay. But the fact that he has 3 cards, your opponents aren't looking at it nearly as heavily. Wow. Even Mind Sensor coming in. Tivit kind of leaning into the stacks, not letting him search twice now, not putting in as much work as we would hope for, but still great cards.
Yeah, having both of them down is nice just because it means, people aren't going to try and... They're much less likely to try and kill one of them and sneak in a tutor, so... And, they can potentially put some pressure on things, especially the Mind Sensor. It does have flying.
Yeah.
But... Another thing that has flying and can put pressure is Tivit, actually, the lad himself.
Yeah.
Who I'm imagining we will be seeing come down this turn. Though obviously, if Potato doesn't have the land, then maybe maybe they'll have another turn to breathe. But we shall see. So okay, if you're wounded satellite, what are the things you want to be flipping into here?
I mean,
Obviously,
definitely Seedborn. We want the Void Winnower. I mean, it just locks your opponents out of the game. With the amount of mana he has, he might be able to get like a Tidespout Tyrant combo. I mean, there are just endless possibilities. It's so cool when you play Keenan because you're just playing so many just awesome creatures that are game breaking. You know, when you get any of them, the game just kind of goes out of control.
Yeah, he does have the mana to Hullbreaker combo with the Vault plus Felwar.
Yeah, so super scary.
That or Tyrant.
Yeah.
Thorn Mammoth would also be pretty good. Just the repeated fights.
Right.
Yeah, there's definitely some stuff to hit here. Even just Consecrated Sphinx will just draw a ton of cards. Especially
with the Rhystic
because well, with the Rhystic, also with Vadrik, which is often angling to set up like a big draw spell of some kind.
Yeah.
No. All right. Well, we've got the fetch land.
Yeah, we got the fetch land.
We got it. Surely we're just slamming Tivit here, right? Right.
Goes to crack it. So yeah, I would think so. Yeah, pretty scary because you just have to figure out what his follow-up is going to be. I mean, he's playing white. So on the turn that Tip stays around, that's the turn after he plays the Grand Abolisher and Time Sieve. And it's so hard to know when you need to interact with this deck.
Yeah, especially
other than just make sure Tivit doesn't come down.
Yeah, because it has what is it, Ward 17 or something? It's just... Yeah. I don't remember the exact number. I just remember it's completely unreasonable and way too much mana to try and remove it.
Absolutely.
Sharky asking, WTF is a Vadrik. I will not tolerate this Vadrik slander. So Vadrik is it's a 1/2. It starts the day-night cycle. Whenever it cycles, you put a counter on it, and it discounts your instants and sorceries equal to its power. So it's like a super Baral that you can increase how much it discounts by just playing a couple pump spells. So that's Vadrik. It's sort of like it's like the love child of Baral and Mystics. Yes. Yeah, it also just does psychic damage by introducing the day-night cycle. We've got a few we got some Vadrik fans in chat. I'm glad to see it. So yeah, hopefully we get to see what this deck can do with an Urabrask and all the spells being discounted. And Kinnan doesn't just run over the table on this turn.
Yeah, we see the Aven Mind Sensor going to combat. How we predicted, just kind of chipping away and praying that again Keenan doesn't flip anything too crazy, because he can definitely flip something crazy here.
Vadrik doesn't have fans, he has victims. I'm a Vadrik fan because I play Vadrik, so I'm not a victim. But obviously, in order for Vadrik to do his thing, it's going to need to get back to that turn, and Kinnan has just a disgusting amount of mana. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 if he decides to cash in this mana vault.
Yeah.
And that's a lot. All right.
Wow, we have a whiff on the first activation.
We've whiffed. Kinnan sucks confirmed. 0 out of 10.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate because you're running so many tutors to make sure you can go get those pivotal creatures here and then just seeing them all off the top is so sad. But I mean, again, he's just going to do it again. He has so much mana just at his disposal. He's ready to go.
Looks like we might be casting something.
Oh, Mirage Mirror.
Mirage Mirror. Okay. Notably, not super great against Tivit because it does target, but it still can be quite good to turn it into a Tivit and swing.
I mean, this does block. Just win as soon as he drops Basalt Monolith, though. This allows him to get all of that into colored mana, and it's kind of cool. Maybe he was just doing that first activation to get some sort of stacks creature, and he could just have the win in hand right now, and it's scary if you're the other opponents at the table.
I mean, yeah, obviously you got to worry about the Basalt Monolith. Okay, so everyone's managed to avoid turning it back into being day. So we've got an upkeep activation of the Mirage Mirror. I don't know what we're targeting. Vegan, this is round 2. This is round 2 started around 20-30 minutes ago. I guess the standings maybe just haven't been updated or the bot is offline.
Copy of Rhystic Study. That's what it came in as. That's huge. If we know that Vadrik, as he does pop off on his turns, I mean, just another stacks piece against him is going to be so valuable.
Yeah, the Urabrask can offset one Rhystic, but you may just have to feed. Now, admittedly, let's go. Come on, everyone knows this card, right? Say it with me. Wrath of the Pyromancer. So this card, it's discard all the cards in your hand, add a red for each card discarded this way, then draw that many cards plus 1. And then it's from a plane chase set, so it has a whole clause about doing plane chase stuff. That doesn't matter, other than it has one of my favorite lines of text on any card, which is, if chaos gets more votes or the vote is tied, chaos ensues. Basically everyone votes. Everyone votes on it whether they want the chaos effect or to planeswalk. But obviously, this isn't a plane chase game, so that won't actually do anything. But importantly, Tivit does get to vote twice.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, when you're playing a CEDH deck, chaos will ensue anyway. I mean, this Path of the Pyromancer is going to draw you into some gas, and we're going to watch him go this turn, and it looks like he might just try to power through both of these Rhystic Studies. Yes.
Regiquit democracy. Yes, where the people with all the money effectively get to, get their votes overrepresented. Interesting that we're discarding. I guess he didn't quite have the mana to overload that Cyclonic Rift. Looks like he was off, but wait, there's a Rite of Flame too? Okay, I'm very surprised. I would have thought that the play here is you just Rite of Flame and overload that Cyclonic Rift. That just seems so strong on this board.
Yeah, but, he might just be going for the greedy play, draw those extra cards, really trying to just get into something and, convert it into a win rather than play on the back foot. Yeah, see how it pays off.
Does make a certain amount of sense, but it is a little rough. He's very limited on the blue mana. He's only got 1 blue. He's got 5 red plus the Urabrask will make more. And some colors from this Ancient Tomb. So yeah, I guess the other thing is, could he try, if he can cast the spells to flip the Urabrask, then that will obviously be excellent because that will wipe basically everything except the Tivit. The Tivit is still scary, but it's a lot less scary when everything else goes away. Okay, we're just casting a fish. This seems like maybe he didn't get what he wanted off this Path of the Pyromancer. Tapping the Ancient Tomb to pay for Rhystic Studies, not using the floating mana. So presumably that means something else is being cast.
Yeah, here it comes.
We're casting a Harnfell.
Wow, that's a flip side of Bergie. Exciting.
Very unfortunate. I think that's not.
I think it could be. I think it definitely.
I think that's not what he wanted to hit off the Path of the Pyromancer for sure.
Definitely. I think this might transition into a better mid game though. If his fish does tend to draw him cards, and we'll see. Maybe not as powerful as the Rhystic Studies on the other side, but in its own right, I mean, much harder to pay for.
I just think you're so likely to die to, like, honestly, any one of these players. Like, Isle of Bacon just needs the Derevi and has a pretty stacked hand now that the Rhystic Study was fed.
Back up to a full 7. Super scary.
Bonato just needs a Time Sieve and can actually tutor. And Wounded Satellite is going to get some unreasonable amount of Kinnan flips. So...
And maybe you're just hoping that they deal with each other at this point, and you can just kind of, again, grind into that mid game, sneak a win out of somewhere by just discarding a few, ripping a couple good cards off the top. I mean, this is, you know, as productive as you can be in the scenario as he passes turn.
Yeah, not having been able to flip that Urabrask though definitely is pretty sad.
Yeah.
Because I would have killed everything except Tivit. Even the Fabro Elder, because the Fabro Elder shrinks when the other stuff dies. Even though it is currently a 4/4. Alright, can Isle of Bacon assemble the Fabro or Exodia? Do they have, Deathrite Shaman, or... chat's pointing out the Mirage Mirror is no longer a Rhystic Study.
Great call.
I'm assuming that this will be remembered. Wounded Satellite's not going to try and draw off this. Probably just forgot to take the piece of paper away. Looks like it's just the piece of paper is still there. And
it could be that Wounded Satellite is thinking about using the Mana Crypt mana to be able to just turn it into a Rhystic Study whenever he needs to. And, maybe he's given away a little bit of his game plan. But again, hopefully he doesn't draw off something that isn't paid for yet.
I mean, a Rhystic Study that you have to pay 3 mana a turn cycle for is...
It could be the play that wins you the game.
There we go.
Cool.
Yeah, that is true. A temporary Rhystic Study can make a huge difference. I played a game once where we spent several turns dancing back and forth with the Mirage Mirror player continuously trying to... turn their Mirage Mirror into Razaketh and then find an answer to my Razaketh, and me trying to deal with the Mirage Mirror before they could do that. But
it's such a versatile card. I mean, just being able to copy whatever you want and be a filter for your infinite combo, it's awesome.
Yep.
Going to combat again on Najila, I mean, that's just what she does.
Although,
curious to see what we can do in second main.
It doesn't actually... the warrior just gets killed, right? I'm not exactly sure who this is going at, but everyone has something capable of blocking a warrior. I'm imagining it's going at Wounded Satellite, who could theoretically also make something to block the Najila, though I don't think that's worth it. Could make, an Urabrask, I guess, would be something that blocks Najila. Can't quite afford to make it a Tivit.
It looks like he is activating it, though.
Honestly, another interesting option would be to to make it a Harnfell on Wounded Satellite's turn.
Oh,
just to try and find some sort of win con.
Especially because you just have so much mana available to you, you're going to be able to cast it.
Yeah, you can copy the Op Agent, but there's not really a point just randomly. Obviously doing it in response to a tutor is a good idea.
Wow, looks
which
like
is honestly why
they get blocked.
Yeah, which is honestly why I'm a little surprised that he did this here, because if I was Wounded Satellite, I would 100% be holding up that mana in case Tivit tries to tutor for Time Civ.
Yeah. Unless he has some sort of interaction and is kind of just playing outs, but I agree. I think holding it up is definitely it's just too easy. You don't have to show anything from your hand. Yeah, I agree. It's interesting.
Especially because next turn you could just hold up a bit more mana because you don't have to play the Mirage Mirror, assuming you're still in this holding pattern. Right. And just block the warriors so that Isle of Bacon's not snowballing. But we'll see. We'll see if there's. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, he just has the interaction for Time Civ, or isn't worried about it for some other reason. We'll see how this plays out. certainly. Wait, no, the Nagila's. Oh, was it just recast? It was just recast.
Oh. Interesting. Interesting.
All right, we got 8 damage to point somewhere.
Yeah, this is so much.
Correct answer is I Love Bacon, who does have Nas in the deck, but I don't think it hugely matters. Where are we going? Looks like 6-1 at Isle of Bacon and 2 at Roxoria.
Okay.
Interesting choice to split the damage. I guess the idea being maybe that if you're killing with Tivit commander damage, you want to be putting all your non-commander damage on someone else.
Right.
But I think given the relative speed of these clocks, the Tivit's going to kill everyone if it's killing people. Like if you're killing people with damage, it's going to be all Tivit commander damage. Yeah.
And the thing is I think obviously you're always worried about the Adnos, and I think sending the 2 at Wounded Satellite, it might be some sort of like both just kind of get into this really grindy lock between each other. And, you know, he's at 28 health himself, and Keenan flipped some big creatures, and they hit hard.
All right, looks like we're just cracking some clues.
Yeah, looking for an answer.
Gotta reduce that dockside count. That is the biggest downside of Tivit, is that people give you a ton of clues, you don't have the mana to crack them all, and then someone plays a dockside, and then it's all bad.
Yeah, I mean, dockside just showing how powerful it is at every moment. Just always good.
You know, the classic. Finally, we broke dockside. 4 mana. Is this a Smothering Tithe?
Wow, Displacer Kid. How exciting. Getting that ETB trigger on the Tivit multiple times. Wow. That's a fun piece.
Yeah, it's pretty gross. Certainly depends. It's possible it doesn't actually have anything else to play. The way he's sort of moving his cards, it's kind of looking like this might just be a pass, but maybe we're just waiting to see does this resolve, and then can we go off super hard.
Yeah, and the other thing is it kind of feels like they're really going into this kind of grindy state rather than just trying to show a win right away. They just want these crazy value engines. Wow, doing a little bit of thinking on the Displacer Kitten. I mean, it is a scary card.
Yeah, I think you just have to counter it. Well, 3 cards in hand.
It's tough because you don't know what Keenan's going to do on their turn, and if it's always such a scary position to be in.
I mean, I think this is probably okay. Looks like Looks like this is.
Keenan doesn't want to see it.
Getting rid of Trophy Mage. Obviously, there are the tutor hate pieces, so it wasn't super close to being live. But obviously, it still doesn't feel good to pitch like a tutor that finds your dedicated win condition.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's a good choice, though. I mean, Keenan isn't running tons of removal in the first place, and getting through 2 is going to be so tough.
Yeah, for sure. I think Wounded Satellite's probably just accepting he's on the spin to win plan.
Yeah, and I mean that's why you played the deck. It's a great
plan. It is a very effective plan. As long as he's been pretty unlucky so far. He got mana off the first one and nothing off the second. So statistically, that means he should be getting a good flip soon, right?
Yeah.
And actually, this is one of those rare times where it actually does mean that, because as you put a bunch of non-strong cards on the bottom of your deck, the rest of them are concentrated in the part you haven't seen yet.
Absolutely. I mean, this is probably the turning point of the game in my eyes. I mean, as long as he gets some value from this Keenan activation, he could just start running away with the game. And it's almost been like that since he's been able to activate Keenan. It's just you're always on your toes against him.
Yeah, that's definitely one of that's very much the playing against this sort of Keenan list experience of just like, All right. Do they have the bomb? Do they have the bomb? Do they have the bomb?
Yeah, and it's so rewarding to play because you know that like no matter what you flip, you should be able to find some sort of play pattern into a really good grindy game state that Keenan loves.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana.
Yeah, wow.
Was that? Do we activate the Mirage Mirror, or we're just moving it?
I don't think so. I think we're just moving it around, making sure we have our mana tapped correctly because
Turned it into another Fabro Elder.
wow, this is a lot of mana. This is
5 mana. Is it? It's being
mana.
turned into a Tivit. It's a Tivit, I bet.
Okay.
2 to activate,
Going
3
to
to pay
attack,
for ward.
and then at least getting 2 treasures. And with Keenan, I mean, treasures are one of the juiciest artifacts you can get.
I mean, you are down mana overall, but I guess maybe the clues are worth it. Is his idea? Oh wait, no, he's not down. He's not down mana because he gets an extra 1 off the Fabro Elder too, because the Tivit is black.
Oh, it's gonna be so crazy.
So it's a Fabro Elder taps for 5 mana.
This is an exciting play. I I can't imagine what he's going to be doing with this right now, other than just playing something awesome.
Yeah. All right.
Oh, he's shaking his hands, doing some math. Here it comes. Oh man.
This you see, activate the Fabro and treasure maybe, and then oh
man, I mean,
5.
cards look so different when it's your turn
Is this
to
just
play
Void
them.
Winnower?
Look at this. Yeah, exactly.
Oh
dude.
my
He just
God.
gets to slam this down and just take out half the cards of the game, man. I mean, this is just an amazing play.
Well, that definitely reduces the risk of getting time sieved.
Absolutely.
I guess you can still find it off Whir of Invention.
But still, I mean, you're almost not even worried. You're just going to be able to just kind of take over and control this game. How much mana does he still have available? He still can turn...
Not a ton. It
He's
looks
got
like it's just
4
the 2
and
treasures.
Yeah, so not as much as we'd hoped, but I'm sure he's got some interaction. I'm not sure how many cards are in hand. But again, another worst case scenario, he can just get another Rhystic Study with the Mirage Mirror and maybe just fill up his hand.
Yeah. A lot of these decks really don't have an answer to this in any meaningful sense.
Yeah, this is just such an exciting creature to play.
Oh, it's getting pacted. Pacted out of Tivit.
Wow.
So I bet Roxor is just absolutely thrilled by this development. Kinnon's not resolving some terrifying stacks piece. The pact is gone. They've drawn a few cards off this Remora, and they have the Harnfell. Yeah. All right, Patrick, don't let us down. Show us what you can do.
Yeah, this might be just kind of giving away the game to Vadric. We got to be super scared here. But Pact of Negation, a perfect answer for Void Winnower. I mean, wow, Fierce Guardianship to protect the Void Winnower. This is going to be a battle. Now, do we have to see if the other players are going to get on it too, or if it's just going to be between Bow and Satellite? Lots of cards being drawn.
So there's 1 mana from Isle of Bacon. There's no mana from Roxora. I think, honestly, anyone who can protect this pact should, especially because it's a pact. So, like, it's not even great for Potato if it resolves, right?
Yeah, it's a win-win situation. You counter their spell, and they have to pay this 5 mana at the beginning of upkeep, which just puts the Tivit player, or makes it that much harder for them to combo off on their turn. And they're drawing cards. The Mystic and the Rhystic Studies are just going crazy.
All right. Well, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down to 5 mana showing, looks like, plus obviously a discount of 3 and an Urabrask. But
wow,
there is a Void Winnower, and I believe the only answers to Void Winnower in this deck are damage based, which is, not ideal. Yeah, there's like, you could Shatter Skull smashing it. You can Electro Dominance it. And that's largely it. So, you could Mishra's Command it, all of which are X-based damage spells. So are a lot of mana to kill a...
Yeah, and you have to decide how many resources are you going to use yourself to remove this Dax piece and unlock the game for the other players. I mean, it's just such a crazy position to be in.
All right, the Mirage Mirror becoming a Mystic Remora.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Just turn it into some sort of card value, and then it's just going to refill Satellite's hand. It's such a great spot for the Keenan player.
I mean, honestly, if I'm Roxora, I definitely consider just not doing anything here.
Absolutely.
Or concede. I think if I think I can flip this Urabrask, I think I do that. Even if that means feeding some cards. And if I can't, then I think I'm just sitting tight.
I mean, it's definitely scary because Keenan is just so replayable right now. And then he's just going to continue to flip. And
well, it does become a lot less replayable if you blow up the Fabro Elder, the Dorks, it definitely slows him down a bunch.
For sure.
Flip the Urabrask, but
and it does get rid of the threat of the Najeela kind of going off on their turn, but I mean, you're almost kind of forcing Satellite to deal with the Najeela player at this point anyway.
Yep. And
wow.
I mean, it does unlock the tutors, which is also a little scary.
Yeah.
Just got a bird from Najeela. Maybe Roxora's plan is to day-night cycle so many times that Vadrik can block the Void Winnower.
I'd be surprised if that's what he's imagining right now, but maybe getting one of those X spells extremely cheap. I could see that.
Yeah. If you can get like a Shatter Skull Smashing or something discounted by like 6 or 7, then you can actually kill the Void Winnower.
Yeah, I mean, these players are playing exceptionally well. This is just such a tightrope of a game. It just could swing at any moment.
So, interestingly, Vadrik does have it can actually go off through the Void Winnower because it does have Reiterate combos. So if you have like a Seething Song plus Reiterate, and then the Urabrask will kill.
That's a great outlet. Getting infinite mana, infinite triggers. Yeah, that's so cool.
Obviously, the Aven Mind Sensor plus Opposition Agent plus Void Winnower combo makes that relatively difficult to assemble, but
relatively difficult. But if he is holding on to it, it's instant speed. So he could just try to throw this on top of a win, and that could just come out of nowhere. These players might not even be thinking about it because I definitely wasn't. Yeah,
it's definitely a fun thing when you if you have like the mana and the discount, someone just casts a tutor and you're like, cool, I'll reiterate that and get the other combo piece and then just go off with your tutor on the stack. Obviously, again, the Aven Mind Sensor plus Op Agent would need to be gone, but we shall see. Looks like Isle of Bacon is considering doing something else, but I'm not exactly sure what.
Yeah, you have to imagine like what kind of game plan is Bacon pivoting into at this point, because he clearly just can't throw out a win condition. And he's getting super stuffed by this Void Winnower, and he's just getting beaten down by this Tivit already. It's a tough spot to be in.
And doesn't even have Otawara to hit it.
Right.
In fact, might be on 0 things to remove it.
Wow, could just be hanging out until it's gone.
It can with enough treasures, a Grim. You can't even cast a Grim Hireling.
We're just showing how powerful this card is. I mean, Keenan big flips. This is one of the best cards
you can Eldritch Evolution into either Grim Hireling. Yeah, into Grim Hireling. There we go. We've solved it. It's fine. Everything's fine.
Yeah.
or a Sakashima to have your own.
Yeah.
One of the two. Or I suppose a Derevi to tap it down and just swing for lethal.
And that might be what you have to do at this point. We have to see where this Tivit is going.
Oh, people in chat are pointing out that 2 Tivits means they both get to vote twice if they want to, I believe.
That is absolutely true.
But I don't think it's mandatory. Yeah, you may vote an additional time. So presumably they're not going to vote an additional time for each other's Tivits.
For each other, yeah. That'd be funny. No, we hope not.
All right. 4 treasures, 5 clues, 7
A lot
mana.
to work with. A lot to work with. 2 cards in hand, I believe. So definitely kind of falling behind on the card engine. I mean, all these other players had Ristic Studies and Fish, but
Well, I
like
was
we're going for a
totally
play.
wrong. There were way more than 5 clues because looks like he just cracked one. Now has 7.
Yeah.
For Sentinel.
Okay. Yeah, this is that card engine we were. I was just talking about. He needs something down to start accruing value into this,
Just
late game.
I mean, you can just crack 3 clues a turn cycle. That'll accrue
It's
some
expensive.
value.
Yeah, I mean, as much as you want to, it's expensive. This Esper Sentinel being 1 mana, kind of just hanging out. Hopefully, we'll put in more work, but I agree. End step.
I don't know how much work I'm expecting it to put in on this board. Like that, there's just so much mana. And
yeah, we don't.
like you might get a card draw off Roxora when Roxora goes for it, but like it's probably not going to be drawing
That's
up
true.
in Satellite or Isle of Bacon.
It's true.
All right, so now the question becomes, where's this Void Winnower going?
Yeah, for sure. And what other creatures are going to come down this turn, if any? Because he hardcast that thing.
He did, yeah.
I'm sure.
I guess he could actually just make 2 of. He could make 2 Void Winnowers and attack for 22.
Man, that'd be crazy.
Force Potato to block. Looks like we're tapping 2 mana.
Yeah. Did we?
Sorry, we're cracking
cracking a
a
fetch.
Misty into
Yeah, an Oppo.
Op Agent and Avid Mind Sensor?
Interesting play. I mean, maybe just because they haven't been used yet this game, he may have forgot about it. It would be interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's going on here. I don't think he saw huh?
Oh, perhaps this is the discard. He did not crack. He discarded a card to get 2 off the top. from the
Oh,
board.
I see.
That makes a lot more sense. He's a much better player. Yeah. Dude, speaking of how good these players are, you guys should absolutely join in the next tournament. If you sign up this weekend, you get $5 off.
Sure. Always good to just get more people in these. I believe today we had somewhere around 90, 95 players. I'm not sure how many people joined and or dropped after the doc was finalized. But yeah, we just always want more people. It's a good time. There's some sweet prizes. So definitely check it out if you're interested.
And if
Looks like we
you're
have-
not super... Sorry, go ahead. Let's see it.
I was just gonna say, it looks like we had 23 pods, so that's at least 92 players.
Yeah, that's awesome. If you could consistently get over 100, it's going to be amazing. And if you're not comfortable in playing in tournaments yet, you should absolutely join the league, where myself and a lot of the other people in Chaos are constantly firing games, trying to get better and better, and really refining our CEDH gameplay so that these tournaments are at the top of the top. I mean, this is exactly what we want to see. A little bit of an exile here from our bottom right-hand player. Kind of scary. I'm not exactly sure what the time limit is on being exiled right now, but he seems to be back quick enough. Can't imagine there's anything too wrong with that.
Yeah.
Consecrated
Spell table
Sphinx.
is not
Oh,
the
no.
most stable of platforms.
This Consecrated Sphinx just coming down. You don't even need to turn your... Oh my goodness. Do we have a response?
So is this being cast? It's always so hard to tell with Kinnan if...
I mean, if this stays, it's going to be crazy with the fish and the Ristic study. I mean, Consecrated Sphinx. Wow, we're discarding tons of cards looking for an answer.
I don't think I like this.
I mean, a Void Winnower and a Consecrated Sphinx. Nobody else's board is better than this at this point. I mean,
no, but I think like your odds of hitting are so low, and I think you actually do have a chance of like doing something on your turn by.
Yeah, I mean, who knows? He might just be going into desperation mode at this point. I mean, it's just such a scary board state, especially if the other players at the table are saying, dude, I am not doing anything about that.
I'm a little surprised we didn't see at least a couple clue cracks. Because those actually do, like, you do want to get those out of the way before the...
Yeah, before your turn, trying to get him...
Well, before the Sphinx comes down, but...
Oh, yeah, absolutely. He might just be holding on to interaction. Hopefully, Bo has something to do here. And... Man, I don't know. Okay, looking for answers. An Electro Dominance. Super exciting card. Super exciting card, especially when it's getting discounted by
cast for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it does kill the Consecrated Sphinx.
Wow, this could be removal and a free spell on top.
I think you kind of just have to. I mean, it's not fun. You're not happy about it, but...
But a great answer nonetheless. Yeah, it looks like he's going to cast.
Can't quite get up to the mana to hit the Void Winnower.
Void Winnower is so unfortunate, but you got to do what you got to do.
We're doing 4. Is this just 4?
Interesting.
Well, it can't be 4. It has to be.
Remember with the discount, and then
no, but like you're just not allowed to cast it for 4. There's a Void Winnower.
True. Yeah, very, very true. Yeah.
So I guess it's 3? That's an odd choice. Just killing the Kinnan?
It's almost too late at this point to kill the Kinnan. As much as you want to remove it, it needed to be removed a long time ago. Whoa. Uh-oh. Oh my goodness. The Reiterate. Oh my goodness.
Oh my... Wait, this wins. Oh, that's so sick. Because
this is so crazy.
The Reiterate buyback is discounted by Vadric, and you cast it for free off the Electro Dominance.
Yeah. Wow, what a loop. Being able to just continuously copy your Electro Dominance, allowing you to continuously just pay for Reiterate for free because of Vadric's discount. This is so crazy, just coming over the top like this. This is fight or flight mode for the rest of the players now. We hope that there's some sort of answer, but what a crazy way
to put it. Come on, Vadric, you got this. I believe in you. Unfortunately, so Isle of Bacon's going to draw, I guess, 6 cards.
Yeah, and then Wounded Satellite, just as many.
It's going to draw this is 12.
This is so crazy to go for the spell combo when you know that there's a Ristic and you know that there's a Consecrated.
Oh wait,
thing.
No, he's not, because the Urabrask will make mana that can be used to pay
for it. Very good.
So he's only going to get one trigger.
Okay. That still might be enough. That's so scary. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. What an amazing win attempt right now. It might just go through. I mean, this is just such a cool spot to be in.
I bet Roxor is a little frustrated that, it would have been great for them if they could have timed this when they wanted to off of the, but unfortunately, you hit the Electro Dominance off the off the Arnfell, and you just kind of have to go for it. But
Yeah.
it looks like it might be getting there. You got a pass from Najila.
Wow.
Presumably, people are yelling at Tivit to crack clues.
At the very least. Here it comes, just cracking some clues. Wow.
Which is kind of it is unfortunate how many cards can be fed here, because like Wounded Satellite is just going to leverage that as much as they possibly can, right? Make everyone feed you as many cards as they can. You draw, twice as many, and then you find the counter spell, and then you just have like 10 cards in hand in this board state.
Yeah. It is super, super scary. I don't know. We don't know how many cards are in Satellite's hand currently, do we? But it's definitely got to be a grip.
Looks like a decent number, like maybe 6 or 7 at least.
Yeah, it's a good chance.
It's certainly not like that's not a 2 or 3 card pile, and he's drawn. I guess he's drawn 4 since the start of this turn, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Flusterstorm. Wow. I mean, this is a great counter spell. It's so non-committal too. 1 mana. He says, "Yeah, go ahead, draw off the fish. I'll draw a bunch of cards." Like,
Yeah.
I have the Consecrated Sphinx. I'm outvaluing you. This is why Kin and Big Flip just shines in this moment.
This is why Trade Secrets is banned.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Oh yeah, he's just letting everyone draw.
Yeah,
yeah.
Of course he is.
Yeah, get 6 cards, cast a spell, draw 6 cards. Feels good. It's like Forced Fruition.
Yeah, it's just the best counterspell that he could have played at this point. I mean, it's so non-committal. It gives you so much value. I mean, wow. How do you even fight through this?
Well, so
Mind Break Trap.
He's got-
That's the only thing I could think. But still,
I mean, his own Flusterstorm might do. So, like, he's got 2 mana, and I believe there are only 3 copies.
oh, you can't use even converted mana cost counterspells now too. So you got. I'm kidding. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, there's only 3 Flusterstorms, so we can pay for at least 2 of them. So, like, a Ritual out of hand might do it, but
It might, but he just drew so many cards off of it anyway. Do you try? Like, do you continue to fight him? Like, do you even challenge?
I mean, I think you have to try. I think you're dead.
Yeah.
If you you're dead when it gets to Kinnan's turn. So I think
I agree.
If you have something, you go for it. Just a ritual, like almost any spell that makes any kind of mana that you can cast here would probably do it.
I really hope he can.
Seething Song.
Let's see him fight back.
Seething Song 1 time.
Because he does have a red floating still from the Urbrask, yeah? Yeah, wow.
And looks like 1 untapped land, so it should...
Yeah.
Snap? Is that... What is that?
Oh, discarding for the horn.
Oh, we're discarding.
Wow. We're getting desperate. Oh, wow.
There's a solve the equation in there. That's...
Oh, it looks like it's okay. He's picking up his cards. I think he's good with it. Wow. With only 1 card in hand, it's hard. It's just so hard to fight through it.
So this solve the equation is interesting. Not exactly sure what he has to find, but this would be a great time for a blasphemous act.
Right. Right.
Oh, wait. Okay. He is... I think he can solve the equation and then flip the Urabrask at the very least, which doesn't clean up the real problem creatures, but it does...
Right.
Like, it means you might not die to Kinnan because, like, it limits their mana and the Kinnan's not in play and all of that. But
that's true. You might not... Like, he's going to recast the Kinnan anyway, and he's got such big attackers. It's so tough. You almost want the other players to kind of draw some of that interaction out of
the other reason. Interesting. Okay, the other reason I think you're supposed to do that is just because I think your win line is to get the Saga's last trigger on Urabrask and cast spells out of everyone's graveyard, and then maybe you can actually set something up because you have your own Path of the Pyromancer to make a ton of mana, and then I guess he doesn't have any cards in hand, so maybe not. You need something to draw, then Path of the Pyromancer, then
And it's just
Gotta
so
be something good in
impossible
other
because
people's graveyards.
there's still a Ristic Study, which is just going to feed Satellite 2 cards every time, and you're already this shy on mana. I mean, it's going to be so tough to fight through it.
Yeah.
So tough. Let's see what Bacon can do. I think we passed the turn here. Yeah.
All right. Slam the Derevi, win the game. Actually, I guess it doesn't even more. There's enough. Well, it's close. Tap down the op agent, swing. I think it does. Yeah, you tap on the op agent, you swing Fabro plus 2 warriors at Potato, and then you untap the Fabro Elder, and then you just keep going. But you have to have it.
Yeah, you have to have it, and you have to hope that nobody has anything else. Like, it is just crazy at this stage. It's so hard to present a win because you know that it's just going to get stuffed, and you don't want to eat up all of Kinnon's interaction just to give it to the Tivit player after. I mean,
I'm not actually sure how the Tivit player is supposed to win here.
I agree. Yeah, the Void winner. I mean, man, just this. It's crazy how powerful Keenan is because you know if he doesn't win next turn for whatever reason, he's getting just as many more baddies on the battlefield that is just going to continue to gruel this game. Wow, this is... Did we see the pass? Wow, we see just the pass.
Yeah, and discarded Gemstone Caverns to hand size.
It's so hard to present a win here, so you're just kind of hanging out until you can sneak a win.
The Vadric list is not on Heat Shimmer, no. And yeah, Twin Flame's gone. So yeah, I think that was some sort of reiterate loop is his main way of winning now, and it's not easy to access. I think flipping that Urabrask might be the only way, because you can't play Breach, you can't play Past in Flames.
Yeah.
Actually, Past in Flames doesn't even work because it still gets exiled, but...
Yeah, true. I mean, it's just so tough to fight through this Kinnon lock. And I'm excited to see what Tivit can do, if anything.
Well, okay, maybe what's going to happen is Wounded Satellite is going to overload a Cyclonic Rift, and then Ruxor is going to copy it with either Dualcast or Major Display of Power. There we go. That would get them out of this problem.
We see the combat. Headed towards Satellite.
Yeah, I mean you gotta get the damage where you can. It's still
start putting pressure on him.
I believe Wounded Satellite's taken 1 hit, so this is the second. Takes 4 to kill, plus there's a Consecrated Sphinx, so 3 more swings probably to finish this off. But which I think is optimistic. But you know, you certainly take what you can get.
Yeah, and you know you're not going to outvalue the Keenan player, so you have to put him on some sort of clock, even if it's just doomed.
Yep. Honestly, at this point, the hope might be that you just try and play for a draw, right? I think there's only about 15 or so minutes left in the round. So if Wounded Satellite can't kill on this coming turn, then, you know, Ruxora finds some stuff to do, tries...
I hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying.
It's not a great line, but it's certainly possible that
zero. Play to
it's
win.
certainly possible that that Wounded Satellite doesn't get 2 turns in the next 15
I agree.
minutes. Wait,
I don't think I don't think you let him get that second turn.
Did you just cast a Mana Crypt? That's super. No, it was already in play. I'm silly.
Yeah. It was
just the way he moved it looked like he was casting it. I'm like, you're super not allowed to do. Okay, well.
Counting cards in hand, a ridiculous pile right here. If he can't present the win, I'd be so surprised. Yeah, Consecrated Sphinx just putting in work. Looking to crack some clues, just feeding the Sphinx even more. At this point, are you even looking for answers, or are you digging your grave deeper?
Who knows? Maybe what you're trying to do is you're just trying to. Oh, okay. That's a card.
It is a card. We saw the Displacer Kitten get countered, so we know it's just chilling in the graveyard.
Well, so if this resolves, you can just bounce the Void Winnower and then either play Time
Try to
Save
win through it.
Oracle Consult or something.
Could be.
So this is a pretty scary moment.
Yeah, does it get through? Does this
Dark Sanctuary,
resolve?
The crypt was already in play. It
was.
It looked to me like he was casting it too, but no, he's had that crypt in play for a long time. What's going on? Huh? We're just showing it to Teferi? Just showing it off? Look at this card. It's so pretty.
CMC. Hey, what's the CMC?
3?
Okay. 3? Wait, why didn't he go for it then? I don't
know. I don't know what's happening.
Oh, he's pondering first?
I guess.
What?
That's a choice. Yes, I was going to cast this Teferi, but I think what would be better is if my opponent
drew more cards.
6 cards first.
Yeah,
I don't really understand this line. I think you just...
I don't know the... Yeah.
Maybe there was some sort of negotiation or politics, because it sure looked like he was casting it and then took it back. So I don't know what... I don't know exactly what happened there.
It definitely touched the battlefield and he picked it back up. So, I mean, I don't think we care too much at this point because, he's just digging the grave deeper. For every card that they draw, he's drawing 2, man. And it's just too much. And obviously Keenan has enough mana to do whatever he wants.
Actually, I can't believe I'm about to say this. He actually doesn't have that much mana.
I hear you, but think about the cards in his hand. All of that fast mana is coming down on his
for
turn.
Sure. They're super dead, but just like as ridiculous mana board states go, this is like 14 or 15 mana, which is a lot of mana, but it's actually not like the, I have like 1,000,000 elves and a cradle and a priest of Titania, or even like Kinnan is capable of getting much higher than this with things like Nyx Bloom Ancient or whatever.
For sure. And you know that it's probably just sitting in his hand at this point. That's the thing. It just does not matter.
And this time there's no damping sphere to worry about.
Right.
Which happened the last time I was commentating, where a Nyx Bloom Ancient came down and actually made the lands make less mana, not more, because damping sphere overwrites lands tapping for more than 1 mana.
Wow. Yeah, that's a crazy good play.
All right.
Okay, now we see the Teferi.
For real this time. Yeah, I don't really understand what.
So we see a couple draw triggers again.
Me too.
Yeah, look at him. Look at him just draw all of those cards. Boom, boom, boom. I mean, just filling it up. I mean, what? 3 players can't stop this Keenan at this point. I mean, this was arch enemy a while ago now.
Samurai Dance was suggesting bounce and windfall. I think Tivit has the win here. Probably some way to get time save.
Yeah, and you just try to fight through it. I agree, because Keenan's not getting another turn, and as unfortunate it is, and I don't know how much time there is, it would be ridiculous if Keenan didn't get another turn after this, because taking spells back like this, you have to be careful with the time, even though we're talking about playing for a draw.
Yeah, I mean, so technically the round I think was supposed to start at 12:40. Probably there's a couple minutes of delay, whatever. So it should be ending at around 1:10. We've got about 10 minutes. All right,
Mana drain, slamming down.
Sentinel trigger. Oh my god.
Yeah,
and another one.
Some more.
Yeah, well, I mean, why not?
Gimme. All right, let's see him fight through it. Let's see if we can make it happen. continuing to draw.
Yeah, so, okay,
Continuing to
11
draw.
minutes in the round. Okay, so yeah, we
Yeah, plenty of time. I
so
think, at this point.
Kinnon's getting one turn, not getting two turns,
Yeah.
but I think at this point it doesn't matter. There's so many cards and enough mana that
Continuing
when Kinnon untaps,
to draw.
the table dies.
This is definitely one of the biggest hands I've seen in a long time. If you guys are out there looking for a CEDH deck to play, I mean, look at how fun this Kinnon
Also,
board is.
hilariously, I think
Computer.
I think Wounded Satellite could have actually allowed the Teferi to resolve, and then when it goes to bounce the Void Winnower, just make your Mirage Mirror a copy of it in response.
Yeah, definitely.
And then you get to untap, and then only Potato can interact on your turn.
Yeah. That could definitely be a good line. I think this Vamp Tutor is kind of crazy because, again, look at him just draw. I mean, he's just drew so many cards again.
I'd
can go
like to
find
cast a
your card.
spell. Cool, I'll draw 4 cards.
Yeah, like it's gonna get played. I mean, I love to see him try and look for the out.
Well, so, okay. The thing is that there are a decent number of counterspells that actually don't hit the Teferi here. So if the Vamp Tutor finds a Flusterstorm, then potentially that could force the Teferi through. And then he does have 5 mana with these treasures. So that is... I'm not saying it's happening, but there is actually like a world where this Teferi does land. And I think Kinnon now
That's
has
true.
no mana left.
Yeah, he is on Mindbreak Trap, and we saw a Force of Will already get played by Wounded Satellite this game. So, and a Fierce Guardianship. So the amount of free interaction we have is
we just
definitely starting to dwindle.
Okay, there was mana that I didn't see that he used to copy. I believe he turned the Mirage Mirror into a copy of Opposition Agent.
Wow.
Toxic Deluge in hand.
Wow, what a great
What?
play!
So,
Making
I mean,
sure
he has successfully tapped Wounded Satellite out, so he does have a chance at resolving.
you
this,
almost
though
don't even care. Yeah, you just don't care almost.
Though I guess presumably Wounded Satellite here just takes another piece of interaction.
Yeah,
So it's
why
like,
not?
hey, I want your Fierce Guardianship now, or something.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Man, you cannot outgrind Keenan. I mean, this is just a deck that once you get to this point in the game,
Can Mirage Mirror become walkers? It cannot.
creature, land, artifact,
No, it can become enchantments.
enchantments as well. How awesome! Super, super awesome. I see the Teferi in the yard. It made it through. We see that Fierce showing. And we go to untap. Man, this is the beginning of the end.
Upkeep silence.
It
We're
could
trying so hard.
Could be. But it could be.
No, I don't think it's just.
Wow. I mean, who knows if it resolves?
I mean,
This is the thing.
there's gotta be interaction. Look at that grip.
For real. I mean, it's a great play. Holding on to the silence for the turn, but
I think.
I mean,
if
we
it
have the
resolves, this game
Fierce.
is a draw.
We have the Fierce already. That's the thing. We have the Fierce exiled from the Oppo, right? So we
Yes.
at least have even shown interaction. Not to mention the 20, 30 cards in his hand. I mean, we love the effort, and we love that we're playing
Respect
for outs
the
and playing
hustle,
for win.
but-
Absolutely. And you make him work for it too, because there's always a scenario he messes up, and you need to make sure that you play for it. The more interactions you put on this board state, the harder it is.
I can't believe Ruxor is actually drawing off these Remora triggers. I think you certainly are not supposed to. You're just supposed to.
For sure. I mean, And maybe that's the thing. He's already thinking, man, he's already got every card that he needs. I don't care. I'm going to play greedy. I'll grab some cards. But yeah, no, it definitely...
Let's,
Wow. That's a quick 6 to the hand. Was that or 4? Yeah, man, that was a ton.
I think it was a total of 6. 2 Remora draws, 2 Sentinel draws.
Yeah.
Oh, no, it might have been 8 because of the...
Could have been 8. Dude, he's drawing
Wait,
many...
sorry, no. It could have been 10. It would be 8, right? 2 Remora draws, 2 Sentinel draws, and then potentially a Ristic draw.
Yeah.
Consecrated Sphinx is a May. Yeah, you cannot be decked with... You cannot deck people with Consecrated Sphinx.
Looks like we're looking to use the Fierce. I think I see Bo holding on to it. Kind of showing it off.
I think it was used, and now we've got a Flusterstorm.
Oh, Flusterstorm. Yeah.
I'm a little surprised there wasn't some negotiation. Maybe Isle of Bacon just found the Flusterstorm, but if he had it, then I feel like you 100%... you tell Bodedo and say, hey, if you deluge this board, I'll back you up with the Flusterstorm.
Perhaps. I mean, at this point, how much negotiating is there? I mean, it's just arch enemy. It's 3v1. There's
right, but like, sorry, I guess it's not so much a negotiation as it is informing Bodedo that you can defend the
Roxora.
Is that a frantic search?
Might be utilizing the horn yet again, looking for answers.
Frantic search is pretty good here, because you can also give other people mana.
Wow. Looks like we're continuing to flip. Wow.
Oh, wait, man. Is that Price of Power? Or whatever it's called. I think that's what it's called, right? So that could copy the silence. Sorry, Display of Power. Yeah, it's Display of Power.
We're continuing to flip, looking for more answers.
So that's a sudden breakthrough that cannot be cast. I thought that was a frantic search. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it is a frantic search.
Yeah, we're going to use it. Man, it's just so tough because every spell you cast is just drawing so many cards. As much as you want to fight it off. But he has used a lot of interaction this game already. He could be looking low. And maybe he just burns through enough mana that he can't present a win, but I don't know. That world
presumably
is so hard to see.
Presumably there's just a ton of mana in hand, right?
I agree. Oh, crop rotation. Crazy.
Is this for Treasure Vault? Or Cradle? One of the two?
I think the Treasure Vault probably gives you a little bit more mana in this scenario.
I think Treasure Vault's only better if you have something like a Nyx Bloom.
Or even if, do you think he's just holding on to the Basalt Monolith in his hand, just making sure that he has some sort of backup with the Mirage Mirror if he doesn't have the mana to activate Mirage Mirror in whatever world?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what the plan is.
Oh, is that an emergence zone? Oh, wow. He's going to be just winning over the top, playing at instant speed. Wow, dude. Look at this pilot go. I mean, he is soaring through this game. Is that what we got?
Wait. How did he... There's a Mind Sensor and an Op Agent.
Oh, no. You're absolutely right. Oh, no.
Wait, did he... It doesn't look like it's in... Whatever he found is in play, right?
No, I think he showed it, shuffled back up, and then maybe they caught the trigger. Or I don't know.
Yeah, probably they figured out that
I think they caught it.
Resolving. Which is kind of unfortunate because a lot of the deck was. This is very awkward.
Yeah.
This is showing off all the interaction. All right.
Yeah,
noted.
for sure.
Noted. What is happening?
This might just be enough to make him scoop. I mean, obviously, it's a super tough scenario to fix this misplay, and then but I mean, showing the hand, he's just saying like, "Hey, I'm gonna win." Like, there's enough interaction here, and look at him. He's showing him. He's like, "Come on, I showed you my interaction. What's gonna happen? If we can play through it, if you want, we'll sit here for another 20 minutes." Oh man.
Yeah, this is the. Oh, wait, was that all his hand that he's showing?
Yes, that was his entire hand.
Oh my god. Okay.
That was his entire hand.
All right, so we're looking at the top four. Potato gets to take a land. Who cares?
A little bit more of a bumpy flight than we would have hoped for, but still, I think he just has enough to make it work. And I mean, he can steal a land.
Yeah, those are both actually pretty good hits for Tivit, but
yeah. Wow.
Okay, so
we need to see him
what?
fight through this. Yeah, we need to see him fight through this. And I mean, we saw the interaction. We just need to see how he uses it. I was sure that there was a pact and a mind break trap in that pile of interaction. So it's free. It's
well, the
amazing.
mind break trap is not currently free.
One, two. Well, he cast the crop rotation, the silence.
It doesn't matter. It's only opponents. Wait,
True.
sorry.
Nope, you're right. We're at 2. No, because he even used his spears. That's right. We're at 1.
No. Isle of Bacon cast Silence and Flusterstorm.
Very cool.
I think Roxora, when this Frantic Surge resolves, if it does, is going to cast another spell, but that will also only be 2.
Yeah.
So
I'm so curious.
I think you just packed I actually think you just packed this Frantic Surge or counter it somehow.
Well, that's the thing. You're not getting an next turn anyway.
Well, also just like I think it represents more than one counter spell coming out of Roxora. Like with the mana, it's much more likely that it's 2 pieces than 1.
Right. Yeah.
I think there needed to be some sort of negotiation on
that toxic.
On getting that toxic deluge to resolve. But
all right, some counter spells.
Okay, this is actually huge because it also means that he'll get 2 Uroboros triggers, which is enough to play the Display of Power. So if Wounded Satellite is not careful about how all of this gets sequenced, then potentially it could copy the Silence at the last minute.
Yeah, what a great play that would be.
Yeah, to those watching who are unsure, on Wounded Satellite's board, in the top right, that pile of about 20 cards is his hand, and that pile of about 40 cards on the bottom right top right is the deck with about 20
Correct.
cards. Bottom right is the hand with about 40.
Yeah, I mean, Consecrated Sphinx just showing how powerful it is. I mean,
well, when there's Rhystic, Esper Sentinel, Mystic Remora, Consecrated Sphinx, yeah. No, Samurai, I don't think they're going to draw. I think Wounded Satellite is going to be able to pull this one out.
Yeah, and I'd like to see him work his way through it because this is not easy. I mean, it's just not.
Well, I mean, I guess
see how much
depends.
Brain power it takes.
He's getting there unless there's like a bunch more stuff that we're just not seeing. Like if Isle of Bacon's holding on to like some blasts and whatever, then
and that's what you have to do as the player. Yeah,
certainly Wounded Satellite has shown enough interaction to beat what the rest of the table has.
Yeah, and it's definitely doable. I agree that it's completely doable. It's just making sure you don't overstep, use an interaction too early, counter the wrong spell at the wrong time, and you're just done for. I mean, yeah, this is. You can tell that they're all definitely playing their hearts out, really making sure that they look for every possible chance to get back into the game and stop him.
You can almost hear the smoke coming out of the ears as everyone's like, okay, what's the absolute best way to force as much stuff?
Yeah. And again, that's why you keep presenting these options, because there is a possibility that Satellite messes up and he doesn't get the W.
Void Winnower is on the table along with the Consecrated Sphinx. The Void Winnower has been on the table for, I think, 3 turns. The Consecrated Sphinx, I believe this is like the 3rd turn. It was played not last turn, but the turn before.
Getting tons of value from these giant creatures, locking them out, stealing card. I mean, it was just an amazing.
The Fierce was targeting Silence. It was cast by Wounded Satellite because he found it off Opposition Agent, which he uses Mirage Mirror to copy Bedato's Opposition Agent to take his Vamp Tutor to find his Fierce Guardianship, which he then used to attempt to counter the Silence. Force can be cast under Void Winnower because it stops even spells, and both of those forces are odd. I think that's all the questions.
Offer. Wow, we see an offer you can't refuse. Another trigger. Gonna draw some more cards.
Obviously in this case, I think it's going to be fine. He does still have a giant pile full of interaction in his hand, but this is why I really don't like Offer in a lot of decks, because like there's a lot of cards that, like, if there wasn't the Void Winnower, then like this Offer would actually be giving Ruxor a ton of flexibility here. Obviously it might be fine just with the lack of options, but
yeah, I mean, for sure, it's definitely scary giving your opponents treasures, but I mean, the premium of a 1-mana counterspell is just yummy.
I will say they've done a pretty admirable job draining the mana. There's still a Favor Elder, there's still a Felwar Stone, and obviously there's probably a lot of fast mana in hand at this point, but
all of it. Oh, the Demonic Consultation. Wow.
I don't know what this actually finds. I guess you can just find like a misstep or something. Oh my god. This is actual forced fruition. Just every time someone casts a spell, Wounded Satellite draws 4 more cards.
This is ridiculous.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. Lots of triggers all over the place, making sure that you're absolutely playing properly. You can't miss anything here. Keeping track of the stack is a great way to make sure that you don't accidentally mess up. A lot of table talk going on here. This is where they're starting to work together, and I agree with your your idea of that they should have done this a turn earlier for the Toxic Deluge. It's a little too late.
Yeah.
All right, we see the pass on Consult. Wow, looking for force.
Okay,
not in the top 6.
So that's good enough, right? Because it doesn't matter if you exile the whole deck or all your win cons, you're not getting another turn. So
yeah, he's gonna find it.
Right,
found it.
Finding MBT here is not a good idea because Void Winnower means it can't be cast.
Yeah, that's another thing. You just have to be so cognizant of the cards you're thinking about right now. It's so easy to just mess up when the Void Winnower is out. We already saw the mess up on the Opposition Agent. I mean, it's just so, there's so many things on this board.
Okay, now I am half hoping that someone's gonna like pull out, Wounded Satellite's actually gonna draw down, and then someone's gonna pull out some actually forced draw, like Let me just hit you with the Cephalid Coliseum.
How scary would that be? And he's definitely getting low and getting that much closer. I think he will have the presence of mind to realize, hey, I'm going to stay this far back from the bottom of my library. We see the pact dropped.
Okay. So we're down to... We know about at least an MBT. I think there was more, but I didn't... Okay, he's actually through pretty much his entire deck. So,
yeah.
Can this pod collectively beat every interactive spell in this Kinnan deck?
Right. And it's crazy because...
Surely the answer is no, right?
That small pile to the left right there is also his hand. That's just the interaction pieces. We saw his hand. He still has multiple counters and hasn't redistributed his new drawn cards that have not been revealed. So... I mean, I'm sure he's got everything he needs.
I actually don't think there can be that many in the cards he's drawn because, like, we've seen Offer, I think we saw his Fierce earlier.
I believe we did. We saw Force as well.
Seen Fluster. I think we've seen one of the Forces. He could have the other one though. That is a lot of mana.
Yeah, and we've seen
Mana Drain. Well. We know the Mindbreak Trap's in hand. We've seen Pact. We've seen Swan Song. So it's basically the only one that I don't think we know exactly where it is Mental Misstep. Like, there's actually just not that much left to draw in terms of counter spells.
That's true.
Okay, we're paying retail for a Force of some kind here? See him looking at a bunch of mana. Okay, there's the Mental Misstep. That is, wow. I believe that's all the interaction accounted for, assuming the last two cards in hand are or the last two cards in the interaction pile are Mindbreak Trap and the one Force that we haven't seen. Yeah, I think another reason to just cast the Toxic Deluge, even if it wasn't getting defended, was that it would have burned a piece of interaction, right?
Yeah.
Like even if it just gets fierced and Isle of Bacon doesn't defend it, that's a fierce that they didn't have to face on this turn.
Yeah, and it was how many cards ago in Satellite's hand? Like 20 cards ago? You know what I mean? Like, he's drawn 20 cards since then. And so that's how that many more answers. Yeah, Wow.
All right, we got a Swan Song. Oh my god. Okay, so that's Swan Song. Sorry, that looks like the it looks like the Display of Power. Okay, the Display of Power is on the stack already. Okay, I thought it was still in the could cast pile.
The Pact of Negation is on that one. Yeah.
Oh my god, this stack.
Shout out to Bacon for making sure that it is clearly displayed, because this is when Magic is its absolute muddiest.
I respect the hustle, but I think you need a larger place to write.
He's gonna need a couple more of those cards, huh? Yeah.
Well, no, but if you want to draw the arrows, you need it all on one thing.
Tons of triggers happening right now. Hard cast, Force of Negation.
All right. I think it's just the Mindbreak Trap that's unaccounted for. I could be misremembering. Maybe we only saw one of Fierce or the other Force. Down to three cards
in library.
And I believe this is in upkeep. So actually two cards after the draw step. So a Cephalid Coliseum would do it here if someone had it. All right, we're pitching some more cards to this Harnfell.
We have a response, though.
Response to the pitch? Are we just destroying the Harnfell?
That's what Wounded Satellites. He said, I have a response. He is on Force of Vigor.
Oh, is he endurancing back his own counter spells?
Endurance.
Oh my god.
Wow. He said, try again, man. I'm putting. Oh, response. Oh my goodness. Now you have to protect this.
Well, so do you? Because like everyone could just stop drawing and then he wouldn't draw.
They could.
This is too funny.
Endurance on the stack, threatening to put all of these counter spells back into his library and draw some more. Wow. Okay, here's the response.
Stroke of Genius? No. That's too good.
Goodness.
Oh my god. So we know there's still the Mind Break Trap though, right?
Correct.
But this is lethal if this resolves.
I can't believe this.
He could also have more of those. There's a lot of those effects that are playable in that deck.
And he's drawn a lot of cards.
He's drawn a lot of cards.
Definitely a possibility that he has additional copy of this. That's crazy. He's just gonna draw them out. Wow, Void Winnower.
And so I guess X is probably 4. The Vadric discounts it enough.
Got a little bit of a take backseat again. Man, this Keenan fighting through 2 takes backsies. That's okay though. It's hard to keep track of all this stuff.
Sorry, what's the...
Especially on Pill Table.
Did they just need to adjust the X value or what?
Yeah, they did. They needed to adjust the X value. He said it was good, and then he said, well, you can't now because of Void Winnower. And he said, oh, I got to take it back. So it's interesting.
Okay, you just have to pick...
Wow, the Otawara dropping.
On what? What are we Otawaring?
I'm not sure yet, but in response, we see another horn activation.
Maybe it's just the horn? I kind of thought when he said he was responding, I kind of thought it was going to Besage you the horn.
I actually think he's targeting his endurance with the Otawara.
But it's on the stack.
Oh, yeah, that's true. It is on the stack.
I mean, unless they let it resolve. Surely they didn't let it resolve.
I don't think... No, because there's
no reason to let it resolve. Wait, Chaos, wasn't time in rounds like 15 minutes ago?
Yeah, this is an absolute slobber knocker of a game. I mean, this is as grindy as it gets.
Oh, I didn't actually know that they had a time extension.
I mean, this is the last turn. This has got to be. I mean,
apparently only just because apparently they had a time extension.
Yeah, we slowed him down for the stream. We absolutely have to give him an extension.
Wait, that's a Drown in Dreams. That's another one. Does he have blue left? It looks like there might be an untapped land under the lower pile of lands. It looks like there's 2 tapped, 1 untapped.
Yeah, underneath those.
If that's blue,
spells.
that's underneath the Stroke of Genius. If that's blue, that does kill.
Oh,
or Mystical Tutoring. Okay, so this just lets Potato find
whatever he needs to get rid of with the horn. Yeah, this is crazy.
Why are we Mystical Tutoring? Why aren't we just drowning? That is a Drown in Dreams, right? Am I crazy? I'm so confused what's happening. I think, like, I just don't know what the Otawara is doing.
Oh, no, it's discarding the mist. He might not have the blue. That's why he's discarding to activate the horn more. He might not have the blue.
No, but he discarded the Mystical.
Yeah, he discarded the tutor.
It really does look like there's an untapped land under there.
Jessica's.
Maybe it's tapped. It's just positioned a little strangely. Oh, that's so unfortunate if he's out of blue mana.
Oh, Past in Flames even. Wow, that's such a sad thing to flip at this point.
Well, I mean, it's not even castable. Okay, he's definitely out of blue because that's a Flusterstorm he just discarded.
Yeah, how unfortunate. No blue mana.
So what is this Otawara targeting, though? I guess it just has to be maybe they just let the Endurance resolve? I keep seeing Potato moving this Fierce Guardianship around and thinking that he's doing something. But it's just every time. It's
Wow. All of the players brainstorming, figuring out any possible solution to get through this. The combined power of these three players versus Wounded Satellite.
Yeah, it's important to stay hydrated. Good call, Roxora. Yeah, chaos reigns. I know they didn't vote earlier, but clearly the result was that chaos ensued. Okay, apparently the Odawara is targeting the Endurance, so I guess the Endurance was allowed to resolve.
Huge. I mean, what a great play. I was almost positive it was, but to think that it did get into that resolved state is just wild.
I don't know why Potato's not cracking clues here. So this is certainly the time to do it before there's a bunch of counter spells back in...
I'm sure he's just waiting for priority to get to him, because it seems like they're each kind of going through their answers. And, you know, that might just be the best way to do it. Just go through priority and let them draw as many cards as they can and continue the cycle. Wow. Swords to Plowshare on the Endurance. This is crazy.
Okay,
Mindbreak trap on everything. On everything but his. This is huge.
All right, we did know about that. Is that the last piece of interaction? I see. There's something in the hand, but I don't. Sorry, is that the last counter spell?
No, I don't think so. That bottom left, he put all of his counter spells when he revealed his hand. That bottom left pile are his.
I feel like we've seen all the counter spells.
Bottom left were the counter spells he showed. Bottom right were his. Was the rest of his hand, and then top right.
Okay, I guess we're just misremembering. It's got to be one of the Fierce of the Force of Will, because I'm confident we've seen every other counter spell.
Yeah. Right. Or I'm maybe wondering, he stuck an extra card in there. He's mind gaming us right now. He slipped another card into that pile to make us think that there was another counterspell still in his hand. Level. This could be such an amazing play.
Well, just like I'm thinking, it could be something like there's like a March of Swirling Mist, right?
It could be like
that. He could have just had that. Like, here's my interaction pile or whatever.
That's true. That's true.
All right. Well,
clues.
What is that? What is that?
Searing Touch? Is that what he said? With buyback?
Oh my god! No way! This is a win. I guess unless I Love Bacon finds the interaction. So okay. Because this is, he makes a red off the Urabrask.
Right.
And
the buyback is discounted.
The buyback is discounted by Vadrik. So this is a win other than the Ristic Study, which means... Oh, wait, no, because Wounded Satellite can just remove the Vadrik.
I would think so, but we lost Odawara already. How much mana do we have?
There's a March and a Cycraved?
Yeah. Yeah.
It is a little unclear how much mana there... Is there no mana?
No,
it looks like he might have spent the last of his mana on the Odawara on the Endurance. Maybe that face down card is mana. It could also be a bird. So obviously Isle of Bacon gets a draw every time he casts this. So I think the deal you make is, hey, let me kill Wounded Satellite and then
disrupt the combo after.
And then disrupt the combo after so we get a draw rather than a loss. Oh my god. Vadric, my
Wow.
love. Yes.
Oh, throwing a win on top of the stack at the beginning of Satellite's upkeep through all of this interaction. We've been sitting here for minutes now, really just trying to get into Wounded Satellite's turn, and no one is allowing that. It started with a silence. It's ending with a searing touch.
Started out with a kiss. How did it end up like this?
For real, man. How can we have this happen?
So Isle of Bacon gets 19 draws to find a counterspell for this. Like, if he doesn't find a counterspell in 19 draws, then Roxora wins. If he does, then it's a draw. Unless there's more interaction from Wounded Satellite that we don't know about. I'll do it again.
Wow.
I guess actually probably the correct play is you start damaging Isle of Bacon. Like, you go to kill him, and then if he draws the interaction, he shows it to you, and you go, okay, I'll stop killing you, and I'll kill Wounded Satellite.
Yeah, at that point, does he listen to you anymore?
Well, just like you,
so if you just hit him
you
for
just
that
say
much,
like
I
you just
agree.
say like, hey, you get 12 draws to, like, basically you say, look, here's, rather than 19 draws, I'll give you 12 draws to find the interaction. And if you find the interaction, it's a draw, and if you don't, I win.
Yeah.
But I guess he's going the honorable route, giving him all 19 draws.
Oh, how crazy is that? Wounded Satellite going down to the wonkiest combo we've seen today.
I don't like that. Oh no, I guess, he gets a draw. That's fair. Actually, I think this was a mistake by Roxora. I think you're probably supposed to just kill him with the Urabrask triggers.
Oh, and then go for the win?
Well, no, just like, because if you point the, like, so what happened here is Wounded Satellite drew off the Consecrated Sphinx, and lost, and then the Searing Touch fizzled, so this game is a draw.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. I think that's kind of a crazy outcome because you were hoping for just the win over the top for sure. I don't know. Interesting play for sure. If you want the draw.
So what I'm saying, like, Roxora could have avoided this by pointing the
at the other players,
the touch at other players.
Yeah, absolutely. And because it was in time and it was the last turn. Yeah, that's kind of a little bit of a throw, interesting, but I think he knows that already.
Yep.
I think he felt that one. Good games, man. What a crazy
game.
outcome.
That was an absolutely crazy game.
Yeah, I can't believe it.
And we're way over time, so I think we're gonna go to break relatively quickly. Are you still here when we come back? I know I'm.
Yeah, I'm hanging out.
All right. Well, it was a pleasure casting with you. Stick around. We should be back relatively soon. I'm imagining everyone's more or less ready to go for the next round because we're well over time. Yeah. So yeah, have a good one, everyone.
Well, see you later, man.
is the future. Human error. Evolution. This is the future. Evolution.
Been trying to move on, been black and blue, trying to turn the old into something new. You found somebody, I found someone too. She got everything I need, yeah, but she's not you. I locked my love into the ground, hope it never could be found. Body slowly shutting down. Stuff inside, but it's not real. They say I'm fine, but I feel sincere. Nothing human left. auto-tune. Left who I was back there with you. Maybe I died and I kept moving in the body made from plastic and glue. Lock my love into the ground, hope it never could be found. Body slowly shutting down, and now I am still alive.
Well, that's because we're getting it through Chikobi sharing.
The Transformers will return after these messages. Welcome to Blockbuster Video. Blockbuster Video.
Take it 5, 6.
That grizzly bears are dangerous.
Try and stop me, Tractor. Bert Outlaw.
Vehicles each sold separately with 2 figures. Batteries not included. Atari Games has brought you a constant stream of steady hits. Video games which have had the excitement and depth to keep players coming back again and again.
I think it's time to blow this scene, get everybody in the stuff together.
Hello and welcome back to the chaos. I am Fed, and with me here returning from last game is Gavin, which that last game was something.
Yeah, I love that last game. I'm just hoping that we can get something just as exciting as the last one for this game. We have some crazy explosive decks coming up in the form of Rogsai, Atraxa, and Rocco. I mean, it's just going to be a great game. Great colors, great players. This is exactly what you want to see from this kind of tournament.
I mean, it's going to be hard to measure up to that last game, going to time and having like 4 win attempts on the stack at once.
4 win attempts, started with a silence, ended with a draw. I mean, it was crazy. The stack was 20 plus spells deep, and they were continuously drawing through. I mean, it's so sad to see such a dominant position kind of get pushed out of the win because they needed to like arch enemy 3v1 him, but they all played it so phenomenally, and I'm happy for all of them that they really got to showcase their piloting skills.
It was really well done. And honestly, if you didn't catch it live, if you want to go back and watch the VOD, I'd encourage it. And hey, the video may even make it up onto YouTube. Although it was a long one, so we'll see about that.
Yeah, it could be. And I think it, again, if you are even thinking about building any of those decks, that is definitely one to watch to kind of just enjoy the piloting of and see like, man, that is the style I want to play. I want to play these awesome creatures, or I just want to win on top of the stack at instant speed whenever I want. I mean, it was so cool.
It certainly was. A whole lot of top players. And speaking of top players, we're going into a pod that also has plenty of top players in it. You've got Cricket on Rocco. As already mentioned, we got Rocco, we've got Atraxa being brought by NATO, Corey Millhouse on the Rogsai, and the most, I'll say, abnormal deck, the least common list here, is Kodama Sakashima being brought by Out of Whack.
Yeah, and I think that's super cool because these other three decks have like a very straightforward game plan, and Kodama Sakashima is just really kind of a wacky when you're just throwing permanents into play, getting free stuff, balancing stuff, so you can kind of just build a board state you probably shouldn't have been able to, but because you're not being looked at as closely as the other players, you just get away with it. It's so fun.
As you're mentioning, it's a deck that can really sneak its value out and go from like, oh, I'm just chilling here doing casual blue-green things, no big deal. And then suddenly you've got a board with like 20 permanents on it.
Absolutely. Now, a little unfortunate, Rogsai going down to 5 cards. I mean, we know that this is arguably, or maybe not even that well argued, the fastest deck in CEDH right now. I mean, Rogsai is just a tear of a deck. Grixis colors, the perfect shell.
We are seeing the game start out here with Cricket cracking a fetch land, playing a Soul Ring.
Yeah, great start
there.
Yeah.
I mean, Rocco, a deck that can really utilize that early mana in a way that a lot of other decks don't have that same consistency for.
Yeah. And definitely just having a tutor in the command zone, anything that you want to get extra out of this is at your disposal. You know, you can just go get that 2-drop or that 3-drop as long as you have that few extra colorless hanging around. It's awesome.
Speaking of early mana, we've got City of Critters, Felwar Stone, and then a Mox coming out here for Atraxa.
Yeah, another just kind of electric start to get this 7-drop commander out as soon as possible.
Yeah. Interesting to see how this differs from, say, Chris's list, as Chris is not on Felwar Stone or that City of Traders.
Really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
I mean, for my personal list for Atraxa, I do run both of those cards because I think the fast mana they provide for you is worth that slight dip in consistency. But talking about consistency, talking about mana dorks, out of whack, coming down here with a rock and a birds.
Yeah, I mean, just this mana acceleration from all these players right now is awesome. And continuing the trend, Rogsai getting a great mana rock of their own. I mean, it just goes to show how explosive these decks are.
I mean, if I'm seeing that mana vault, my immediate thought is, are we going to see that turn to Ad Naz?
And we're at end step now.
We're seeing something at end step.
And we see the Worldly Tutor.
Okay. Worldly Tutor in Atraxa is not as much of a world breaker as it is in like heavy dockside decks. But it's still certainly not a bad card.
Yeah, and it's interesting because you have to kind of think about what they're going to get. Like, it just gets you so much value if you grab a Ranger Captain, which grabs you, another 1-drop in the form of an Esper Sentinel. And then you just have your card advantage, your silence, all of these things just kind of given to you from one card.
When I was saying how they're not on a ton of dorks, they've got all the strong ones, the Birds, the Deathrite Shaman, the Noble Hierarch, and the Halfling, with being a powerhouse card in Atraxa. But they are, interestingly enough, running Grand Arbiter Augustin IV.
Wow, that's a crazy piece to put in there. I can't imagine like what he wanted to take out to put that in, because that is just such a crazy stacks piece. And I guess just slowing the game down to make sure you get your 7-drop commander out that much more consistently is amazing.
We see
the...
Sorry, go.
Please go ahead. No, please.
Well, not only does it slow the rest of the table down, it speeds you up by a decent margin, giving that cost reduction on your Atraxa.
For sure. We see the Lotho grab, completely different. Another one of those cards like the Halfling that came out in this Lord of the Rings set that just gives you value. You lose a life, you make a treasure every second spell. I mean, this is just awesome.
Lotho
ramp.
Yeah, that ramp, that consistent ramp that you can trigger yourself, that a lot of people weren't talking about before the set released, and then after the set came out, people were like, oh, wait a second, this card's actually just nuts.
Yeah, it's amazing. Arguably on the same tier as Orcish Bowmasters, if you can figure out ways to deal with it. I absolutely love the card.
Better. Yeah,
I can agree with that in so many scenarios. It's just awesome.
But I mean, as we are nearing, I'm assuming we're going to see the Lotho come out here as tap the city before it gets sacked.
floating the mana.
Yeah. So we've got 2 floating, Carlos, as well as the mana available for that Lotho.
Archivist of Ogma, also a funny card that got slept on for a while. We already see it putting in work. 2 triggers as soon as it comes down. I mean, just a little bit of extra life, a little bit of extra card draw, and it usually isn't getting removed, which is just such a fun thing. It just kind of stays out, and you just accrue this value over the entire game.
Absolutely love Archivist. I feel like it's one of the most slept on cards still to this day.
I agree.
It just so consistently draws you so many cards without drawing that ire, as you were talking about.
Yeah, it's just because it's slept on. It has this connotation that, like, all right, whatever. White now has card draw. Who cares? They're not going to draw into anything good. But when you're playing a deck like Rocco, you just get 1 card and you just win the game with them. Like, it can be so crazy.
In my opinion, nowadays, White has the second best card draw engines. You've got that Esper that you can get so easily, and you've got the Archivist.
I like to hear that. Yeah, let's stop printing white cards for them now. We need to stop it. I agree. They have made their statement. They're on there. Okay, here comes the Lotho, just like you said. I mean, again, just going to accrue value throughout the entire game. And you kind of saw that in the last game where it just came down to this wild mid-range just brawl where you needed to have these things that were constantly accruing value. And Lotho and Ogma are these kind of cards.
But that floating mana is not going to waste, as we do see I believe that's a Grim Monolith?
Yeah.
One of the Grims.
Yeah, Grim Monolith for sure. Activating his Chrome Mox, getting that Metalcraft, so now he can tap it without having to like kind of bounce back and forth between using treasures to make sure he has enough. And it looks like we're just going to see a super early Atraxa of this game. Kodama slamming down.
Yeah, speaking of super early, having that Kodama come down here turn 2. I mean, Endo Crisis in the chat was saying that Sakudama was their favorite to win. And this is certainly a good start for it.
Yeah, great triggers already. He's just getting so much mana again. And I think can just probably set up a board state where if they do grind to some mid-range late game deal, he can be on top.
Yeah, I think really it comes down to whether Rocco is able to get out some stacks pieces to slow the rest of the table down. But if there is nothing coming out here for everyone else, Kodama going to be able to grind out really well here.
Yeah, and you have to imagine, like, what turn is Rocco coming down at, right? We have the 2 colorless, but we only have one of our colors right now. We really need to find some way to find that stacks piece, or maybe he just drops an Archivist, and maybe he just drops whatever. But that's definitely the best you can hope for.
Rograk playing a land and passing.
Yeah, this is crazy. I don't know if his deck is on the more mid-rangey side, if he's kind of expecting. We know that he's on Narset. We know that he's on Bowmaster and Ocean Thief. So he's definitely maybe not the fastest Rog side deck out there, but he is just ready to go off at any time. This is so much mana.
They do have mana open for Notion Thief. They do have mana open for Opposition Agent. They even have mana open for an instant speed Ad-Naz if they want to.
Yeah, 5 mana is that absolute apex, that beautiful sweet spot you want to be when you're playing this Ad-Naz Grixis strategy, because you are constantly threatening so many different answers.
Mm-hmm. And this is a deck that runs so many flashcards, so many instant speed ways to...
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We see the Dranith coming down pretty crazy. I mean, great against Atraxa, great against Sakushima, pretty good against Rog.
The interesting thing is that Corey has not played out that Rograk yet.
Yeah,
so
and
I wonder what the reasoning behind that is.
I have no idea. It is interesting. It's a 0 mana commander. You're almost always playing it turn 1. If you're just kind of waiting for some sort of removal to be used, I suppose so, because it's always 0, but now it's unplayable with the Dranith, so...
Yeah, it's certainly unfortunate. I don't know what their plan was, but it's not going to work out for them here.
Yeah.
We also see a Haywire Might and a Gaia's Cradle coming out.
Yeah, Gaia's Cradle so good in Rocco because it always generates so much mana. And again, just having somewhere to dump all of that mana consistently is awesome. And the Might, so fun.
Haywire Might, honestly, an underrated card in a lot of situations. being that creature that, for those decks that can use it, is an easy utility creature that you can get out. And then you also have an exile for getting rid of your artifacts or enchantments.
Yeah, and it's again a card that you don't see often enough. So people don't know how to play around it probably as optimally as they should.
Mm-hmm.
Seeing a lot of great combat this game, keeping the Rog side player honest.
Ooh, Ancient Tomb coming down here. And unfortunately for them, that Dranith really stopping their big Atraxa plays.
Yeah, talk about a good white card.
Yeah, it would have been an amazing situation for NATO here, getting that Atraxa with mana to spare, but now we've got just a pass through.
Yeah, and we don't even know if he's holding up any interaction. He could have just been going for this turbo game plan and is just sitting on a hand to try and win the game and is just going to wait.
When I saw their hand, I was like, ooh, that's the nuts. You get a turn 3 Atraxa with a really good setup. But now, that turn 3 Atraxa is not an option.
Crop rotation coming down. Looks like we might have a response here as priority gets passed. We see the Dispel.
Ooh.
Yeah. It's a great card to counter because you're always sacrificing a land as an additional cost to cast. It's awesome.
Going down the land, less impactful for Kodama, but still very relevant here. And honestly, just stopping Kodama from getting any of that weird tech lands that can do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, I mean, if someone's going to use lands properly, it's Kodama.
Mm-hmm. They run the Emergent Zone. They run Nykthos, Shrine to Nyx. They've got Urza's Saga. They even run Sun-Scorched Desert.
Wow.
Which is the land that
that's
when it
awesome.
enters the battlefield.
Whoa, Phyrexian Metamorph coming in.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure what they're going to copy
I
here.
almost think we're going for a Dranith of their own to just lock out the Rocco player and then continue to lock out the Traxxon player. This could be pretty good because now you have a brick wall that's 2 layers deep.
And it looks like that's what they went for. It's a very solid choice there. Really able to shut down the rest of the table when you have Kodama, that value engine out there. Absolutely fantastic for them. That being said, Cricket.
Another pass, but no land drop.
What is Angori's hand?
Yeah, we had them all down to 5, so we might just be trying to hold up resources and accrue, kind of go under the radar, and then just maybe hit an Adnaz off the top of something. Definitely a tough situation to be in.
I wonder if they're just scared of interaction and they don't want to have their win be stopped and then them being dead in the water.
Right. But it's scary because you know that they're targeting you, right? Like most of this combat is headed his way, and the longer you wait, it dwindles. The Adnaz gets worse and worse, and it just gets to a point where you can't cast it anymore.
Yeah, if I'm in their situation and I have an Adnaz, I would have hard cast it for sure during end step. But
yeah, pull out the interaction. Do something.
Yeah, say either you have it or I'm set up to win here. But now life going down to 28 and going to be dropping rapidly.
Corey, a great player, hopefully has some sort of plan hiding behind those cards.
But NATO, still just the 1 card in hand, swinging out that Lotho. I'm assuming chipping down Corey a little bit further here. Yep, going down to 26. And just passing through. Man, you're talking about Dranith being a good card, and it's showing its value here.
Absolutely. And I feel like this kind of goes to show that this game specifically isn't about holding good cards right now. It's about playing the poor cards that we have optimally at this point. Like, we need to kind of maneuver around and truly utilize what we have at this stage in the game.
But that Dranith is not going to be very relevant here, as I believe that's a dress down coming out here.
Wow. Yeah, super scary.
All right. What's their follow-up here? Ooh, Endurance coming out. Okay. Endurance coming up. They're swinging with their copied Dranith. And
at NATO.
Yeah, conversation going about why NATO shouldn't block here. Which,
Yeah, what do you guys think, chat?
I'm agreeing, but
Yeah, this is super tough because if this Dranith goes away, this unlocks Rocco, and it's scary. And it just depends how greedy of a player you are. Getting rid of one of those Draniths to allow you to get that much closer to Atraxa might be what you want to do, but is it the right play? I would love to hear the opinions.
it's a tough situation. Yeah, chat, leave us your thoughts. But as for me, it's risky. You either have the option of making it where you only have to remove one Dranith, or like if you whiff on your removal, you're just opening up Rocco for no reason, and Rocco just gets to carry away the game.
Yeah, right? Yeah,
especially given
scary.
the amount of single target removal versus board wipes in the deck is not a huge difference. They do have slightly more single target, but it's not like, oh, they've got 20 single target cards and 0 board wipes.
Yeah, and it's hard to kind of lean on the other players as well. Like, if you want to block the Dranith here, you're like, okay, well, you're also going to help stop the Rocco player. So maybe you're forcing something out of Whack's hand, but I think he only has one card in hand. And then you look at Corey and you're like, man, can you help out Corey? And he missed the land drop. You know, like this is a situation where you're kind of just in control. You're the ref at this point.
I will bring up though that they are not running either Dam or Toxic Deluge.
Okay.
So they don't have that as an option, but we are seeing the Fairy Mastermind coming out here.
Awesome.
Corey finally getting something down.
Yeah, and this is what you want to see. Yeah, because he was so low at the beginning of the game. Getting this, card engine, something that will at least draw him a few cards, is going to get him back into the game that much faster.
Yeah, it's certainly a good top deck. And not to mention, as it goes further on, it in dire scenarios could just be a blocker.
Right.
Especially against like Atraxa.
Yeah.
If Atraxa gets down.
Yeah, she's big. Unfortunately, again, he misses another land drop and just passes. So hopefully holding on to some sort of interaction here.
Which I realized that was not a dress down. It was in fact a Lotus Cobra.
A little less scary.
a little bit less impactful there. The card art looks surprisingly similar when it's blurry. But no, Lotus Cobra not a dress down. That's my bad. But NATO going to untap here.
Cricket electing to skip combat.
Daily dose of draws. Ooh.
Oh no. Oh
Grand
no.
Abolisher.
He slammed that down, man. This is the card that stops everyone in their tracks. Opponents cannot cast spells, activate abilities on your turn. I mean, now he can just do whatever he wants. And I'm surprised that he didn't block the Dranith now at this point, unless he just top decked this Grand Abolisher. I mean, that was just such a great... Yeah, I mean, just what a great card to grab.
I believe that NATO has no cards in hand, so I think they're just playing off the top at this point.
Yeah, what a fun one. Definitely a little less scary then.
You do still have those stacks pieces keeping you in check here, but as soon as those Rams are gone and you're able to start actually casting spells, you're in a really good spot.
And just Atraxa alone, refilling your hand so efficiently, just is enough.
Yeah. Big time.
Yeah, being hellbent like this cannot be the worst scenario in the world, but it's pretty goddamn bad when it's 2 Dranith Magistrates on the battlefield.
However, we are seeing a Summoner's Pact come out here, which that's a scary card if I'm the rest of the table.
Yeah, for sure.
Does only search for green cards, but they do have quite a few options with that. It'd be interesting to see what they go for here. I don't know if they have a win, but they can at least get some major value engines. And depending on what's in their hand, they might be able to get a win off of this.
Yeah, and even just presenting a win at this stage is so powerful.
Especially with it being a creature-based win.
Yeah.
It's harder to interact with there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But no, it looks like we're going to the long game, as that's the AC Tyrant of Gyre Strait.
What a fun card to play. I mean, if you're not familiar with the card, it's a 6-drop 5/5 that allows you to play an additional land on each of your turns. It's so fun in a deck that really, again, utilizes lands better than anyone else. It's so fun.
it does also allow you to draw when you play a land. Or not even when you play, when it enters the battlefield. So off of each of your Kodama hits, you get that card draw.
It's
really
so
good value
cool. The Simic deck, again, just showing how much value it can accrue into a mid to late game scenario. They just kind of flourish in these stacksy, slower paced games where they just get to play these crazy creatures.
I mean, people always complain about Simic doing Simic things. And while we don't see that much in CEDH, this might be one of those situations that we do see it.
And I love it. It's just such a great representation of the colors.
Mm-hmm. Getting those big boys, getting a lovely sea monster in here. And
yeah.
Having an absolute mammoth, not an actual mammoth. I don't think they run Thorn Mammoth in this deck. But a giant serpent, even though it's only a 5/5, the impact that it has on this game right now is going to be huge.
Yeah, I'm excited to see how this one plays out because these players are just building such a crazy board state. It feels so reminiscent of the game we just watched. I mean, it just builds up this crazy board state. It's just so mucky to kind of play through and look for these win conditions and play lines. And I don't know. It's tough.
I will say, though, we still don't have all cards on the table. We don't know what else Corey is holding up in hand. We don't know what Cricket has as an option.
Yeah, and it could just be that they don't want to present a win because of pulling out interaction from the other player's hands, and they kind of just want to wait and slow roll because they think that their deck can probably establish a mid to late game board state better than the others. Yeah, it's a tough call.
Well, not only that, we don't know what interaction they have in hand.
Right. And again, like you said, with being creature heavy combos right here, they might not even be relevant. It's just so crazy.
True.
Yeah, it's such a scary spot to be in.
Yeah, it's a really tough spot at this point for the rest of the table. But honestly, the prediction by Endocrisis calling Sakadama as their favorite to win. Looking pretty good right now.
Yeah, looking very, very intellectual. Great pick. Great pick.
We'll have to see just how much value this AC can get, though.
Yeah, I mean, I can't see anyone really going for a win within the next 1 to 2 turns other than the Kodama player. Unless we can remove some Dranniths. I mean, it's just such a good lock on these decks.
Mm-hmm. But we've got Corey looking in their hand. Looking at options here.
Yeah, doing some math. You're in such a tough spot as Corey because you clearly just have the most underdeveloped board.
And unfortunately for them, they are losing that mastermind.
Wow.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's going to be really hard to tear your way back into this game.
Yeah, their life total pressure has just been really messing them up.
Yeah, and I think this is the way to do it. Again, if you just wait too long, your life total gets too low and you can't add Naz and go for a win. And again, flicking through his hand, counting the mana, I don't know what's possible.
I'm not sure. They do have a decent number of cards at this point. Not a crazy amount, but something.
At least we hit our land drop. So we're at least continuing to develop the board, even if it is just a land at this point. And the only other thing he had was the Mana Crypt and Fairy Mastermind, which is now gone. So yeah, clawing your way back
here. Not quite enough for Notion Thief Wheel, but potentially could have something else in hand.
Yeah, and maybe you're just waiting for that. Maybe that's the thing you're just holding up mana for. If somebody else tries to go for a wheel at any stage, you try to flash it out, and then if eventually you get up to that mana, you can wheel and Notion Thief on your own. It's a solid game plan.
Coming down here, so no Necropotence as the option. So But it's possible. They didn't have access to red mana before this. It's possible they have a Dockside in hand or a Jessica's Will or something similar.
Yeah, and just be able to get really, really crazy.
Honestly, even a Bergie coming down here, the Horn might put in a whole lot of work. We are seeing tap. Yeah.
Here's the Dockside. Our favorite goblin in CEDH. Counting up the artifacts, counting up the enchantments.
When I saw that Dockside mana, I was just like,
yeah,
we've got the opportunity. I am a fiend for some Goblin Pirates. And
yeah,
Dockside coming down here, opening up a whole lot of options with how many artifacts are in play right now.
Absolutely. And hopefully he can kind of do something on this turn. Because the next couple turns from his opponents are probably going to be extremely scary for him. And he's got to put something out there. He's got to threaten a little bit. He's got to stay a player. And the Dockside is the first step in doing that.
It certainly is. But if I'm NATO right now, I am really debating about how much it's worth cracking these treasures.
I don't know.
It's being considered quite heavily right now.
Yeah. And it just goes to show how NATO is feeling about his own hand, right? None. What are you going to use those treasures on other than the Atraxa at this point? You rebuild those treasures really fast. Yeah, exactly. So I think cracking the treasures is the absolute best play here. Because you're, again, just going to make him back with Lothos so fast.
As we do see that treasure, all those treasures go, not even keeping one of them. But even with that, that's 7.
7. Wow. Could be a peer.
Ooh. Could be a peer if they run it. I have to double check that. But it certainly does open up the mana for that Notion Thief wheel that I was talking about.
Yeah, it would be a great play.
They do not run the peer.
No peer. So yeah, I think that is the best out that we have is Notion Thief wheel here.
I feel like the chance of it going through is actually pretty high if it does happen.
I think so too.
They do have more mana available here.
Very few cards in hand for the opponents.
Yeah.
At most with Cricket, not on blue, not as worried about counter spells.
Using that 2 floating for a monolith.
Nice, good efficiency.
Mm-hmm. Gets a treasure for Lotho, very nice.
Yeah, already rebuilding so fast. Great card.
But I'm really just wondering, do they have anything else in their hand here? They are cracking those treasures. We'll see what they're playing.
Necro. Wow.
Okay, there is the Necro. And that is why they decided that the Fairy Vandal was not worth taking the damage.
Yeah, but how comfortable do you feel drawing how many cards at this point? You're down to 19, and there's some creatures on the other side of the battlefield, especially in the form of that 5/5 Serpent. I mean, you can only get so low.
I mean, they say that math is for blockers, but at this point, you are having a whole lot.
Hey, he's going to be blocking.
Yeah, that Dockside's going to be blocking something.
Yeah.
You've got multiple players that will be attacking you this next turn. I don't think you can go that low with the Necro.
Yeah, and with, I think, 4, maybe 5 cards in hand, how much more do you want to go over to just discard them at this end step anyway? Because, again, you're just going to get hit. Like, there's no... Yeah. There's no perfect scenario.
They do have the option of the Final Fortune here.
Wow,
So
that would be
just
a disgustingly great play. You'd be such a good play.
Which, for Hamster Mafia, they do not run. They do not run Born Upon the Wind.
But they are on Warrior's Oath too, so they have multiple copies of this take an extra turn thing. So this is, you're absolutely right, can just take another turn, storm out of control, and then just kind of take over the game. And if that's what happens, holy smokes, are we in for a game? Because if it doesn't go off, I mean, the card is scary enough when it says you lose the game if you don't win.
Yeah. And it looks like they're playing a more conservative choice, only getting 6, which I honestly think is probably the correct thing to do.
Yeah.
Keeps you alive for one more turn, and the likelihood of you hitting your final fortune is just not high enough to go down too low.
Yeah. Yeah, once you start getting down to those lower double digits, I mean, it's just, man, do I really want to go to 9? Do I really want to? No, it's just a single attack from, any of these players could just put you on death's door.
Especially with that mana vault being in play. You're going to take that one at the start, and if you go down too low, then you lose access to your like Vampire Tutor.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Oh, here it is. Oh, there it is.
They hit it. Final Fortune on the stack. Do we have a response here?
We hear the oh boy, a lot of pondering from the other players. Oh, passing
through on NATO. It all comes down to Adawak.
One card in hand.
Actually, Cricket is debating about using interaction here. Cricket debating about cracking their Pester Might to prevent mana usage. Or not Pester Might, Haywire Might. The other Might.
Yeah. Take him down that much mana. Make it that much harder to win on his next turn. I mean, it's a great play.
Yeah, I mean, they've got one turn to win. One shot, one opportunity.
Yeah,
and
he's
taking 3 mana off of it might be worth it here. And they are going for it. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that play. Okay, he taps it in response. Are we going to use it, though?
And that is exiled. That probably not going to be hugely relevant here with the exile, but the mana could very much come into play.
Yeah. Oh, we see a Deadly Rollick.
Hard casting the Deadly Rollick. Interesting choice here.
So we can only assume that he has a way to remove the other Dranith Magistrate on the board and use Rograk to kind of go for a win on this next turn. But I don't know. Still with 3 colorless. Okay, yeah, used it for the Deadly Relic. There we go. So it looks like Final Fortune's still on the stack.
I don't know if anyone else is going to have something here. It comes down to that one card from Adawak. Unless Cricket's sleeping on something else here. I don't think they have. They've got access to 4, maybe 5 mana, but all of it being green.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Okay.
Still in the end step.
I'm going to call for it here. Chat. Do you think that this Final Fortune gets there?
Yeah, that would be a huge call. Absolutely.
I want to hear it from our chat. Does Final Fortune get there?
Yeah, I mean this is the turn, right? That kind of decides the entire game. This is the spot. We've been playing and developing our board until Corey casted Final Fortune, and this is what we're on the edge of our seats for at this moment. This is the one.
2 no's, 2 yeses so far.
Wow.
Split vote.
Okay, we see the land.
Yeah, Hamster Mafia saying, don't think they dig deep enough, but is that a Wish Claw?
Wish Claw?
Yeah, that's
I think
a
it's
Wish Claw there.
Oh my goodness.
That's 1 tutor. I will bring up, though, Necropotence makes it really hard to do LED loops. It's not impossible, but it is very challenging. They will be bouncing their own dockside, getting some extra mana here.
Wow. That is such a good play.
So it turns out that mana really not going to be relevant here. Maybe
Solitude.
That is a Solitude on the stack. Wow. Very impactful here. Pitching, is that a Sigarda's 8 or something like that?
I think so. I think so. It's gone. Solitude is in.
That's insane.
Sounds like Prio's passing around. Dockside gone.
That's wow. That mana that was probably being relied on here.
Yeah, a good representation of these evoke creatures, Solitude and Endurance, just showing off how good they are.
That's pretty insane. In chat, people saying it's Touch the Spirit Realm, the promo version.
That makes sense. Dude, yeah, that's a good card.
Yeah.
Wow.
Makes much more sense than Sigarda's Aid in this deck.
Yeah, wow, I don't know what's going to happen here. We're doing a lot of math, a little bit of finger tapping coming from Corey. I could have just stuffed the entire turn. Those who said no, probably feeling pretty good right now.
On Samurai in chat bringing up that not only does it stop the extra mana, it fizzles the chain, meaning that anything else that was planned on getting bounced, no longer an option.
Yeah, and I'm definitely assuming it was the other Draneth, right? Get down that Rograk, probably another tutor that was going to be in line with the Wishclaw. Grab your win and go for it. Oh, we see the LED.
Are they thinking about the fact that LED is going to get rid of their hand? Do they have this in the back of their mind? Okay, we're seeing the tutor hold priority, crack LED for triple blue. Reminded by
we saw a wheel and a Narset in hand too.
Yeah,
that was crazy. What a crazy hand to get rid of.
I mean, they decided to go for the Necro. It's possible they didn't have those cards in hand before the Necro too. So
yeah, that's true. That's very, very, very true. Wow.
Well, and with them cracking triple blue, they've got to be going for
Dasas, yeah. We have the treasures for the black,
but they don't have anything in hand. So I guess they could be using the treasures to pay for Breach. But from there, I don't know. I don't know how they get here. They've got to be going for the Breach, but I don't think they can.
Well, the thing is that there's still a Draneth, right? There's still a Draneth, and we lost our bounce spell.
Mm-hmm.
Did we account for this when we went for this win? I don't know.
Okay. Does Chain of Vapor is target permanent, right?
Non-land permanent, yep. I think so.
Okay. Would they have just enough mana to replay the Wishclaw and be able to get there off of that? I don't think they do, but it might be close.
Yeah, we're sitting at 5 mana, and you really have like next to no mana to work with at this point. And unless you can get rid of the Draneth, get your Rog, and then sacrifice it for some mana, it's a possibility.
Well, yeah, but between the amount of mana that they have and the amount of cards they have left in their graveyard, because Necropotence made it where it was an exile.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yogg's Will being brought up, but yeah, Draneth stops the Yogg's Will.
Yeah. Wow.
I don't know what he's getting here, but he's going to be playing it right now. Whatever card this is, we'll see what happens, but man, that Chain of Vapor fizzling completely changed the game.
Yeah, that was going to get so much value. Getting another Dockside and getting rid of a Draneth, that would have been just the MVP. And now he's in just such a nasty spot.
Yeah. I don't even know what card could get here right now.
All right, using the mana. Here it comes. It's an
Adnaz. You got 15 life to work with. You've got no mana floating. Let's see. Cricket looking at their hand. Might have something.
Yeah, I think this is just a crazy play. I mean, this is Rog Silas incarnate. Just get as low as possible and continue to use your life in the form of Necropotence. Dude, I'm at 15. I'm going to add Nas. I'm going to look for this win no matter what. It is crazy.
The meme betrayal could be relevant if they can get the mana for it, but right now they are so low on life and no mana floating that it's going to be hard.
And you have to remember, there is still a Dranith, man. You have to work around this wall. I mean, the fact that there were 2 this entire game is bonkers.
Down to 4 already. That's the Yogg's will. Down to 1. No mana available. You've got to keep going. You don't have another option. And they agree. As they flip the talisman into their death.
Yeah, playing that risky game, just utilizing your life total more than everyone else at the table is always going to get you targeted. And I mean, we saw it. You know, he went down to 20 life so fast. So fast.
The fact that they got as close as they did with so low of life.
Yeah, and not even that. He started with 5 cards, man. He almost came back from this crazy disadvantage. And on 4th seat. So, I mean, he was fighting against the entire world that game and really showed what he could do. Beautiful stuff.
Yeah. Corey showing to be a good player. Rogsai showing to be a good deck, but just not good enough.
No heart of the cards today.
And we move on to Cricket. As I will bring up, though, the Dranith that got removed was Cricket's, which means Cricket doesn't have that Rocco available to them.
Yeah, a lot scarier. You probably felt safe hiding behind your own Dranith, locking out that Atraxa and, you know, Sakashima. But, you know, when Corey was going down, he took a little bit with him.
Yeah. But, man, with the situation we're in right now, I feel like out of whack in a good spot.
Wow.
Although,
this is cool.
That is a wins of Abandon.
Yeah, super great.
A lot of people underestimate.
Just going to exile the entire board.
Yeah. I mean, Winds of Abandon, it's the white version of Psychrift. Yeah,
absolutely. And playing a deck where you're in these Naya colors, it's just such a great answer when you get to this board state where they're building up all of this crazy stuff, ready for the late game, ready for this just super grindy thing. And Rocco says, nah, I'm going to restart. I have all of these awesome dorks at my disposal. I have a tutor in the command zone. I'm ready to go again because they have 1 and 0 cards. He still has 5.
And everything is gone here. Out of whack will be able to get some mana out of this. No basics being run by Atraxa.
Wow. We're definitely scared of the Atraxa getting played this next turn, though. Just refilling that hand. And
yeah, they finally can play that Atraxa out. So even though your stuff is gone, I don't think it's that relevant. You've got a whole lot of mana available from your artifacts. You've got some lands available for you. That is an Atraxa setup ready to go. I will say out of whack here. Really probably, like, that's not a good situation for out of whack to be on.
No, he got outvalued extremely hard by that card. And again, with 1 card in hand, he needs something that can start drawing him cards. Otherwise, he's just going to be sitting here for the rest of the game.
Seeing another elf come down here. So nothing too crazy other than everything being gone. Not until next turn. But that means Atraxa has an opportunity here.
Yeah, almost kind of just completely ready to go. I mean, who knows what kind of interaction is even available to these players at this point. Can they stop this Atraxa from just doing something crazy?
We got 1 card in hand for Atraxa, 1 card in hand for out of whack, all 5 for Cricket. But being without that blue, makes it a lot harder to interact with the Atraxa coming down here and getting the ATB. And speaking of which,
Here comes.
here comes the girl. Our angel mommy is hitting the field. Sorry, I got the eyebrow from Gavin.
Jeez.
I couldn't resist. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
But
a super
yeah,
exciting card.
Atraxa-
Just like Keenan, when it comes down, it gets its trigger. It just is so many possibilities just given to you. It's so exciting, so rewarding to play because you see all of these cards and you're like, man, where are my outs? We see a food chain, man. This is exactly what we want to see for Atraxa to start just popping off. This is so scary. If this comes down, we even see some counter magic backup. We see some fast mana. We see a tutor. I mean, this is exactly what you want to see when you play Atraxa.
Yeah, I don't know
Oh
if
my
this book
goodness.
could have gotten much better without just showing the entire win in the one flip.
He has 3 mana available. A treasure, 2 mana from Ancient Tomb still available. This food chain can be played this turn.
The food chain can be played, but it won't get the win this turn because of the way that food chain works,
True.
unfortunately.
True.
However, still sets up for a very powerful win next turn with interaction, with the ability to tutor. It's
Right.
a good spot for Atraxa. One flip is all you need.
Yeah, and you have the tutor in your hand now too.
Yeah. Now they do have the choice of what instant speed are they going for here.
They also haven't played a land this turn, so grabbing this land is just awesome, right? You get to play it and you can start, building up that board state. Oh man, this is scary.
So in my mind here, Dark Writ's great, but
Yeah.
probably not what you're needing right now.
No, it's the difference between either another tutor in Enlightened Tutor or a counterspell to make sure you can protect this win attempt that you're obviously showing to the table.
There is also the Psychic where you can hold up that interaction to bounce whatever creature win attempt happens.
Yeah, especially because he's sitting on so much mana at this point. It just is up to him to decide how much longer is this game realistically going to go? How many more untaps do I have?
I think it also comes down to, is that one unknown card in hand a blue spell?
Right, if you can discard it too. Yeah, if it's even usable or not, or if he's holding on to something, I agree. I mean, it's just such a crazy thing. And the fact that he's thinking as hard as he is, you know that something spicy is going to happen.
It certainly is, but definitely means that it's not an easy, obvious choice here. They're considering, apparently they might have that Dark Ritual in consideration here.
Wow.
I did not expect. Actually,
Yeah,
does
if you're
the Dark
going-
Rit- does the Dark
If
Rit
you're
give
going-
them enough mana here?
I'm not sure. And if you are taking the Dark Writ, you're definitely going for the win then, right? There's no transparency.
Yeah.
Or it's only transparent from here on out. Like, you see everything.
So Dark Rit gets you black. You've got green from the land, but you need to spend that green for your food chain. You can get one color off of food chain, but I don't think you have 4 colors available to you. So I don't know if I agree with the Dark Rit here.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't think he wants to do it either. He did the math, and I think he came to the same conclusion. I mean, as awesome as it would be to see it go for a win, but
Personally here, brought up in chat that if he's thinking this long, it's not blue. That was Joe McMillan saying that. As far as the force, going for the Psychic, that I think is the correct play. You know that people here are going for creature-based win. Having that ability to bounce it really, really can save your life and get you that extra turn that you need to win.
yeah, all that extra thinking must have just been counting mana. And then again, if you can't come to it, the Psychic is awesome.
Land comes down. The mana comes down. And man, if only they had more colors available to them.
Right, and It's so tough because you are just hanging out with that one treasure, and it feels like you should be able to make it work. But Mana Crypt and Ancient Tomb only do so much.
Yeah. Although it does look like they might be playing down the food chain here.
Yeah, I think that's a good play. Just get it down before the blue player draws a couple more cards, and then you can really just show that win next turn, and really just, you either win or you don't. You play to win. Play to win.
The upside of playing it is that you have more access to mana next turn, as well as it's harder to counterspell. The downside is it gives people more opportunity for on-board removal. And so
for sure.
Instead, we're going to be seeing that Imperial Seal.
Yeah, and I think this is also just awesome. Like, just setting up, he's going to play the food chain next turn, so maybe an actual sort of protection, or because he has a little bit of safety net in the form of Psych Rift.
It does give Rocco, though, that extra card, and Atraxa is not the only food chain deck at this table.
Yeah.
At this point, Outowak's not completely out of it by any means. There's still a whole lot of mana available.
Yeah, especially depending on what that card is. They could just be so explosive. He just needs cards. That's it.
Yeah, but I do think the table leaders are between Atraxa and Rocco.
Yeah, and again, Rocco 6 cards in hand. I mean, can just be waiting patiently for their turn to win. It could be as simple as that.
6 cards in hand, plenty of mana available. Gaia's Cradle for doing crazy loops if you have the option. Because I believe they run like Magus. No, they don't run Magus loops.
Interesting.
So they're not running any land-based loops as far as I can tell. But still having that extra mana available is not a bad thing here.
Yeah, for sure. NATO doing a little bit of thinking about bouncing a mana dork before it goes into his turn, so taking him off some mana, decides against it. Man, this is such a tough position.
I think deciding against it is probably the correct choice, just with how much mana they have available to them.
Yeah, I agree. And he's probably going to try to combo off with something else, and if you just hold it up, answering that might be better.
With the amount of mana they have available to them, they can get anything in their deck with that Rocco.
For sure. It just depends what he plays up. Is he getting some sort of protection, or is it combo pieces? Man,
Okay, I just noticed something.
Let's hear it.
They run Elish Norn Mother Machines in their deck. That is the 5-drop one that stops ETBs.
And doubles ETBs as well, right? That's crazy. That would be a great play.
If they get the Elish Norn, that prevents Atraxa from going for the win here.
But you still have to play around the Psych Rift. You have to be careful. You don't want to just get the Elish Norn, get it bounced, and now you're a fish out of water. I agree that's going to be a great line to play if it's protected.
Yeah, if they have a way to protect it, that's going to be huge. But it does come down to, as you were saying, do they have the protection for that Psych Rift that we know is in hand?
We get the survival of the fittest down, finding what they need. Oh my goodness. This might be where it's at too. Where do you decide to use your Psych Rift? When do you try to... I mean, it's just so scary. He's going to get everything he needs at this point now.
Honestly, the survival might be a bait. They might be
absolutely, it could be.
Out so that they can get that Elish Norn down.
Wow, dockside. Yeah, plenty of artifacts that are now not in the form of treasures. This is going to be big.
I also think that if that dockside hits the battlefield, they don't have a way to stop the loop, because there's Emil and Sabretooth.
Yeah, and the Sabretooth.
And I think with the amount of mana being created, I don't know if there's a way they can stop them.
Yeah, wow, this is so crazy. I wonder if Out of Whack has something in those 2 cards.
It really comes down to 1, how much mana is being made off this dockside, and 2, whether Out of Whack has anything. I'm
counting 6 with the treasure right now, I think.
6 is enough to loop infinitely, but I don't know if it's enough to replay after the Rocco.
Right.
If they have another creature in hand, they can just use survival to get that Emil. And I think that does give them enough. So they've got Emil is 4 mana. They'd have to replay the Emil after they bounce, so that's 8 mana.
Yeah, I mean, this is just so scary.
But you can respond by flickering the dockside. Yeah,
right.
you can just respond. So you'd have to bounce the dockside with Emil on the stack, but then they have the mana to replay the dockside, so I don't think it matters. Wow. But that is if they have another creature in hand.
Yeah, and they have 4 cards in hand, so it's very likely that they do.
If they don't, they need 10 mana to go for the Rocco. And
yeah, this deck playing 38 creatures. I mean, that's essentially half of your deck in the form of creatures. So it's a good chance one of the 4 is one of them.
Okay, so they've only got 9 mana available to them. No. Okay, they've got 11 because of the creatures. That's my bad.
Yep. The elves helping out.
Okay. I think there's still the opportunity for NATO to stop this. If they time it right. So, what you do here if you're NATO is that if Cricket has to do Rocco to get either Emil or Sabretooth, actually, Sabretooth might still just be enough to get there.
Yeah, anyways. We see some action. A lot of lands being tapped. Oh my goodness.
That's a 7. Sabretooth.
Yeah, 4-drop. Here comes a Sabretooth.
So if it's Sabretooth that's gotten here and not Emil, then
it's the Sabretooth.
What you can do here is no. Sabretooth, I think, just gets there. I can't think of a way that they can time it correctly to bounce stuff for them not to be able to.
Yeah, and you still have 4 treasures available to you. You should be just in the spot you want to be.
Yeah, Sabretooth gets the win. Yeah, because Emil would, while yes, it would get them infinite mana, it would not allow them to do Rocco searches. So Sabretooth here. And they have exactly enough mana not to be interacted with off this. Because if they had 1 less mana, they wouldn't be able to get the win here.
Yeah, that's what the players are arguing over right now. Is it even possible? Do they even try? At what point does he interact? And it seems like we're just coming up short as far as stopping this win, and just kind of crazy. Cricket running away with this game.
You want to know what the worst part is? If they had bounced the Dork, they would not have had enough mana for it. At least based off the way that they ordered this, they would not have had enough mana if they had bounced the Dork.
Yeah, it may have been ordered a little bit differently in lieu of being bounced at upkeep, but yeah, it's definitely a scenario where you're just presented with an awkward situation and you might slip up. Especially because Gaia's makes less mana as well.
Yeah.
So it's even more.
Okay, Freedom Waffle in the chat saying, I believe you can bounce Sabretooth in response to its own activation. Then Dockside only makes 5 and he won't have enough to win.
Interesting. Yeah, they're doing the math right now. Here comes the Psych Rift.
But does Dockside only make 5?
The treasure is now sacked.
Yeah.
Yeah, the treasure is now sacked to cast it.
Okay, Dockside only makes 5. They have exactly enough mana to recast the Dockside, but then they can't do the loop. Wow. Jeez, so close. and they can replay it. They can get 5, but that's it. Unless they're able to get something.
Felidar. That's awesome.
Oh. The Felidar Guardian here.
Yeah, getting another dockside. That'll get you to 6.
You do need access to more than 6, though, because the teamer is a bounce.
Yep.
And so you have to replay.
For 2, and then you need to be able to replay it. I'm curious if this is just valuable enough for, again, he has 5 cards in hand, I believe.
You know what 6 is enough to get, though? Kiki Jiki.
For sure. And if he's just holding on to that. And actually, no, you're right with the survival. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's just
the survival,
it's such a good play. What a bait, man. I mean, Rocco just coming out with such a crazy win attempt. It's answered, instantly pivoting to this win condition. Wow, he goes for the saber tooth.
Did they mess it up?
I don't know.
Okay, no, they have apparently they had a floating.
They're good. But that's the thing. It doesn't matter. Even if he couldn't, he was able to have another win path. I mean, it just shows how resilient this deck is.
Yeah. Rocco is one of those decks where you feel like it has the win in 5 different ways.
Right. And that's what's so cool about being able to tutor so consistently.
Okay, so I think okay, let me double check before I'm being dumb here. Felidar Guardian did not flicker the dockside. Felidar Guardian flickered the Gaia's Cradle.
Oh, yeah, I see that now. Generating all this green mana. Wow.
The Gaia's Cradle presents more mana than the dockside.
This deck is just so creative. I mean, it's just a paintbrush and the game is your canvas. Look at him just play however he desires in whatever way he wants. I mean, this is just awesome.
But he still might be 1 short, though, here.
I see 2 green floating and a treasure. You're right, it might be 1 short.
I think the flicker might be on the stack right now. If the flicker is not on the stack, then he's 1 short.
I want to say he is responding to the Felidar. Man, this is crazy. Okay.
What's going on? The flicker did resolve.
Yeah, so we are actually going on to survival of the fittest right now. He's used a green and is deciding on what card to discard right now. And he can't find a way. Oh my goodness. This might have been the misplay.
He might have just thrown it. He didn't go for the Kiki. He might have just thrown this. He's got 2 mana available.
So much pressure.
What can he get with 2 mana that is relevant here? I'm looking through the options. Elven Spirit Guide doesn't net him anything. Simeon gets him a red, but that doesn't matter. He doesn't have enough mana either way. Does Wirewood Symbiote matter? I don't think so. I can't think of a way for him to get the win here. I think he just might have thrown. He does have the option of going for a stacks piece. Potentially. Although I don't think I'm seeing a collector roof in here. Yeah, I'm not currently... I could be blind, but I don't think I'm seeing a collector roof in this list. They do have souls.
I don't know. He's hunting, that's for sure. He pulled 1 card out as a possibility. I mean, this is definitely disheartening if...
And to get this close and just whiff. I mean, worst case scenario, I guess you go for the Ragavan, steal the thing that was tutored from the top.
Ragavan was discarded to
it was.
It was.
Yeah, it was discarded for the first search.
Yeah, this is...
I think that's the jailer.
Yeah, it is the Soulless Jailer.
Okay. So graveyards and exile are out of play here. I don't know if it matters. Yeah, Ragavan is in graveyard, so they can't steal the top deck.
Wow.
So close.
Yeah, very, very close. I mean, just so scary. Very... Man.
Solus does stop the Mist Hollow Griffin. So Food Chain doesn't just win instantly.
Right. And maybe we go for a win attempt on our next turn. I mean, it's definitely the best way to salvage this scenario is get to your next turn.
So if the Mist Hollow was the thing that was searched, then it gets stopped. If Kitten was the card
Displacer Kitten. Yeah.
Then it doesn't.
Yeah. Wow, this is so scary. I can't believe what's going to happen. Does he even go for the win now? I mean, you have to.
Solus actually only stops non-creature.
Yeah,
So
non-creature. Non-creature. Oh my goodness.
It still gets there. Wow. Man, if I'm Cricket, I am in shambles here.
Yeah, NATO doing the math. It's so unfortunate. I mean, what a great place to be that you force this kind of misplay when you bounce the creature and just put him in such an awkward situation. I mean, it was perfectly timed.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, he didn't see the win line, but here comes the food chain.
Food chain coming out. Food chain's good. Everyone's passing.
Yeah.
on. Tracks are gone. Now
Bunch of blue, he says.
Yeah,
Here comes.
Solo.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow, presenting a loop where he just sacrifices the creature, makes infinite mana, plays his Atraxa as many times as he wants, wins the game.
Wow.
Yeah,
okay.
he gets his entire deck.
What a game. Man, that sucks
crazy.
Sucks for Cricket with that Rocco.
Yeah, and what a powerful start from out of whack, and then just to get field wiped. I mean, it was crazy to fight through these two Dranits. You know, we saw the wrong side player do what he does, go down in flames, going as hard as he can. This was solid. This was a good game. I definitely think... Go for it.
Cricket just missing on the line of pivoting.
Yeah.
Kiki sucks.
Yeah.
It really shows why Rocco is such a hard deck to pilot.
I mean, he is a toolbox. Yeah, just your deck just opens up to you, and you need to make sure you grab the right tool for the job. And unfortunately, he grabbed a wrench when he needed a hammer, and that's just how it is sometimes.
When you've got 30 different options that you can go for, it can be hard to pick exactly the right one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Great plays from Cricket, just not good enough, unfortunately.
Yeah, for those of you who love this kind of toolbox to just play whatever you need at any time, Rocco is a super solid choice. Just having that tutor in the command zone is so fun. And as you can see, there are so many different ways to win. These lines are just so creative. Yeah, very cool.
Yeah, it's a crazy deck that can really do a whole lot of stuff. But unfortunately, with that level of diversity, much like with both of the Sisseis, you can miss those tiny, tiny pivot points that allows you to do these crazy wins. But if you miss that one opportunity, when mana is so tight like it was, it can lose you games.
Yeah, and I think, hey, maybe if we played a couple more league games in the Chaos Discord where we simulate competitive games for points where you win and lose, you'd be in a scenario, you'd be like, man, dude, I can pivot from right here, go into Kiki-Jiki line, or go from here to here. I think that is a great way to start practicing and getting into these tournaments. And again, Cricket, just a phenomenal player. We consistently see him do well. I'm surprised that the length of this game got to him. And I'm excited to see what he can do and probably just pull out a couple wins and make it back to top 16, because he learned from this game. You absolutely know it, and that's what's so rewarding about playing a deck like this, where you are constantly evolving. It's awesome.
Well, and if Crooked does make it to top 16, he gets access to that league, and you can play against him in these games. Get some top players, get some reps in against the best of the best.
Yeah, top 16 getting in free is awesome. The quality of players is phenomenal. I have not had a bad game since I've been in the league. Highly recommend.
It's a whole lot of fun. You're playing against some people that really know what they're doing. And I mean, even if you aren't the most confident, you have a resource with this league to go and ask, hey, you're someone who's been grinding out the tournament scene. You're someone who knows your stuff. What can I do to get better?
Absolutely. And I think it's so cool because you get to see so many different decks. And a lot of people bring these meta decks to the tournament setting and then kind of need a place to play, maybe not fringe, but get good practice against these top level decks with their own fringe decks to be able to be like, dude, I can beat these guys in a competitive situation because I know what they're doing. They have no idea what I'm doing. I think it's a great way to practice.
Yeah, and just $5, just $5 a month.
Yeah, $5.
Or you can make top 16 if you want to. If you feel like that $5 is a little bit too much, just make top 16. It'll be easy. I will say, for something that you don't have to spend mana on, One Mana Floating, one of our partnered creators, just dropped a new video. And by just dropped, I mean literally a couple minutes ago. Go check it out in between the break. One Mana Floating, putting out great gameplay. I'm sure it's going to be fantastic. I haven't had the chance to watch it for obvious reasons.
Yeah, and speaking of partnered content creators, we are also partnered with A Fervent Alchemist and MTG Basics, along with Veil of Death MTG. These are just great content creators. You should absolutely check out all of them. Good gameplay video. If you don't have the time to play in a league or in these tournaments, watch. Get this experience vicariously, become better at your craft. I mean, it's so easy to improve at this game. And so as soon as you step into the realm of CEDH, a whole new world opens up in the form of all of these great players and content creators.
Yeah, out of all of those, you've got a variety of content, variety of styles that you can go for. And honestly, the way that I got to be the level of player that I am today is not just through the reps that I have in the Chaos League, but also through watching some of these top content creators and getting to see more of the meta, more diversity, getting as much eyes on the various options that you've got here.
Yeah, and it's great because you guys get to see it first. This is the meta, right? What these decks are being played today that we're commentating over. I mean, you know exactly what to expect. And something, if you play a different deck that is in the same colors, you can be like, man, I can optimize just a little bit more if I do this. If I run a Soulless Jailer now, or if I, slip in an extra silence. We've seen Orm's chance kind of out there, and there's some really cool stuff. This is awesome.
Well, and I will say, we could not do all of this without our patrons. So I want to give a special shout out to all of our patrons, especially Suzu, as well as the Exterminator on Displacer Kitten tier. Honestly, I want to give a shout out to I Love Bacon, who was in one of the previous games here and is one of our patrons. Love the guy. He's fantastic.
Yep. Performing awesomely.
Yeah. Frenchie, that Mandu, and a new one, Tax Auditor. Not have the honor of playing with them yet. Hopefully their personality is better than their profession.
Yeah, for sure. Maybe they just like Ristic Study. That could be what it is.
That could be. They're big fans of taxes.
Yeah, that's awesome. Super exciting. I love to see the community continue to grow, and more support means that this content just gets that much better.
Yeah, we really could not do this without all of you, not just the top supporters, but all the way down to the very bottom. Even if you're just willing to give a few extra bucks, it helps out a ton here.
I hear that there's also a birthday. I don't sing on camera, but Big Red 270, happy birthday, my friend. I hope you're enjoying it, and thanks for spending it with us.
Yeah. I hope you're enjoying some great games. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Happy birthday, man. But I think that's about it for this round here.
I think so too.
That was a great game. Honestly,
I agree. I think they're going to continue to be this good throughout the entire game. I mean, today is a day of just awesome games, and we've seen it consistently. We saw the Atali win with a perfect hand. I mean, it just everything lined up for them, and just
Comedian
stole the win. Right?
It doesn't matter what deck Comedian brings. He can bring literally a ham sandwich, and assuming he won't get disqualified for it.
Yeah, and just making it work. Yeah, super awesome. We saw Keenan just outgrind everyone into this crazy instant win over the top. And then this here, we see Rocco with just an endless possibilities of ways to play the game. Unfortunately, gives it to our Atraxa player that played also just so phenomenally, holding up interaction. I'm not going to
knock Atraxa.
No, it was so good. I think that there was just countless great plays today, and I'm excited to see what we have for the rest of it.
Yeah, for more games from top players and top decks, make sure to come back after the break here.
मैं तो खोया रहूं तेरी यादों में, तेरी बातों में, ना तुझे जाने मैं दूं अपने ख्यालों my ears like a melody, but I've got voices in my head telling me it's too good to be true. When I'm lying in my bed, I close my eyes and I see you. 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 In my ears like a melody, but I've got voices in my head telling me it's too good to be true. When I'm lying in my bed, I close my eyes and I see you. 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 Close my eyes and I see you. I close my eyes and I see you. I close my eyes and I see you.
Oh.
I'm keeping up my love's defenses, waiting for the one I'll be calling mine. Maybe you're inches away. Could it be you keeping me safe? Yeah, think I'm seeing my saving grace in you, in you. You're the reason why I can open up and down my walls tonight. We could run away, let our worlds collide. I'm staying where you are, 'cause only you could ever mend my tender heart. Let our worlds collide, 'cause only you could ever mend my tender heart. I can open up, 'cause only you could ever mend my tender heart. Maybe you're inches away. Could it be you keeping me safe? Yeah, think I'm seeing my saving grace in you, in you. You're the reason why I can open up and down my walls tonight. We could run away, let our worlds collide. I'm staying where you are, 'cause only you could ever mend my tender heart. My secrets are all mine, 'cause only you could ever mend my tender heart. I'm seeing my saving grace in you, 'cause only you could ever mend my tender heart. I found the one, 'cause only you could ever mend my tender heart. I'm staying where you are, 'cause only you could ever mend my tender heart.
Hey guys, welcome to the next Chaos. Almost in the Nexus. I think it's hold habits. You know, it dies hard. Right now, I'm joined here today by Bones. Bones, how's it going?
Hello. Welcome to the Chaos.
At least it didn't say Nexus plug mean, you know? Just want to thank everyone for being here today. I want to thank the players, the judges, you know, all the staff and everybody, and of course our Patreon members. We can't be doing what we've been doing without them, you know? So, what do you think of the tournament we've seen so far, Bones? Do you have any top decks you want to talk about? Interesting things that you've seen, or?
I'm very interested. We're looking at Atraxa has been doing very good in this tournament, and that's been very interesting to me.
Yeah, I saw here, it is right now, they are undefeated, Nato 64, rocking your very, you know, typical tracks. They seem to be rocking every, you know, a lot of the same kind of pieces that you would normally see. I think that they aren't running one thing that it just doesn't remember me. They're also playing the Delighted Halfling, which is very, very interesting, actually. I think it's just to get an uncounterable Atraxa, which I think seems to be doing pretty well for them, which is honestly pretty surprising for me.
I think that makes a lot of sense to me. Coming from the deck I play, my commander tends to get countered really often. So I imagine when you're playing a deck like Atraxa, and your commander costs so much mana and it has such a powerful enter the battlefield ability that just casting it already gives you so much advantage in the game that people are more likely to want to counter your commander. So in that sense, the Delighted Halfling does make a lot of sense, and I think it's very interesting in that sense.
Yeah. Another deck I did want to make a point of is that we have Bacon rocking this weird Najeela list. They're playing things like Jetmir, Marnus, Marisi. They have
Marisi.
Winota. Yeah, it's this. That I saw that. I'm a Najeela player. I'm a Najeela stan. It's the real term for that. And I'm seeing this list, and I'm going, Bacon, what is this?
No way. Marnius Calgar, my beloved? There's some
Marisi
spice
Break
in
of the
here for
Coil.
sure.
They're running all the Najeela win cons, like its repository, Nature's Will. I think the only one that they're not running is actually Grim Hireling, which is actually kind of
No, that one's in there too,
Oh,
actually.
really? Let me see. Oh, yes, they're running every single win con you can as well. Wow. Okay, I wonder they're doing pretty well in the tournament. That's why I wanted the point of it. But like that is fascinating.
One card I'd really like to point out in this list, where you were talking about Lotho, new Lord of the Rings cards that I think are very interesting. You see Flowering of the White Tree, which when you think in terms of Najeela, Najeela is a deck that can very easily just win with combat damage, just kill you all with endless streams of warriors, and doubling the clock is very interesting. Giving Najeela Ward is very interesting. Also makes it a lot easier to attack him with Najeela. You're running a lot of weird legends. You're talking about Jetmir, Marisi. There's Winota, Marnius Calgar, Toski. The new Samad is very interesting as well, partnering very well with Najeela's making a bunch of creatures drawing a lot of cards, and Flowering of the White Tree, giving them a ward is very interesting, at least in my opinion.
100%. Like I just wanted to make a note of that is because I've known Macon. They've been in the Gila Discord for a while. So as soon as I saw that list, I just had to ask, what's going on there. We'll be starting soon there. Round 4 will be starting at around 4:55. So they're just getting some mulligans in here. And we're going to be spectating a pod soon. So let's give me some good games of CDH here. So I'm glad everyone's here, gets to enjoy our time. So I'd like to talk a little bit, about our Patreon. So if you guys are looking to, keep helping us do what we're doing here, and you have maybe just $1 and you really just want to, throw that to us, and it does really help, helps with being able to give our money to judges, being able to keep what we're doing here, helps increase that prize pool, adds to the league prize pool, everything like that. So you could just do that at patreon.com/chaos tournaments. We also stream anonymously with our YouTube. So we have youtube.com/chaos tournaments if you are on Twitch, or if you want to just be on YouTube, whichever one you like. I know streaming better is more on the Twitch side, but you can give that a quick check. It's always got uploads. Fetch and Kuma seem to be really doing a lot of good videos there. If you're ever looking for, a good time, some funny memes, as let's say sometimes, as well as we also have a podcast on YouTube that you can kind of listen to. I know Fetch is the one that's running that a lot of the times, and you'll see some familiar faces, like I mentioned, Kuma. You're also going to see like Nico and a few other people there. They always have like really good content on there, so it's very, very good. All right, who do you think? So what's this game? What do they have that is going to be bringing up here soon? I want to see. So we got Sharky returning. Oh, this is going to be a good game. Still watch this. Sharky's a very, CDH player. They have, really good success for a very long time. Kind of left, I think, tournament scene for a little bit. They weren't playing too much, so it's gonna be a real good game in my opinion. They're very, very well known for their style of list here. Bones, do you recognize any players here, or do you have any comments about what kind of style of lists that they might be rocking? Or
I'm not incredible at recognizing players.
Oh yeah.
Right now I'm looking at the
we got your turbo players here. I don't know, is that
Sorry.
That's Najila. Just Ice. Oh, that is another prolific Najila player. I know, I'm all about that. You guys want
Oh, sorry. I get confused by the noise. Anyway, I'm looking more at the commanders here. I'm seeing the Rogsai. I'm seeing the Jajila. I'm seeing a Timna something.
I think that one is. I'm not 100% sure either. It's definitely. We can always double check with names. Thanks to the lovely folks here at the Chaos, giving us a nice long list of. So it's Woods, right? WZ. Always forget because I never double check. Nope, that is not the player. Probably a different name. I would have to double check the actual voice because I can always take a look. Getting some nice, interesting. So it'd be OK Flair, I think it is. Okay. They're rocking today. Oh.
Okay. Timna Crom.
Yeah, they're playing some Timna Crom there. We have the Rogsai player. We have Sharky's known for Crom to Vesh. That is like their known deck. Yes. They are very well known for it. They just are very prolific with the deck there. I honestly think it's the only player I've seen that actually has ever gone to the point where they are right now as far as that style of list, which I can't wait for. Audio is a little distracting. Oh, okay, they're all talking about Gavin there. Yeah, Gavin is amazing. They've got a great voice and everything. 100%, don't blame y'all. Glad to have him aboard. Brings good energy. Good time.
Okay, the audio fix. Yeah. All right, good. Sounds good. Yeah. Crom Tabash is actually, you're talking about them, is a very interesting commander to me. I'm a big fan of, it can do some very interesting things with Displacer Kitten and Tabash that I think is very cool. I've seen a lot of turbo-oriented stuff with Bolas' Citadel. There's some very cool stuff I've seen with that.
Yeah, like you can kind of do a lot of things because you're not creature-based, right? So a lot of the times, since being a Planeswalker deck does have advantages, so you are more free to do Toxic Deluge, so to wipe the board. You can play more of a protective style for your commanders, which is amazing, because now that you're not reliant on having creatures, you can kind of go into a little bit more of the Adnaz, where you can be on more rituals, more rocks. It does fall pitfall to like the stacks kind of things, but we haven't seen stacks in CDH too much. It's just not able to do as much anymore as it used to be able to, because it doesn't have a happy medium, right? In a pod with all Adnaz players, cool. That means stacks will do a good job, because stacks is pretty reliant at kind of slowing them down. Then if you have a Adnaz deck that's Najeela against stacks, if you can't target Najeela with any of your stacks pieces, they start to game, right? Because they can just progressively increase their plan. That's just what the deck's known for. It's very good at that. Even the Adnaz variants are really good at that, just attacking on two fronts. That's the power of Najeela, especially in the stacks meta. So when you're bringing stacks to the a tournament, and Najeela is a very prominent tournament deck, it's just not going to do too well if you can't get that early stacks piece that can kind of slow down everybody at the table.
Yeah, I've really been somewhat low on stacks as of late. A lot of the best decks that you see are rather prepared to go against stacks. You see some very more mid-rangey piles that can still go fast. Something like a Tibet that excels in the late game but can still go fast is going to do really good against a lot of stacks. It's really not been the place I'd want to be recently.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
What kind of style of deck do you like playing most? Like, are you more of Adnod, sit back, kind of mid-rangey plan,
I'm definitely more of a mid-range player. The deck I usually play is actually Minskimbu Timeless Heroes.
Oh, okay.
So I was very excited when I heard in this tournament about Itali. That was the deck I heard was in this tournament today, and that was very exciting to me.
Make Gruul good again, right?
That's what I'm looking for, eh?
Because man, we're here to rap bad. Gruul. Green is so bad. Honestly,
no.
The reason why I play 5 colors because it's green, like Najeela. It's not because there's green. The only good green card are the tutors to battlefield. So that means you have to be one on a creature combo deck that doesn't need anything else. That's why Najeela is good, right? Because you can just find a single creature wins the game, versus other green decks where you need to have 3 or 4 creatures that win you the game. So these tutors aren't as efficient.
Yeah, I definitely think green is not usually the place you want to be.
Not anymore, anyways.
Yeah. So, yeah, it is what it is. You gotta do what you can. It grows in you usually think of it as the underdog, but I don't know, that's the kind of thing I enjoy. But I think mid-range in general is just very good right now.
Oh yeah, I think mid-range does decently well overall in the meta. It has really strong, able to kind of play anything here, and we're going to be getting started here with Najeela playing first. They kept a hand of 7, so they're fetching turn 1 Remora. It's going to be one of those games. Everyone's just got to agree. If they feed the Remora, you give Najeela 3 cards on turn 1. That's a death sentence. Good.
Yeah, yep, and looks like it's resolved, and we're moving on to the next player. It's there to stay. That's the game. Nope, not the game, but that's how the game's gonna go.
Oh yeah, right here with you, Josh. Playing that Turbo Najeela, it's good times.
I've been seeing so much Ninjala in tournaments. I feel like it's definitely
Good
like
deck, right? It's just very strong. It's just good overall. That's why you see
it's very, very popular, I've seen.
All right, what is this? Gonna be the fish of their own? No, it's a soul ring. Very blurry soul ring, but it's a soul ring.
I think that's what is that? The Grand Prix one?
That's
I don't know.
No, it's Command Fests. The yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
Nice foily Command Fest soul rings. I think. Pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah, that art's quite nice. I like that art.
Giving fish a draw, feeding that fish. If all of a sudden a Sharky throws out a Signet, which is very much a Sharky thing to do. Hey guys, I got a ramp. My deck, my two commanders cost. If I want to play them together, 10 mana. I got to play out this out.
Yeah, 5 mana in the command zone. You got to do what you got to do. You know?
Oh, it definitely looks like it's going to be one of those turns. Is that
the thing?
What is that?
I think that's a secret lair Signet, I think. What is that? Dimir Signet? Or maybe?
I hope it's a Signet. I'm pretty sure it's a Signet. It almost looks like Helm of Awakening, but I still, so I know it's not.
You definitely called it.
Yeah, it's
Talisman of Dominance.
I think what Sharky's trying to do here is like, look guys, the Gila's drawn. Oh, here's a fin of a fish. Okay.
Oh my god.
This is a good game. Double fish before you even get to start. Or Tim Crom.
Oh my god, Nichila over there with the cards in hands counter on 9. Amazing.
This is gonna be. I love this game. Surprising that they'd be at 9 though, right? Because the land would have brought them down to 7 cards. Fish would brought them down to 6. They've drawn 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they are at 9.
Oh, and the Esper Sentinel.
That's a poor man's fish,
Anyone want to cast any non-creature spells? I don't know, mana rocks, counter spells. Anyone?
Yeah, paying for the fish, as you kind of have to here. This game looks like who can ever draw the most, have the most in hand, win it here.
Yeah, we're gonna see.
And the best
I feel like they're going to be paying for the fish for a while.
Yeah, for a while too. Especially because being in green does give you dorks. So that's the only thing that's good about being in green is dorks when there's fish and an Esper Sentinel. Right? You're just able to bypass that completely and you're just chilling.
Speaking of, there's Ignoble Hierarch. Pretty good dork there.
I think it's probably the second best. Obviously, Noble Hierarch and Birds is just so good. I feel like those two are usually the better ones. Ooh, here comes out the Crom. They're going to go straight for the aggression here, probably swinging at the Nagil. Or even
makes a lot of sense.
Or even the Rograk Silas, just because they are turbo. Yeah, definitely Rograk Silas. That's who I'd be swinging at. I know a couple players like this. Their Adnals plan is also not as viable, but you kind of have to just swing at the turbo player just as their Adnals is more efficient. You need to get them under that 20 life a lot quicker. Otherwise, they can just kind of take the game very easily.
Absolutely. And I do like the Crom play. Once again, you're talking about playing creatures into the Double Fish and the Esper. Crom is going to get you that card draw you want. It might get you that card draw, but it also not triggering everything while getting your card advantage engine out is going to be very good there.
That's definitely the play I would make above all else, just because you can't be giving these players these cards here. You need to starve them a little bit just until that fish is gone, right, from both players there.
Yeah. And getting to, again, like you're talking about, getting the pressure while also trying to draw cards is not a bad spot.
Now, I wonder what type of hand the Timna Crom player kept here.
I feel like I'd be very sad if I was them going 4th in this pod.
Definitely the same here.
There's something uniquely brutal about 2 fish resolving before you get to take a turn. Speaking of fish, Arcane Signet, unfortunately, is going to give them cards.
Oof.
But you gotta do what you gotta do.
Yeah. I think if I'm at this point in the game and I don't know if I can secure a 3rd land drop or if I need that 4th mana on my turn, if I do have that 3rd land drop, I'm just slimming that Signet every day of the week just so I can get the Timna out there, right?
Yeah.
Swinging the Esper. I mean, you're not going to block with it. I don't see an issue on why not to, right?
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I mean, every point counts.
Now, which player are they swinging at here? Oh, yeah, definitely the turbo player. Good job. Everyone's adequately assessing that turbo Rogsai with a fish engine, might I add right now, is definitely a player you want to swing at, just because they're able to use their life total much more efficiently than any other deck in the format. You just need to pressure their total as much as possible. The 1 damage can count. Oh, there goes the first fish. Wonder what kind of play is coming up. Are they trying to think about, playing Najila this turn? Therefore, they're going to sacrifice that card engine just so that they can enable that primary game plan of beats.
Yeah, I was going to say, I wouldn't be surprised given that they already have a full grip of cards. They probably have a game plan in hand. I wouldn't be surprised to see, to see the Najila and see how they sculpt their game plan from
Fabulous
there.
artwork, though. I might add, that looks gorgeous.
I feel like I recognize that artist too. Isn't that the isn't that the artist for like MTG Goldfish?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure. I'm very bad with artist name, like you mentioned players, right? I just
fair.
never remember, even just music. I cannot remember. Besides a prolific player, like, amazing artists, and everyone knows them. Oh, here comes the Crom. Now only giving a card to 2 players instead of 3 players here. Definitely a good idea to wait.
Yeah, definitely. Getting rid of 1 fish, at least it's not as much, and you can still, let me see, that was 1, 2. I was going to say they could have paid for the Esper, but I don't think they did, opting to hold up interaction.
Because the big thing too is you never want to over invest into anything, just denying one player a single card when another player is already. I'm a player who's very much. Whoever's drawing, if there's only one player drawing, don't deny them the card. If there's multiple players drawing off of a spell I cast, I let them all draw, because it's better for them to interact with each other than to be interacting with me and only having one, right? So I don't mind giving everybody players. That's the kind of player I am. If there's multiple draw engines, draw. Like, I'm going to be greedy. I'm not going to invest more than I have to.
Yeah, that's understandable. It also is worth noting that, well, I don't know, it depends on what they're going to do. It's going to be a little hard for them to pressure the Tavesh. Najila, of course, is an issue, but
as long as they keep the Crom back, there's not much of an issue there, right? They're able to just keep the Najila from directly swinging.
Yeah.
They may be able to get 1 or 2 moves coming at them, but it's not.
I was going to say, though, I wonder if it's worth keeping. They are opting to keep the crown back. I was going to say, I wonder if it's worth keeping the crown back versus putting more pressure on one of your ad nauseum opponents. But
one big thing, though, is that since Najila is on the board, they can do that policing for them. They can be swinging at the turbo player for the next turn 5 damage versus you having a potential of the Najila coming at your Tavesh, right? Because Tavesh is scary. Everyone wants to swing at just because it has so much power.
That's very true. That makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Oh, you can deal with the Rogsai. I'm just gonna sit here and
flame. Okay.
Oh.
Might be Adna's time. We will see. There is a Chromox that was played earlier. This is their second spell. That's why the Chrom is drawing here.
Alright, looks like they're going for it.
I mean, if they got it here, they go for it, Don't care about all this mana that's... Oh, mental misstep. Ooh.
Misstep on the right of flame. Interesting.
This is interesting. I think it's just because it's a 1 TMC spell. It's just what else are you going to use it on in this case?
Yeah.
Mana is pretty important to kind of get rid of here, because that was the difference between casting or not casting an Adnaz.
Yeah, very much so. It does potentially, yeah. If their plan was just to untap and go.
Oh, it was the casting side for 2. That was
That's gonna make what? 1, 2, 3, 4. 4.
Yeah, just the 4 there.
Yeah, I mean that still gives you Nas.
Oh, Ice's camera has gone out. Probably hit their camera there a little bit and turned it off. So they are given time frame to have it back on as quickly as possible. So yeah, there we go. The camera is back on. So now they may continue. They might get a short judge call depending on how long that camera was actually off for. They could have also said that they'd been casting a spell in response to the dockside. Thing that does happen. So it's a 1. Oh, is that the new counter spell that can counter 2 CMC?
Oh, Dockside getting Stern Scolding. Oh my god. Yeah.
That's just
Stern Scolding, counter target creature.
If I'm wrong, correct, Silas, I'm just gonna be like, I'm done with this game. Like, if my mana production just gets countered, I'm done. I'm just chilling. You guys have beat me, you know?
I have been saying for a while, Stern Scolding, kinda good. That card kinda good. Counters Dockside, counters Thoracle, counters literally so much stuff in the format. Counters Oppo, counters Dothy, counters Grim Hireling, counters Displacer Kitten, counters Grand Abolisher, counters, I don't know, Devoted Druid, Hermit Druid. It counters a lot of stuff. I'm just saying, it's kind of good. It's kind of a good card.
Monolith, okay. Instead of casting the...
It's Dockside, Drainic, Kiki, Grand Abolisher.
I wonder what this is going to be. This is 4 whole mana to get this out here.
Yeah, Ardex, I'm sort of. I've talked about it a little bit.
Okay.
Oh, hello, Crom. Yeah, I've talked about it a little bit before. I think Stern Scolding is really good in decks that want to be more interactive. So I think more like mid-rangey, control-y kind of decks that are fine going slow. Stern Scolding is very, very good there because it's more of a defensive counterspell for the most part. Mm-hmm. Stopping something like a Grand Abolisher, Thoracle, Dockside, I think is what it's best at. And so I think I was looking at it in decks like Tibet, your Esper value, anything that's sort of when I get mid range. Yeah,
I think it's a great card in Atraxa, right? Stops Gilded Drake, 2 CMC.
I think it's very reasonable in Atraxa as well. I think the card is a lot better than people are giving it credit for, and I would be very excited to see it come up more often. So I'm glad to see it be very
auto include. I think it is an inclusion, depending on. I think, right, just like your Fire Covenant, just like your Toxic Deluge and other things like impacting on the board, basically, or being able to stop an action. That's why Spell Pierce is seen. That's why an offer you can't refuse right now is seen a lot in these ad nauseam variants. See them too often. Oh, is this the One Ring? Oh, I'm glad to see this.
Oh shit!
That 4 CMC colorless, it's so good. You need to deal with it when it comes out. Otherwise, this card is just so much value.
Vamp Tutor Response. Okay. Is that
scary going into their turn here? It could very well be a Displacer Kitten, and because they already have a Tavesh, that is just a huge amount of value with mana.
That is very worrying.
Or it could just be an Adnos. They have enough mana,
That's true as well. could be anything. Could even be an Adnos. Yeah, not Gilded Drake. It is good. I feel like in Atraxa you want to hit something like Draneth, though. And that's really what it's good for. And against again, I've talked about, I don't know, Thassa's Oracle is obviously the biggest example. And Dockside. The 2 strongest creatures in the entire format.
Power or toughness, it cannot hit Gilded. That's right. My bad.
Yeah. You know what it hits? It hits Nagila.
It also hits, if its power or toughness is 2 or less, it hits Derevi.
It does. It hits Timna. It hits Thrasios. It hits a lot of stuff. It's a lot of stuff.
Very, very good. Very, very good.
Sisei, Kinnan, Rocco, yeah.
It's Timnas. I always say people don't kill Timnas enough.
1 mana counter target Timna? Kind of crazy. Kind of nice. All right, let's see what Sharky vamp tutored for.
So
They're drawing with Tevesh.
Yeah, they're probably maybe looking for that fourth lane if they don't already have it here.
Do we see the Nas? Do we see the Displacer Kitten? I want to see something cool here.
Oh, it might just be
console. Well, something cool.
Oh, that's hot.
All right. Okay. Sharky's just going for it. Sharky's not messing around. They just want the game done.
Yeah, it's like, I want to win here. Show me what you got. Watch them
have an answer.
The Tainted Pact and the Demonic Consultation. They have the mana for it. That would be real hot.
Force of Will coming out from the Blue Farm player. It's already historical. Pitching a very mastermind.
I mean, I think that card's terrible.
Sure wish we had a Stern Scolding account in this.
Deflecting Swat.
Protected. Okay. All right, they do get a trigger from Kron and potentially the Esper.
Very surprised with the Blue Farm player being the first player to want to interact here. Usually, if Blue Farm, I'm just holding that Force of Will. Just wait until I see something else, I'm super greedy though, so don't take what I say by word.
Okay, they're drawing from their triggers. Do they have an answer to this deflecting SWAT?
Now, does the table have this answer? That's the real question. Jill look at their hand, deciding. And if
Jill does have 6 cards in hand.
Just kind of tapping. I feel like the Jill players definitely got some. They're very twitchy right now.
They might be waiting for the Consult or Tainted Pact, holding something like you mentioned, like Offer, something that counters instant sorceries. Speaking of, there is Consult.
All right.
And we're seeing action from, is that a fetch from Roxai?
Yes.
And we're probably going to see something along the lines of like an Offer.
Someone in the chat, tricked by encountering the Thoracle trigger after the conflict is resolved, or same with Angel's Grace. Both cards you don't see in CDH. They're just so narrow. They're both those moments you can is what I like to say.
That is a swan song.
See, here's interesting. The counter spells that give bodies are really strong, such as Swan Song, such as maybe not all counter spells. I think only Swan Song itself is a counter spell that really gives a body in CDH, but just giving a body for 1 mana, sure, that was a game-winning spell, but a 2/2 does a lot of work, people, Walks.
I mean, it's there to protect the Tevesh. It's not unreasonable. It looks like the Swan Song does resolve, which means that you could have had your Consult, but Bird's just as good, I think.
Yeah, trading your game-winning spell for a 2/2. Great. Perfect. 1 CMC, get a 2/2.
I mean, 1 mana 2/2, that's pretty good stats. What do you think about it?
Imagine if they would have made Ragavan a 2, right? No, they just made it up. Just using the Swan Song itself as the 2/2 bird.
Now, I'm very curious here. That was a decent amount of interaction spent. I don't think Sharky has more interaction.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. Roxai might have something here. They're tapping blue.
Is this their own Oracle here? No, Talisman. So it's like they might not have enough gas, just trying to get up there. Remember, guys, they countered all their mana. So they're down to only 4. They're not on their turn coming up to the 5 mana, which is very pivotal. They need to be at that mana to even dream of casting an Advance, unless they have Dark Ritual and things like, which they do play a lot of rituals. Oh, is this a Praetors? Oh, who are you targeting with this, do you think? All the decks here are good to target because everyone's playing Dockside. Okay. What else is?
Are we seeing a response to the Praetor's Grasp?
I remember my favorite thing to do back in the day against Praetor's Grasp was just showing them a Veil of Summer. You targeted me, right? Thank you. I'll cycle this Veil of Summer, negate your spell, draw a card. Sweet. End step Adnos, anybody?
That is unfortunate. That is very unfortunate. You never want that to happen to you.
Oh, it was so great. It was my best feeling I ever had. Guys, I'm just casting this Veil of Summer so he can't take my Dockside from my deck. Little did I know I had both the Dockside and Adnos in hand. So, but to be fair, they didn't know I had both a Snap and 2 Spirit Guides in hand to get me to that 5 mana.
See, who would know? Who would know that?
Right? That's fair. I was just being a scummy player, being like, guys, don't worry, I got just stop this.
I'm protecting the table. Don't worry about it.
Now they can't get my Dockside. That is not in my hand, okay? Oh, glad to see Black Coffee here, Sounds like an investment on the Trick Bind. Because that is fair. Trick Bind does hit a lot of things. It is 2 mana, though. If you're looking at CDH spells, we want them usually to be free or 1 mana. So, 2 mana is a lot to keep up on turns, but if it stops people from winning, maybe Trick Bind should be looked at more, It does hit a lot of things, so. So, Albrecht player is after tutoring someone's right? Like they might be passing the turn. So they did look through the Crom Timna player's deck.
Presumably grabbing that Dockside. I mean, they've been trying to get mana all game to no avail.
Right? They have 5 mana now. They could just... And
that is true.
Sitting in wait.
That is very true.
This could have been their only tutor to find an Adnos and the Dockside. Because it did look like they kept a hand that was all mana, which you want to see, especially if you have the tutor for Adnos. Definitely with a Rogsai. And they had the early fish too, so that's just, you're just chilling. Now, I am very scared if it gets back to the Nigilla player's turn. Them being on potentially 6 mana is extremely scary because that is just cast the Derevi to tap down a blocker and go game. That is a real thing that can happen.
Yeah, especially they've drawn so many cards this game. Nigilla is just getting. I feel like the Nigilla deck is getting ready.
Drawing more cards, right? That card is showing that it's so strong for 4 mana, but it pays dividends. Just like your investments.
Yeah, the fact that it's just going to is going to untap and draw 2 immediately. That's going to be a lot of value. That's going to be nice to have.
Now, here comes a Chrome Mox imprinting a Grim Hireling.
Wow.
I saw it for a split second. Actually, being on Grim Hireling in the deck, I like that because it was played a lot for a while. It's more of a control-y piece, the mid-range, and you're looking to be more aggressive usually, which I kind of like. I like the more mid-range of Timna Crom. I feel like it does play more dividends, especially how I keep talking about investments. By putting 4 mana in with a flying 4, you're generally getting 2 back. So essentially, you just played a creature for 2 mana. That's cool to me. I'm fine with that. Creature every turn, getting able to keep producing more and more mana and board.
I do think Grim Hireling is very, very powerful, so I definitely like seeing it in this kind of list. I think what's more telling is the fact that they didn't play it, considering what the board looks like right now. Oh, and that would be why.
So good to know that Rog's side did not take the imagine turn.
Yeah, can definitely say that is not what Rog's side took. I feel like it's got to be
just caught passing. This is scary.
Oh. I don't know if any of the other players are going to have interaction for this, because
that's what I'm afraid for. Like this is a.
If Sharky had interaction, I feel like they defend their console. So, yeah, that's kind of rough.
Now, what kind of card does the jail player have in hand? They're just okay with the Adnos. Like, do they just not? Probably just they don't have anything, or they're feeling, in the pod. It's got to have, so they can just pass to the other players in the pod. Oh, Sharky seeming like they might have something. This is 3 mana here. It's a. What the heck is that? Is this just?
Oh, snap! It's a snap.
Oh, okay.
It's just secret layer art.
Putting something on the stack, it seems. So getting that, having more mana here, getting to untap 2 lands, and maybe a player here says, "I have some tapped," and because Snap does say, you get to pick the land.
Yeah.
Or just themselves, maybe they just have the interaction here.
What did they bounce? I didn't see. They bounced the Crom.
Keeping off the, things like that. And it's a mind break trap.
Okay, so their goal was to turn off like Fierce Guardianship, deflecting SWAT, while getting ready to mind break trap exile.
1/2. That would have been, they would have had 1 flowing, then they untap 2 lands. So mind break trap is they get the extra from. Am I missing where they could have gotten that extra mana from?
Did they hardcast the Mind Break Trap?
Yeah, it looks because they tapped all their mana again. So I feel like that was a miscount because.
Oh, Simian Spirit Guide.
Oh, where's that? Oh, okay.
Energy says Simian Spirit Guide.
Okay.
Interesting. Okay.
I did not see that. That was probably super quick.
All right, ad nauseum exiled. We've seen a lot of win attempts here and not a lot of payoff. But again, I would be very worried for this Najeela on top because I feel like after this many win attempts, Najeela having set up this much, clearly not having interaction, meaning that you have action in your hand. Yep. Definitely something to be scared of.
Still here now, so they're definitely looking for something to be able to either progress their game plan next turn or deal with this upcoming player who has invested nothing into their opponents, right? They've gone to sit back all game, draw a whole bunch, progress their game, not have to interact pretty much at all this whole game. So the only time having to interact was side. That's been it. So I feel if I'm the Najeela player, I'm very, very one's interacting with me.
Yeah, I would be very scared of Najeela right now.
Now, what do I be finding here? If I am this Timnacron player, I have an Esper Sentinel. Hopefully, if Najeela's going for something, I could. What would you feel like you need to go for here? If you're coming into the 5th turn, Najeela hasn't really played anything that's been, progressing their game state besides the draw outlets, the commander, and kind of just been sitting back and not having to interact with. I'll throw the question to you. How would you feel if you were playing that? What would you?
What would I want to tutor for there?
What would you be your first priority here? Would it be to continue to go with that aggressive style and not have to find any interaction,
That's kind of hard. I think in this position, I'd be rather scared of the Najila players, so I wouldn't be opposed to doing something like putting like a. Let me see. Are they running what I think they're running? Yeah, like a Fire Covenant on top.
The only issue is no mana, right? So that'd be a net.
Oh, they don't have mana. They don't have mana. Okay, so maybe
either. So I've, packed or bust, packed negation counter.
Yeah, definitely probably a free counter spell then.
Packed or bust,
Yeah.
Because they've already used their force. You know that they don't have. So that's really their only option if they're looking to be able to interact with their turn.
They enforce a negation. They are enforcing negation.
But the issue with force and negation is it only hits non-creature. If Najila is going to be going for a creature win here, such as Derevi, you can't hit it with the.
Yeah, got you.
Is this what their discards are? So yeah, this looks like they are going to discarding both a Crom and a Dothi. Now we're going to be going into the Najila turn here, as they have gotten to sit back all game, not having too much here. Kind of had like a free ride is what I'd like to say.
I'm very, well, one thing I'm very interested in is, again, impact of Lord of the Rings cards on CDH. We're seeing the One Ring, we're seeing Stern Scolding. I'm very curious how the Lord of the Rings cards are sort of, well, not curious, it's very interesting to see how they're impacting this game.
So much, like Lotho, for example. Been an amazing, so many decks. Just free treasures, who doesn't want? So this is a whole 3 mana, and it looks.
This feels like Derevi to me.
No.
Oh.
If you didn't see, as you noticed, they didn't tap anything. That's how I knew. Going for draw plan. They didn't draw a win con enough with the win con, but I think it's just that they haven't drawn one yet, or haven't had a way to get one out here. If you're at this point of the game, I would just feel safe to do it.
Yeah, I definitely think if they have the win that they should, or they would have gone for it there. I think that would have made a lot of sense.
Now, going straight to combat now, after the Ristic studies resolved, and looking like they might just swing Rog, smack them for 6 this turn. They go to the 20 life. You've already seen the Adnos gone from Tim to Crom.
Yeah, given that the Nas was exiled.
Yeah, the Tim Crom player. Interesting.
Huh.
Oh, it's.
I mean, their Adnos was exiled. So.
Yeah. Maybe they're just worried that they might have gone maybe a Toxic or something where, if they're going to be paying 4 life, bringing them under 26 is actually pretty reasonable.
Yeah. Jack, your audio is cutting out a little bit, by the way.
Let me see if I can fix it. Let me go to settings here.
Right. In the meantime, we're going into Crom Tavish's turn. They have the Swan. They have Tavish active. They have Crom active. That is the 3rd Remora of the game. This is certainly a game defined by these draw engines.
Here we go. How does that sound a little bit?
You sound good.
Okay, perfect. But there's so much draw engines in play. Well,
yeah.
Well, folks, I definitely would not want to be in this game. I hate having to play against people drawing.
We got the One Ring, we got Ristic, we got Mystic, we got Esper, we got Crom, we got Tevis. Look at all this card draw.
But now, where's that orcish bowmaster? People.
Heard about this interesting cuss one in a black. Maybe pretty good in this scenario. I know.
Yeah. How does everyone else feel about the Lord of the Ring cards? Do you feel that they've kind of shifted the meta a little bit, or do you good cards and just an easy include in most lists, and so people are adopting them? So
I'm very curious. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, as I said, I've definitely noticed it's kind of more of a shift. Players are playing a little bit good.
Personally, there are a few I'm rather excited about. Yeah, you're still cutting out a little bit. Yeah. But yeah, Lord of the Rings I'm excited about. We talked a little bit about Delighted Halfling, which is one I'm very excited about, being like a green mid-range player. I think the One Ring is going to prove to be very, very powerful, especially I've been very excited about it in things that can sort of untap it. Something like Shorakai with like keys, something like my friend was actually started to play around with Mono Blue Teferi because it can untap the One Ring. So
how does am I still cutting in and out right now, or is it back there?
You sound fine right now.
Okay. Is it? I'm wondering why it's coming out though. That's a little weird.
Yeah.
So hopefully that fixed it there. But yeah, where is the? This is a Christian Minecraft server. Where is that orc?
Right now we're seeing Bergie into Time Twister from Rockside. Gonna even up all that card draw. Everyone else has been drawing too much. Let's even the playing field a little bit. It's only fair.
It's all about humanity.
All right. Now, giving everybody a fresh 7 though.
Yeah, it's a little scary, but given the fact that, like, for example, Najila already has 7 cards in hand, Tevesh Kram has a lot of cards in hand.
Ooh.
Everyone's drawing so much that, like, I don't blame them for trying to equalize.
4 mana here. Oh.
Oh?
I'm a little scared.
Okay. Sacrificing the bird. Something cute they could have done is sacrifice Thassa's Oracle, and then that shuffles it back in with the Twister. Oh, that... Okay, never mind. Yeah, Notion Thief. Hi, Notion Thief.
Yep, that's what I was afraid of. I know this list very, very well, and that's more scary than an orc,
Yeah. Orcish Bowmaster's fine and all, but I mean... There's just a few worse things that could happen when you whale.
Mm-hmm. Now you got to be very mindful. It's not just back in the day how it was just Notion Thief and most notable, most bannable card to ever reprint it, but the Merfolk Pirate there, Hall Breacher.
Yeah.
Now you gotta be worried about a little orc shooting 1,000 arrows at you and Notion Thief. That's played in some lists, but not all. I know why it's in this list. It's just too good of a card, right? It's 4 mana. You don't mind holding up 4 mana.
Yeah, definitely. Notion Thief, at least in this position, is pretty freaking nasty. That's going to be a lot of cards, and that, if it goes through, is probably going to end the game in short order.
Probably targeting both the Wheel and the Notion Thief here, or maybe just the Notion Thief. Just knowing the players, I think I would be feeling more confident just targeting the Notion Thief here, just because I want to have that Wheel still kind of resolve.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
But again, Najila not having to do anything but just play out card draw. Why can't I have these Najila games? Like, how do y'all feel about it?
Najila's just kind of been sitting pretty, drawing cards this entire game. I feel like the situation for them is pretty fine. As long as, they don't get Notion Thieved, but,
Now, is this Mind Break Trap going to resolve? That's the question.
Yep, looks like it did, and looks like the Notion Thief has been exiled.
Again, notably,
They certainly tried.
Time Twister, which I think they just want to have a refuel of their hand. They've already, thrown out so much interaction. So many cards have been burned already.
Oh, all right. Looks like they're doing the twist.
All right. Now, folks here there at home, if you want to join and, play maybe some Twister or, give us, the best iteration of doing your twisting dance, by all means. And do the twist. Yeah, do the twist. And most notably, that is the card that was Praetor's Crest. My brain almost forgot the name of the card. So that is going to go back to the graveyard of the Timnacraw, which does leave it open to being able to be cast again. Let's say if they have like a breach for whatever reason that they want to draw 7 cards for. They don't really want to do that, but that is a notable thing that could happen.
Yeah. It's weird. You don't usually think games with commanders that look like this are going to go this long.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to imagine that all these decks are, as fast as they are, pretty good at interacting with each other. We, we do have 4 blue decks, so...
Like, this is generally what you'll see at a typical blue deck table, where it's just going long, everyone's just throwing out card advantage engines. That's why Sharky tried to end it early, right? They know what kind of game this is going to be. They're going to want to just end the game as early as possible just because of this exact scenario, where the board's just essentially getting reset as far as cards and everyone just kind of sitting back. I think giving 7 cards going into another player's turn is usually a mistake, but we'll see. Like the rock side could just have the nuts, right? They have a free red mana. They play a whole bunch of rocks. Oh, there's another free red mana, just like I said.
All right.
Is this that's just a dashed monkey, I think. Ooh, House 3410. Thank you for subscribing. Now, yeah, so what was a dashed monkey? So they get to keep 1 red floating now after dashing. Do they not realize that the Berkey keeps the mana until the end of turn? They just kind of threw the red mana over to the side. So I don't know if the player is aware of the red mana floating.
I wonder if that means they just don't plan on doing anything.
Hitting a Fierce Guardianship off the Najila player's top deck. I'd feel salty. Now, I do want to get everyone's opinion on who they think is the best position now. After this wheel going into the Timnacrom players, yes, their Adnos is exiled, but it's Timnacrom guys. They're going to have breach, they're going to have things, right? They're just able to draw so well. They have commanders that are just so versatile, so... How does everyone feel about that? Like, Bones, do you have a comment on that? Who do you think is best position now?
I'd still be very worried about the Najila, personally. But I don't think anyone is in a particularly terrible position right now, especially given fresh 7s. I guess whoever's going earlier is, a little bit good, but I mean, you still have to worry about interaction.
Yeah. Most notably there, they had to sack the City of Traders just due to the playing that fetch land there, so they're looking for their new land there while floating 2 mana. I wonder what they might play here, because Scrawl would be 7. We haven't seen a Timna all game, so could very well be that, but I think just playing the Crom here, if they don't have any other card sources, might be your best investment. currently. If you don't have like a Ristic Study in hand and you don't have any other card draw besides your Esper, I think throwing out a Crom here would be your better overall investment.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Now I'm wondering, there's a lot of shuffling going on. So let's see what the player might have as far as their turn goes here.
They have what, 5 mana right now?
With the 2 floating, so they have a total of 7. Wondering what they could be thinking about. I know I'd have a few questions in my head here.
Oh, wow. Windfall. All right. I guess we're willing again. They didn't like their first hand. Let's try again.
I think that's probably for the best because you're just going to be seeing a lot more cards, especially if you don't pay for the Ristic. And the Ristic player, let's say they do decide to draw. That means you're going to be drawing 9 cards right now.
Oh, okay. Bowmaster's in response to the Windfall. Yeah, we were talking about it. There it is.
So, who was that earlier? Gilsars, you got your orc. You happy now?
The orcs are here. That is certainly a reason to cast a Windfall. Of course, if this resolves, goodbye, Nikhil.
Yeah, especially because, let's just say, Orcish Bowmaster just melts anything. Like, nothing's going to stay on the board.
Yeah.
Now, that's why Turbo Nagila is magnifique. Because, cool, you eliminated everything that's on board. All right, I'm cool with that. Let's just go Turbo. Cast Mad Nose, win the game. Most notably, remember how we were looking at Bacon's list with the special enchantment known as Flowering of the White Tree? That does give Nagila a ward, which makes it cost 1 extra if you want to target it, which is pretty important. So it does help a little bit into the Orcish matchup.
Yeah, that is very useful.
But if this does resolve, how much damage would that be? So that's 8. If players only have 8 cards, but I think Sharky has even more. Let's just say 9. What was this? Is that a... Did they draw... Is that a March? Yeah, that is a March. That's what I missed.
Yeah. Yeah. Phasing out the Bowmasters before the Windfall, that's very good.
Or even just throwing Commander, right? Just basically protection.
Yeah.
So you can do a little bit of both, phasing out the Orcish Bowmaster as well as Nagila, and just kind of have free protection on both. But again, I think if they only did 2 mana, so if they didn't exile blue card, so I would just target the Bowmaster here.
Yeah. Definitely want to get that Bowmaster out if you plan on letting the Windfall resolve. At least if you want a board state.
But guys, Bowmaster best card in CDH?
Well, let's see. We'll see. Orcish Midmaster. It looks quite mid when it's phased out. I'll give you that.
It's not like it's a creature that can be interacted with, guys. It's fair, it's safe. It only costs 2 mana. I think that's fair.
Yeah, you could even run an Orcish Bowmaster to interact with that.
Orcish Midmaster. That's good. You get a heart from me in chat from that. Let's go with a custom
Alright,
message
we
there.
are windfalling. Also worth noting is that this fills the graveyard for Breach, which is pretty nice. Oh, they also had a demonic betrayal that's going to
And that
graveyard.
Angel's Grace we were talking about earlier.
Angel's Grace, huh?
Let's see what the Rock side discard. They discarded Wheel. Wheel of Fortune. And that was a lot of interaction though. That's like all blue interaction there. How many? Oh, it's 10 cards.
Yeah.
That would have been 30 damage off the Bowmaster. Just killed Rogsai. Oof. I know, Addy, you don't see Angel's Grace anymore. It's just, it's a card that is good, but it's also not. Like, it's good when it's good, but it's like, it's bad when it's bad, right? You don't really see that too often in CDH when anymore anyways. Like, if a card is so narrow in its specific use and play pattern, that's why even, like, the Trick Bind is usually seen. So it's usually seen in decks that can kind of wait off and be there for a while. Such as Tivit. You usually see Tivit playing more 2 CMC counterspells.
Mana Drain, for example, very nice when your commander casts a ton of mana.
Mm-hmm. Now, is this game going to discard? Oh no. No, Timnacrom. Don't wheel and pass. This is not how you win a game. Like, I understood you just wanted to kill a player with an Orcish Bowmaster, but a little too foolhardily. I probably would have just held it off a turn. And just
the wheel counts as 2. We're going to get higher than that. We're going for the record. There's also a Wheel of Fortune in the graveyard, so technically 3. We're going to beat the record.
I'm scared of what's coming up. Wheel and pass. Yeah, Waddy. Wheel and pass. That's the most scary thing you could do in CDH, especially if you're going up against a player. It's put to draw 3 cards on their turn. Or put the draw for turn. So we're gonna be at 14 cards. Oh my gosh.
Yeah. At least everyone's hand is probably full of interaction now, or at least has some interaction in it, but oh my lord.
But I mean, like, you need lots of free interaction, right? Okay, here comes a Mox Diamond. Here's lots of mana. Give me some people some cards. Come on, be another wheel. Be another wheel.
One more wheel.
Most notably the Mox Diamond just being another, rainbow land essentially in Najeela. That's really what you care about here. Most lists it's just, extra mana, especially of color. And Najeela is just so versatile because of the rainbowness. If you don't have a rainbow land in play, it can just be your win with the Derevi or your win with getting started with like a Grim Hireling.
Yeah. Very, again, I'm not surprised to see Najeela becoming very popular. Definitely one of the strongest commanders in 5 color and just in the format, I think.
I agree. Most notably, keeping a stack of 3 lands there, 2 rainbow lands plus an island, so. No, I'm wondering where it's going to go from here. Are they... Are they just going to go straight to combat? They do have quite a bit of mana here, and they have 3 warriors, so now that they're at the pivotal 3, they can be swinging 6 at a player here and not have to worry about losing too much value from it. Oh, hey, Captain. Moral support there. Are you a big fan of the chaos or a big fan of what's going on right now?
Welcome.
Is that just going straight to discard? Oh, okay. Plays a Mox Diamond and just passes. I wonder if they're a bit more of a passive player. Do they feel like they just didn't have it there? And they just want to see what they can get. So in Sharky's upkeep, I'm guessing, they are drawing 3 cards.
The One Ring. That is drawn, what, tap for 3? It's drawn, what, 6 cards? No. And of course, when it untaps, 10 total. Pretty good.
Man. One Ring, guys. That is so good. Such a good card.
The amount of cards it draws in such a relatively short time.
Just being completely colorless means you can throw it in any deck, Make sure you guys get your Lord of the Rings staples there, If you're not sure which ones are staples, well, just get the cards you think you like playing with and that are, usually we'll see a different list, or if you think a card just doesn't get the amount of, deserving that it needs to get as well as recognition, by all means, play it in your list, tell us how it goes, and you might be the next person who breaks CDH, That word likes to get thrown around a lot.
Yeah, we were talking about Stern Scolding is actually very reasonable, even though it's not saying the most play or anything, I don't think, but I think it's actually a card that is very good.
Second Oracle here. That is something I forgot to mention with Tavesh. Tavesh being able to get rid of a piece on board that you might need to win, right? Like say your Oracle that you've already played after a failed attempt, you can just sack it to your Tavesh and just cast it with a reanimation spell or breach or anything of those above statements. It is
I was
so
going
good.
to say, I wouldn't be surprised if they did go for something like that right now.
And they can even do instant speed if they are playing their Necromancy. I know they were playing it for a little bit, so. Let's take a look here. Let's check. Because I know they were playing it for a little bit. No, so they aren't playing it anymore. They are going more into that. Just, reanimate and stuff like that. So I think the real only big reanimation spell at the moment. They were on a couple other reanimation spells for a little while, but they seem to be rocking more of their original list here.
That makes sense.
So no one looking like they want to play anything. Just passing the turn, keeping all their mana untapped, waiting for somebody to try to win here. I think that's the name of the game.
They are at a point where they're just playing a game of chicken, and whoever tries to go off first gets countered, and then the next person has a better chance, and so on and so on.
Yeah, I definitely think that being able to just be laying back there. I was surprised that the Najila player didn't swing their tokens. Just accruing more and more value is usually the option that I would always go for. So here comes a Demonic Tutor. Paying for both the Esper and the Rhystic. So that's a 4-mana Demonic Tutor.
Oh, wow. All right. Diabolic Tutor has been cast.
That's Diabolic. Not Diabolic. It's just Demonic. It's the
art
there.
No, I know. I was just joking.
Okay. Diabolic. My brain is thinking of Diabolic Intent. As soon as you said a Diabolic Tutor, I was like, yeah, I know. He's not sacking anything. It's not that. Man, you just brought up good old casual memories for me there. So just, as soon as I corrected, I was like, oh yeah. Back when I used to play just absolute casual, that is the only tutor everyone was fine with. They're like, 4-mana tutors, that's fine. By all means, you can play that.
Oh yeah, no. See, that's perfectly fine casual. It's 4 whole mana.
4 whole mana to find me a Ristic Study, guys. I stole that player in casual, you know?
Now,
Risk
risk
Study's fine as
study.
well. Hey, fine
That's
casual.
that one's a different story. See, it's less fine and more just annoying.
Do you pay the one?
I don't think I will. Dockside is back. All right, looks like they drew back into it with a time twister in the wheel.
Dockside's back again. Dun-dun.
Yep, and there's a Crom trigger drawing from that.
Now, let's just count how much this hypothetically would be. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
6, 7,
8, 9.
I'm counting 9 as well.
Yeah. So you were talking about stern dismissal here. At this exact moment.
Where's the Stern Scolding? Where is it? Oh, just getting it already resolved.
Oh yeah, because stern dismissal, the one that's played in Tivit there, where it can counter if it's with ferocious and stuff.
No, okay. Stern dismissal. 1 minute instant. Return target creature and enchantment and opponent controls his owner's hand. I think you're thinking of stubborn denial.
Yes. I was thinking also stern dismissal was also from the Krark Sakashima that I played for a little bit.
That makes sense.
The ferocious one, man, that is definitely. I was mixing up 3 cards with different names, very similar.
You know, they're both stern. It's like pretty much the same thing.
Alrighty. So let's take a look here. Oh, result. Wait, 11 treasures? Did they have 2 before? Did we miss something? 2, 3.
It's very possibly we just missed
5,
some.
6, 7. Oh yeah, 8, 9, 10. We missed the Esper Sentinel with our count.
1, 2, 3, 4.
4, 5, 6, 7.
5, 6,
8, 9.
7. 8, 9. Oh, 10. I didn't count the Remora.
Oh, see, I didn't count the Esper Sentinel. But 10 mana. Oh. Here comes a wheel of misfortune. So what's the wheel count at now, guys? I think I've lost count. There's too many.
That's the third cast one. We've seen quite a few more. This is the third one that's cast. This is kind of awkward, though, because the rock side casting the wheel is actually at the lowest life total. So I'm curious to see if that resolves what kind of bidding we see, because that could be a little bit awkward trying to win the life bid when you're at the lowest life.
Yeah. The big issue with that, though, is that all of your opponents have bigger hands, right? So are they actually going to want to bid, right? They might just be, you might have multiple players bidding 0 here. Sure, it's the most conditional one right now, but it is the one that is most likely probably going to resolve. Players are going to be incentivized. Like, it's still kind of safe to play here just because there's so many players with so many cards.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I'm curious if there's any cute stuff that happens here, but I feel like it's probably everyone has so many cards that nobody's going to really want to wheel. Unless, I don't know, maybe you're like Healing Breach or something.
Oh. Someone's got a magic card that's see, like I mentioned, players with so many cards, they're not going to want to bid any life. So it's just, what was that? What was the Tuna Crom player paid? Oh, so 4 life seems to be the most. Yeah,
Rockside bid 4, and nobody else really bid that much.
Right.
So it looks like they're just
whaling.
whaling.
Bid 0. Right. I think it was only the Rockside that bid life. So therefore,
yeah,
player to draw a fresh 7.
They certainly got the velocity. They got a lot of mana now. They got Bergie. It's very likely if they draw 7, they might be able to piece something together here. Very interesting to see.
Yeah. I think 10 mana, They keep going through phases and then just passing that red mana. But this time, oh, there's the Diabolic Intent. There we go. Now, do they pay the 1? And then do they pay the 4? Do they pay an extra 5, you know?
I feel like now is a very reasonable time to go for something like a Breach, considering how many cards you've drawn and discarded.
See, the issue being is that you're going into 2 players that have, like, if you look at Sharky, that's not his deck on his left-hand side. That is his hand.
Oh. Fair.
Oh, Ocean response.
Okay.
Damn.
Interesting. Not paying for Ristic, so we're going to see Just Ice drawing.
I think they're asking the question, does I get the mana before? They're waiting to see. Looks like there's discussion around the table. Everyone's very quiet, it looks like. Looks like it might be... Yeah, so it looks like it was Sharky holding priority there on the Notion Thief. So now that Notion Thief's resolving, no one's drawing.
Alright, it resolved. Okay. Now Diabolic Intent is on the stack.
Yeah, it looks like Digital players just fast passing, and Sharky's now choosing the frontier with an opposition agent.
Oh my god.
Oh, this game, just get me out of it is what I'd say.
This is certainly a game, alright.
Ah, that Oppo, that is rough. I could feel the devastation in Rogsai's heart.
I don't blame them. That's pretty rough.
Oh, in response to the Oppo. That's a Vamp Tutor. Oh, so Adam, I just saw your thing there. So how they use it in this card, basically setup is, basically they just go and say, hey, Declan, what do you have in your hand? You also see their hand, right? So basically all they do is, hey, what cards do you have left in your deck? Because I get to see your hand list on click, so you're technically getting to control their search, right? Oh, Samurai, thank you for the update. Good to know that he's 2-2 with Atali, you know, trying to make Gruul good again.
Gruul, let's go. I will always be happy to see Gruul performing whatsoever.
Oh, same. I think it's just so sad that it's just such a bad color matching. But yeah, just like I mentioned there with the opposition agent, you're just controlling the player, so you get the choice of either showing the player's hand, keeping it as your knowledge. So most players, what they'll opt for is, you know, they just hold their hand so you don't see it directly in the camera, and then they take a photo and then send it to you. Or they just, most players will just be like, no, I just show it to the class, things like that. But this board state, y'all, there's 3 stack. There's an opposition under 2 of them.
This has been one hell of a game. Definitely, like, again, you look at a pod like this, you look at Rogsai, Timna Crom, Najila, Tevish, Crom. These are decks that can go very, very fast, but we get a freaking grind fest on our hands with 10 wheels and 10 value engines and et cetera, et cetera.
Now, I'm in the camp of 1 or 2 wheels are usually fine. I've actually been against Time Twister of a late, unless you're not on breach plans. If you are just drawing cards, like such as Urza, I think I'm very much against being on Time Twister, especially if you're on any sort of breach plan or breach idea. I think it's just too negative for your strategy. I don't think there's better options to be playing. Like, all you really need is Wheel of Fortune and Windfall, in my opinion. I think all the other wheels are a little too much. They don't really provide as much utility or versatility. But if you're like Rogsai, for example, you're going to want to be on as minimum of 3 wheels, just so that you can re-wheel your hand and see them as often as possible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But Vamp Tutor's resolving and Len Tutor's resolving. So far, the only player that doesn't get to tutor is the Rogsai that has started all this mess.
It's so unfortunate, especially since it's like intense, so you can just take anything.
Now, the question is, when the Orcish Bowmaster comes back, will we see another wheel? Can we get the meme of the Bowmaster shooting 1,000,000 arrows, you know?
I definitely think it would be very interesting to see the 4th wheel.
There's a breach that is on top, though, so I am very scared going into any player's turn if it does get to them.
Yeah, we're reaching the point of the game where I'm sure everyone could win. But yeah, it's going to be very hard because everyone is drawing so many cards.
Like 12 cards in Ice's hand, I think 15 in Sharky's. I haven't been keeping count, but I think about 15, maybe 20.
Oh my lord.
25. He just has so many cards. Like, that's just, he's just got a deck in his hand. I think he's counting them out right now, actually. Oh, so it does look like he has 20. Damn. Oh, there's the Adnos. Yep. If you're on
Alright.
jamming that crap in there in response to your diabolic intent. Probably the diabolic intent was finding your defense grid, just to ensure that you have a safe win.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, but I think at this point, going into the face of that Oppo with the tutor on the stack, I don't blame you at all for just going for it.
Mm-hmm.
It also prevents them from taking something important if you can draw it off the nose.
Big thing here is that I don't think this Nas will be resolving with a collective 40, probably about 44 cards in everyone's hands here. Actually, that's 7, so it's 19. I think Sharks, they had 20. So that's a collective 39 cards in your opponent's hands. I don't know if it will resolve.
Yeah. Definitely a bit of a risk.
Alright, looks like my audio keeps cutting here. I'm wondering what the issue might be. If you want to just keep chatting with everyone here and doing the play-by-play, I'm going to see if I can just quickly fix this so it doesn't keep cutting out for our lovely viewers here.
Yeah, for sure.
See if
is that a channel Otawaya? What is the target, I wonder? Notion Thief. That makes a lot of sense. Yep. There goes the Notion Thief. I guess they're going to try and draw in response to this Nas. So they can, or draw from the stuff they cast from the Nas, so that if they go for it, they can draw a lot of cards, potentially answer
All right. hopefully that might be a bit better. I just went into my settings, changed a couple things, and just brought up my total volume, as well as just took off some gains that might be cutting me out.
Okay, that's good. You missed Channel Ottawa on Notion Thief before the Nas. Which, for the record, the Nas is not resolved yet, as far as I can tell.
All right, that was weird. I just did something and my mic turned off, so I'm back.
Welcome back. There's so much stuff going on in this board. Oh, Flusterstorm targeting the Nas. Goodbye, Nas. I was going to say, there's so much stuff going on this board. It's so hard to follow.
That's CDH. I love it. I love, when there's just so many spells going onto the stack. It's just, oh man, this just feels good.
Yeah. Definitely been a very wild game. Again, more so than I was expecting.
Take a look here.
It looks like the intent might be resolving now. Draw engines on every board. My least are part of CDH. Nobody wants to do anything and nobody can do anything because they get stopped if they try. Yeah. Honestly, I tend to agree with you. I find one of the least enjoyable parts of the format is just when there's like two fish, a rustic, whatever, and you're just in the eternal stalemate and you can't play the game. Like, definitely, yeah, makes sense. Makes sense you want something like a Tiam, like a Dacios, that just lets you cast spells without triggering anything. Or not cast spells, lets you do something without triggering anything. But yeah, definitely, it can get very hard to do anything once you get to this point. You try to resolve a spell, your opponents draw 3 cards, and then they counter your spell, and then your opponents are ahead for you doing anything. And it's very rough. It's very rough, and it's very hard to actually win through your opponents all having different value engines. And it results in, like you were saying, this sort of eternal stalemate, and that gameplay can be very, very hard, very exhausting, because you're, doing this kind of a stalemate is very, very exhausting, I think, because you got to think about every single little thing you do. Oh, I go for the win and everyone's going to interact, and then the next person who goes for the win is going to be able to do it without as much interaction, and nobody wants to go off first because you know what they say, the first person to go off gets stopped. So yeah, I know what you mean. So that sort of, it is kind of hard to do there, but I think what does make it interesting is you having to navigate this sort of scenario. Like, from the outside it might be like, oh, nobody's doing anything. But often I've found when I'm playing these sort of games, it's like very, very intensive, very hard to think through this kind of thing. You got to think about everything you do. And honestly, I found a lot of people enjoy that aspect of CDH, where everyone is very interactive and the stack gets to be like a mile long across everybody's play mats. and it's very interesting in that sense. And yeah, this is definitely the board state that makes me happy to I like playing TNT very often, and this is like you were saying, this is the board that you want, Dacios. So this TNT, is what white for, yeah, definitely.
Like, you don't see that deck anymore, right? You don't really see too many people playing like the Tymna Thrasios, right? In this type of game, I think you would have been feeling a lot better. Oh, is that a Final Fortune? Sorry.
It is a Final Fortune. I think Nagila just wants this game over with.
Yeah, going into the Crom player's turn, they have an Orcish Bowmaster. They have a top decked onto the top of the, I think they might have drawn it by now, but they had the Underworld Breach. Like, Final Fortune here, that is hot. Everybody's played spells. You've gotten, is that a Mystical Tutor too? Oh. Okay. Yeah, see, this is the problem with multiple blue pods, is that people forget about Final Fortune. Final Fortune steals games. Has anybody... Oh my gosh.
Good old Time Walk. Smile.
See, this is what makes me happy about the CDH, though. Seeing red spells winning games, you didn't get to see that back in the day. Red was kind of trash for a long time.
Mystical Tutor for Pact of Negation. Yeah, Just Ice is like, I'm done. I'm winning this turn or I'm out. they want it.
Hey, if Final Fortune didn't resolve, you were dead anyway. Well, not done resolve, but like if it got to the end of your turn and you didn't win, like you were just dead anyway. So why not just grab a Pact here? It's the safest counter spell, especially if you're going for either the Breach win or the Derevi win. Like the Pact is just 0 mana. It's a lot harder to interact with.
Yeah. Is that...
Which one?
The Swan Song. Is that a Swan token, or is that a Swan Song being cast on something?
Token. That was what was played earlier there.
Gotcha. I feel like I thought that was sacrificed earlier, so that was messing me up a little bit.
No, I believe one of the Thrall tokens was sacrificed.
Too much stuff happening in this game. It's so easy to lose track when the board gets so damn convoluted like this.
Oh, silence. Really?
All right.
Put that nail right in there, just trying to win.
That's what you were saying, D-Mage. This is what white is for.
Yeah. No, who wants to say it here? White is best color in CDH? Question mark. Can we get some white height? Never mind. That was bad.
Can we get some?
Can we get some color? No, all color. Even that is bad. Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna run it back. Let's get some Nagila hype. 5 colors. Almost had a. Yes, house. I am done. Yeah.
Oh, there's the Derevi. Okay.
Cancel me now, everyone, so I don't have to cancel myself.
Silent into Derevi. All right. Okay. Is it happening?
There we go.
Get some item plates.
Yes. There we go. That's exactly what I meant,
Then there's Swords to Plowshares, presumably clearing the way. Get rid of the Burgie. Yep. Exiles Burgie. Now there's a clear avenue for Nagila to start getting those infinite turns.
I mean, they already had
enough warriors.
Right? So they already had more than enough. Also, here's a big tip for any Nagila players out there in chat. If you're ever going to use Derevi, don't stack it all on one land. There's something called Beseiju. That will ruin your day. Spread it out. Spread some love so you don't just lose. Okay? Thank you.
Even with the silence resolving, at least you're the only green player in this pod.
Just a forewarning to all CDH players: never stack it on one thing. Or actually, also an artifact. If there was mana open for an Ordawara, still because every deck here pretty much plays Ordawara, you would lose. So in this case, no green, put it all on the land. In another case...
Oh, is that it?
That is it, but just for future reference. be safe.
Is that it? Is it over? Does Just Ice take it? There it is. All right, there we go. Derevi takes it. All right, Final Fortune. Final Fortune, Silence.
Games. I think that's as well as like drawing 30 cards the game. So
Race 630, the One Ring? Can we get some hype for the One Ring? I don't know. How many cards did the One Ring draw that game?
Yeah, I agree, Wounded. That was definitely a great win. It was definitely the type of CDH that you're seeing a lot more of now, where there's just people just staring at each other with loaded guns. And the first player that tries to shoot their loaded gun will generally get shot by the other 3 players. So, you want to usually be there, try to sneak in there. The wins, like, what the Najil player doing there was really just waiting until, they had that revenue, because they had the Final Fortune in hand. They had lots of mana. They had a lot of interaction. They just knew that they could wait and just find a great opportunity. So,
yeah. All right.
Overrated. Embrace that.
All right. So before we go to break, we want to do some quick shout outs to some of our lovely content creators that we are partnered with. We have a new video from One Mana Floating, literally released like very, very recently. New video today. There's also Veil of Death, MTG, Fervent Alchemist, Asylum Gaming. Check them all out.
Yeah, they all make amazing content. I know I actually watch Veil of Death's content. I think he makes very, very, chill CDH games that is very well over talked about as well. And then huge shout out to, I think it's also Josh O there with a couple of his own YouTube channels as well. And, you can't go wrong with a lot of these content creators. They make such great avenues for us to enjoy CDH. So if you guys want to give them a good, quick check out on YouTube, maybe follow their socials, that'd be amazing. Helping us, keeping us doing what we're doing here. So it's great to have them. Great to be working with them.
Yeah, thank you very much. Again, they are on YouTube as our way. So if you want to check out, highlights, stuff from the tournament, we're on YouTube as well. They're all on YouTube. Once again, they have, new video out today from One Mana Floating, and all of them get out new videos very often. So, yeah, check them out on YouTube. Check us out on YouTube. Yeah.
Tuca with his current deck. Hilarious. Everyone giving some Tuca love in the chat. Love it. They deserve it. All right.
shaking out pictures of us. I never realized what I have lost. Now I know it, and it is so insane how I treated this like a game. You were my help when no one else were there to share affection. So let's try again. I'll go anywhere, just send me your location. first sting. Yeah, I've been blue. That ain't nothing new. It's you, my friend. Why get up again? I've made mistakes and I've been hard hit. I say, so what? So what if I did? I'm the clear eye, I'm the comeback kid. It's been a rough year, been some tough tears. I've lost so fast all that I had, but when it's time to, I'll fight for you, 'cause you know you are why I've come so far. I've made mistakes and I've been hard hit. I say, so what? So what if I did? I'm the clear eye, I'm the comeback kid. Started over again. I'm the clear eye, I'm the comeback kid. I've made mistakes and I've been hard hit. I say, so what? So what if I did? I'm the clear eye, I'm the comeback kid. Started over again. I'm the clear eye, I'm the comeback kid. Speaking out loud, trying to make you proud, finding my place in your heart. Just tell me what you want to hear, since I'm feeling out with fear. Can't believe you're near, so let's stay right here. You're really making me see all of the good we can be here in your arms, counting all the stars. Oh, 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 when will you have time
All right, everybody. Welcome back to the chaos. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm rather excited about this game we're going to be spectating. I must say, we have Dihada, Tivit, Blue Farm, and Itali, Primal Conqueror.
Everyone's favorite.
Everyone's favorite. And I was talking about it a little bit earlier. I'm a Gruul player myself. We're a little bit of an underdog color combination, and we got comedian MTG of all people repping the Gruul, and I'm very excited about that. Also at this table, Dihada, which is a commander I don't really see that often, but is very, very interesting as well. That would be Dedicated Breach is how I've usually seen this commander.
Yeah, you definitely see the in-betweens. You'll see the turbo variants and the slower variants. And actually, fun fact, I'm pretty sure Comedian actually had a video about Dihada not too long ago. Just talking about maybe not specific to Dihada, but like I know it was in the Sisei list talking about Dihada as a card, and then went into Dihada lists and how they're played and stuff. So it was very, very spicy. It's a very good card. It's got a lot of bringing back with legendary permanents. It's got some good utility. So
I've seen a lot of really cool things. There's actually a combo with Flicker, like the actual card Flicker, that lets you blink Dihada, minus Dihada, get treasures. That nets you mana with Flicker and nets you cards in graveyard, Flicker and Breach, and you can just keep flickering Dihada. And it's very funny. I've even seen Heart of Karen. If you remember that from Kaladesh Standard, which lets you remove counters from Dihada. It lets you remove loyalty counters from Planeswalkers, and that lets you get Dihada in your graveyard to do Breach stuff with. It's very cool. It's a very cool list. It's got a lot of unique lines.
But what I'm excited for here is that we're seeing decks here, 2 decks that have established themselves as amazing tournament decks. You have your Blue Farm and you have your Tivit up against 2 decks that have not set their, tournament standings. We have, what I like to call Ian's bag of Gruul monster zombies. It's food chain. It's got, lots of cool things with it. Being in Gruul in food chain, that's saying something. You're trying to make a point in CDH. And then you have just the Mardu deck. It's really, really good. It's just really hard to justify between, because Mardu, she's amazing. Dihada, amazing. Also, Timna Jessica, amazing. They both attack different avenues. So it's really hard to pick between the two. You usually will see Timna Jessica. Everyone loves Timna, right? Or your Timna, right? Where's your Timna? Those type of things, but it's also a great list. So I can't wait for this game. I'm excited. And again, just like the chat said, really wish there was a tie-in, but we can't be winning everything here today.
We can't have a tie-in in every pod. We tried to start the tournament with tie-ins, but it didn't happen. We do our best. We do our best here. I'm an objective observer, but it's very hard for me not to look at a pod like this, see a deck like Itali, and get my interest. I'll say that much. But again, I got that Gruul bias in me. But again, I'm very, very interested to see how a pod like this shakes up with 2, like you said, 2 very established meta tournament decks versus 2 more fringe, unexplored strategy. Maybe not unexplored, but you know what I mean.
So a turn 1 Imp Seal. This is where I always go. Turn 1 Ragavan, steal the Imp Seal. That's always how I feel about Imp Seal on turn 1. I just love it at the times where you can just smack him with a dashing Ragavan. You're just like, thank you. It doesn't happen a lot, but when it does, you just get hyped for it, monkey punch, kind of like Goku.
I personally, my hope always is, okay, you Imp Seal, you put a mana crypt on top, And then I dash the Ragavan, take your mana crypt, and all of a sudden, now I'm really ahead. That's what I'm always looking for them to tutor with the MCO when I'm the Ragavan player.
How many times have you gone like that, quick out Ragavan to do that one thing,
I won't lie. I've done that to my friends every so often. Like, yeah, I'm just gonna MCL. I'm gonna go grab like some mana, and I'm like, but what if I want mana? What if I want that mana? Send in the monkey.
I'm just excited to see how this game will turn out. Can I be biased and say I want Comedian to win? I want Dino win. So we're seeing Bird's Paradise here. A little bit of a slower start from the Atali player here. Just the birds. Simple, very much Gruul things to be doing is, just flash into the crypt that was on top. I bet you they're sad. And you get to draw it for turn. One card away.
I will say, Land Dork, very, very classic green start. I'll give them that. It's, even if it looks a little bit slow for CDH, there's nothing more green than Land Dork Pass.
Yeah, thanks to the red being able to have just a land in pass.
Oh, okay.
Last in turn order, Remora.
Is that Remora? What art is that?
Mystic Remora, I think it's in art.
Oh, I see. Okay, it's one of the new ones from Dominaria Remastered. I'm very not used to that art in particular.
Yeah, I definitely think that, honestly, the best art was the Secret Lair art.
It's so pretty.
Like that art
so pretty.
Gorgeous. I understand the price is hard to justify. But that art though,
See, the thing with that art, like you're saying, the price, it's so high when you look at something like, the Dominaria Remaster reprints tanking the price is very nice. But like, it's so pretty though.
Now, will we see the fish being fed?
Yep, that is a wish class. So that is
guys,
one draw from the fish.
Remember the rule. We as a collective group need to remember this rule. You do not feed them. The fish needs to go hungry and it needs to starve, okay? It needs to just disappear and die.
I mean, he's just a little bit hungry, nothing wrong with like sprinkling a little bit of fish food, nothing, get that wish.
I'm gonna cut you off there. Just let it die. Like from the movie Lorax, just let it die.
Let it die. We gotta get, overfishing. We gotta support the fish when we can.
So now coming into Comedian's turn, they forgot to lose one life off their fetch. Is one thing I'd like to note. Because it's Comedian, I get to be a bit more critical about the plays that they do. Every misplay, I'm going to point out for everyone here, right?
It's okay. I'm sure somebody will mention it soon. And
Plus, not take the one damage off
mana
confluence too. Even funny. The whole game just not losing life off of
life total, precious resource.
Is that another dork?
I don't recognize that art either.
Let's take a peeksies. Looks like it is their. I actually have no idea.
Could it be Jiraga Tree Speaker? Yeah, Jiraga Tree Speaker. Thank you, chat.
Yes, thank you. I had no idea that was an art.
I've never seen that Jiraga Tree Speaker art. There's so many secret layers and things nowadays. Even someone like me who I love Secret Lair. I'm so invested in it. I always look at the ones that come out and somehow they still slip past me.
That's fair.
I don't know how.
Oh, here's a Vamp Tutor at end step. Oh, it looks like Comedian didn't notice the change there. Just lost the extra life there.
There we go.
So we definitely have the end step Vamp Tutor here. Casual, get bolted by yourself, but get a card. Let's take a look. Well, honestly, there's a couple cards I'd be considering here, but I think really just looking for maybe a mana crypt or something just to project my mana value up here. I'm playing Tivit. I'm just looking to find the best way to get that turn 3 Tivit here, especially because I'm just so far behind everyone else right now.
Makes a lot of sense. I can also see going for some form of like card advantage engine. Something like for example, let's say their hand is like you have an Ancient Tomb or something. You go find your wrist deck and slam the turn 2 wrist deck and try and get some advantage.
Let's see. We can theorize all we want, but at the end of the day, we'll get to see.
We're about to find out.
Yeah. So yeah, just like I thought, the mana crypt would really just progress their game plan. Maybe even throw down, a casual wrist stick here.
Makes a lot of sense. All right, what is the follow-up? Arcane Signet, sure.
What is everyone like? As far as mine, Arcane Signet, I really enjoyed the. I think it was the Lord of the Rings, or is it? No, it's from one of the precons there. Warhammer.
Yes. The Warhammer ones are pretty nice looking.
Yes, exactly. That's
all the Warhammer are, so like spooky looking. You look at all the Necron stuff. I picked up the Necrons precon because like.
Do you like to
undead zombie? They're sick. They're sick. And like their artifacts, all the stuff flavored up to them, pretty cool. Adam G says Dan Fraser one. Yeah. That one's very good.
I actually have not seen that one. I'm taking a look, and I will judge for myself, if that was a good suggestion or not.
It's very good. All the Dan Fraser arts go crazy.
I have to give it to you. Adam G, I have to give it to you. I think your choice was the more superior one there. I bow down to your tastes in magic art.
Oh, keep in mind, Tivit also missed their land drop.
Well, I think
is
that's
very important
the
to know.
pay if you're looking for that vampiric tutor. You just kind of hope the next card on the top is a land.
Yeah, it is also unfortunate.
They're 2 life off that vamp tutor though, so that's why I made the joke there where they got bolted for 3. I guess they decided
they weren't feeling it.
They take a gut shot for 1.
It's honestly, it's very unfortunate that they had to go the route of playing out a bunch of mana rocks, considering the Remora being played so late, still getting a ton of value.
The big thing though is that it's just a Remora. They drew how many cards and still just paid for Remora pass. That means that their hand is not very gassed.
Yeah, you can never have too many cards.
See, but that's the pitfall CDH. I've done that too many of times where Esper, my Ristic, my Mystic, and a copy of my Esper Sentinel with a Phantasmal image. And I was a greedy player and just, paid 3 mana for my Remora and then forgot that I needed to keep 1 more mana to open up 3 counter spells instead of 1.
It's never enough. Alright, Dihada has hit the battlefield. We're probably going to see the minus ability. That's usually what happens when Dihada comes out.
Especially since they already
making 4 treasures.
They have the Wish Claw in play. This is just, if it resolves, I'm terrified.
Dihada, funnily enough, kind of serving as a ritual here with that Jeweled Lotus.
Oh yeah,
pay 2 mana, minus, get 4 mana. And then you imp sealed for something, and now you have a Wish Claw.
How did everyone feel about Jewel Lotus as a card, actually? Like, I feel it made a lot of decks better, but I feel it is very strong. Like, the fact that it's just 0 mana and it gives you 3 commander mana in Commander, like, it almost feels as broken as Ragavan, you know? The infamous...
As Ragavan. I will say, I feel like Jeweled Lotus, first of all, right out there, I never want to see it in casual. Like, just right off the bat, I never want to see you play that card in casual against me, because I play, like, so low power casual. You don't need to be playing your whatever commander on turn 1, okay? Just chill. Take it easy. But honestly, I've kind of liked it for CDH because, you know, it is a very big buff to, like, obviously it's a buff to, like, most commanders, but for me, something that's, like, low color restrictions, something like Winota, that's, like, a 4 mana commander that, like, you know, whatever, it's a very big buff to that deck. I don't know. It's definitely way too pushed. I'll say that much.
I think if it was more like 0 mana, you can get 2 mana for a commander. I think that would have been like the closer to like a, you know, mana crypt, right?
Yeah.
But, you know, live in this day and age where it's 0 mana for 3 mana to be able to cast any commander you want. It allows for more plays. Like, it's a good card.
It's pretty messed up. It's a pretty messed up card. Yeah, teammate. The Commander of Masters Jewel Lotus is beautiful. Especially, like, if you've seen the foil treatment.
Have you seen the
cosmic? My god!
I think it has the cosmic foil, or it's not foiled, but like it's got like
it's got a weird foiling that looks like absolutely stunning.
I sold my full art foiled Jeweled Lotus before it came out because I knew it was coming out. Made bank on that Jeweled Lotus and then bought. Like, put that.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
I don't blame you. That thing looks incredible.
Yeah, I was able to like get a deal with my local guest. They're going to get their stock and stuff like that, and was able to just, you know, put that through, and we'll see, you know, when I actually am able to get it. Bone, somebody's trying to ask for your attention. Who is this little?
Hi, Ems. How's it going? It's supposed to be textured? Yeah, it is. It's gorgeous.
So nice. Okay.
All right, what is that right there? All right, floating green mana off the Jiraga. Playing a Tinderwall. Let me see. Let's count real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There is 1 mana off of a Tally.
Big statement here. Tinderwall, best card in CDH.
Tinderwall. Doing driver's ed. Oh, good luck. You're watching live Magic. That's crazy. Who are you watching?
That was good. I love that.
Thank you. I'm very curious to see this follow-up. Floating the mana is very interesting. We sure aren't watching live Magic while driving. You know what? True. So, what? Excuse me. All right. Here's the follow-up. We're going
4 mana here.
4 mana. There's a lot of interesting things you can pay 4 mana for in the green red color pair.
Let's see.
MTG on motorcycles. Yeah, you're so right.
Oh,
Invasion of Ikoria for 2. You know what you can Invasion of Ikoria for 2 for?
I don't know. I think it ends with a side, right? No, it doesn't end side.
Something side. Something contortionist. I think. I don't know.
What? I wonder what they explore. What kind of things, guys? Like.
I don't think that's it.
Big oof.
Big oof. Could definitely be oof here. I mean, look at this board. You got 4 treasures from Dehada. You got the Wish Claw. You got the Tivit literally on 1 mana. If you take out the rocks, I don't know.
Honestly,
Oof is very reasonable here.
I think if I'm looking for something, I don't even know if they actually play Collective. I don't think so. No.
This is a fat dockside for the record.
Fortunately, we debated you guys.
It's greedy.
They do not play Oof, so.
They don't play Oof, yeah. Yeah, Itali just wants to cast Itali, so I imagine it's something like a dockside. Like, Itali, like when I think Gruul, like I talk about playing these mid-range piles that want to play Oof, slow down the board, get their value plan online. Itali just wants to play Itali. Itali wants to grab the dockside and play Itali, and this is depending on the greed of Dehada, this is a fat dockside. Also, Ian is currently explaining what Invasion of Aquaria does. Waving his hands like he's landing a plane.
Guys, we got the Bowmaster again. The Bowmaster is here.
No!
Can we get some orcs in the chat? No,
not
on,
this
guys.
jerk. No, get this orc out of here.
Come on, guys. It's everyone's favorite orc, you know? Yes.
You get some orcs in the chat, please.
There we go.
Get some orcs in the chat.
Perfect. Let's start. This is a good time. I'm having a good time here, guys.
I didn't even know there was an orc emote.
Neither did I thought we were just gonna type orc, and now I'm seeing just 20 orcs. This is great.
Real orc.
Oh my gosh, this is awesome.
Oh my god. Yeah, sniping that Birds of Paradise. Archers are pretty good against flying creatures if the history of magic holds up.
If you also look, Bowmaster doesn't have reach. How do y'all feel about that?
Flavor fail. It's like the only archer that doesn't have reach. Like, what is that?
Guys, I know I'm all about the hype for Bowmaster, but it's an archer without reach. You know, that's mid, you know?
Dockside has entered the battlefield. All right, we're going to be seeing, very potentially going to be seeing a...
it's a minimum of 4.
Seeing that Itali this turn.
Right?
It's definitely, yeah, it's at least 4. And depending, like, again, Dehada really needs those treasures, right?
Oh, yeah.
So we'll see. We'll see what Dehada decides to do. So what? There's a way. They ran out of text space for rage.
Look up. Oh my gosh, that was good. That hit me harder than I thought it was.
I really do think it should have reach, though. I mean, like, I will say it's got too many words on it already. Like, I mean, what they should do is they should remove the ETB and then give it reach, and then it's like so much more fair, I think.
Don't try to worsen.
It's like it's a fair trade.
Don't try to worsen the orky.
It gives him it's more flavorful. The orcs don't also have first striking. That's true. They might not have reach, but they can still snipe the bird. We'll give them that much.
Exactly, right? Who needs reach when you can kill things, right? 2 birds with 1 stone. How about just an arrow? You know?
You know, to be fair, like, one of my favorite archers too doesn't have reach, so I mean they're they're consistent with their flavor fail. Skeleton archer.
Oh,
that one doesn't have reach, I don't think.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look that one up.
My favorite card, my favorite archer doesn't have. I actually don't know. Let me double check.
No, I'm right. When Skeleton Archer, it's the same thing as Bowmasters if you think about it. 4 mana 3/3. When it enters, it deals 1 damage to any target.
Oh wow! Yeah, totally. Like our.
It's like the same thing if you think about it.
There are 16 archers. 16? I think Magic needs to reevaluate archers mean.
How am I supposed to build my casual Dalsim Archer deck if they don't have reach to synergize?
They don't need reach when they can shoot. Valid point. I think we're still waiting on the resolution of this dockside ETB.
Yeah,
We were able to go
Dahada's
through that whole rant, and now we're on.
Yeah. We're still on the dockside ETB because they're talking about Tejada's probably saying something along the lines of, "Hey, I really need these treasures. I want to be able to do this," and the rest of the table is probably saying like, "I would rather there not be an Atali this turn." Oh, they didn't stack a single treasure.
Yeah,
That's what I was
specifically
saying.
stated. They went, "I can't crack all my treasures. It's just not feasible. Sorry, guys." And then
That's what I was saying.
like,
Dahada
"Alright."
needs mana. All right. Are we seeing the dinosaur?
Yeah, I'm loving the meme going around.
1,
All the
2.
different types of archers, you know.
All right,
Oh.
dino time.
We got the dino. Now, better question yet. Orcish Bowmaster or Itali?
I mean, come
Which
on.
one?
You don't even have to ask. Come on. I'm rooting for the big funny dinosaur.
I think the chat has started to digress into archer-only thoughts here.
The archer. The chat is very focused on archery right now.
Was that?
Oh
is that
my
what I think
god,
that is?
that's MCL
And a
right
Grand
of
Abolisher?
Grand Abolisher. Oh my god. And a Cloudstone Curio?
Yeah. Oh
Holy shit.
That was the best flip I could have seen off of Intali.
Oh my god. Well, you better crack your treasures. Wow, what an Atali flip. Grand Abolisher and the combo piece with the dockside. Holy crap.
I think chat needs I need to add some flames to this chat. Like, that is too hot. Actually, do we even have it?
Holy crap.
Sadly,
Atali the big funny dinosaur. Holy crap.
Like, now, because they can layer it too, right? Because they're all getting cast at the same number of time. You can layer it where the Cloudstone resolves. You can then cast the Rite of Flame Imp Seal. Because, like, you basically go and you layer it so that the Grand Abolish. By doing so, you get the ETB from the Grand Abolisher, because they all get cast at the same time, and you can then just layer how you cast it. So you want your Cloudstone resolve first, and then you go through the stack, and then you can bounce your dockside, and now you have dockside Atali. And then you can't even crack your treasures in response. You have to do it while it's on the stack.
Man.
Oh my
what
god.
What a crazy freaking Atali trigger.
Oh. Can't even put a kobold on top.
Yeah, that's true. Honestly, you can go and like tutor like a dork or something, or like a whatever on top with that MCL to make it really like even easier to go infinite with the dockside. Like, even if they crack their treasures.
This is because they still have the Draugr, yeah, like you're mentioning. They still have the Draugr 2 speakers. So they can just play dockside and the 1 mana bounce the dockside, right? Like, it's making 2, well, making 4 minimum, even if they can't crack any. If they crack all their treasures, like, it's still making 4 treasures here. So you cast the dockside. But the only issue that I'm seeing here is they didn't win the food chain, you know?
You know, it's never too late, you know.
Like, this has honestly got to be the best Atali flip I've ever seen. Like, oh, mind break trap.
Oh my god.
Why'd you have to do that to us? No, I'm going to
Holy crap. Okay, well, that might have just been
Why did
the
you have to have
answer.
Perfect answer. Why'd you have to? It's like, no.
No. Oh, man, that's crazy. Timmy coming out with the answer.
My heartstrings just ripped right out of the chest, you know, just gone.
Scoreboard. That's one more for the orcs. Man.
But damn, guys, I had a good time. Oh,
This has certainly been a turn so far, huh?
so targeting all three. He's holding priority on the draw. Oh, what is it? What is this?
Oh my god.
Oh,
Nah.
oh.
Nah. Alright, okay. Dual caster, copy Mindbreak Trap, exile Mindbreak Trap. Nah.
Damn, yo.
That was in shambles. Oh my
Heartstrings
Lord.
back in my chest. I'm feeling good. Let's go.
It's not over
They
till
don't
it's
have
over.
any mana though.
That's a very good question. We're gonna very curious what's happening here. Stack is getting a little bit big.
And now explaining how they cannot win with what's on board now because they do not have any more treasures. So advocating you don't need to invest this much right now. Things are going to be on the board. You can deal with me after they're on the board because notably they don't have any colored mana. They don't have any mana in general. They're casting this dual caster, right?
Mindbreak Trap, I think Mindbreak Trap was in response to the Cloudstone Curio.
Oh, yeah, it hit all
it was
three
just
spells.
targeting everything.
Yeah, all three spells because they're too strong to let resolve. Grand Abolisher, Imp Seal, and
Rite of Flame and Cloudstone Curio.
There's four. Well, technically, I think they only put the three spells. If they would have put the Rite of Flame on the stack too, that would have been an extra 2 mana.
Yeah. Well, the Rite of Flame hasn't resolved yet, I don't think.
I don't know if
Stack can get a little bit complicated when you cast a Tali.
Yeah, I don't know.
Did they just not cast it?
I hope they did. Oh wait, what was this? A lightning bolt on the dockside. Okay, that is interesting because sure the dockside is the combo here, but if they get a copy of this Mindbreak Trap, they're then able to just have a Grand Abolisher in play as well. Like, I'm fine with that. If you want to bolt my dockside, sure, to win, right?
Just putting it out here, bolts in CDH, very, very good. Just as good as it is everywhere else. Just saying. Just saying. Second gets insane when he uses it again. Fair. Very fair.
Guys, remember, there's still an Ikoria on the field because it is a battle. So people are going to be able to swing at this now.
Well, people.
AKA Ian gets to have an 8-8. I like this game. This is showing Atali is fun, you know? If you get the perfect flips.
Atali is very funny.
Yes, 2 and 2. Thank you there, Captain. I wonder what's going to go on next, now. Is everyone finally done with all the spells? Can spells resolve? Now, if I am Ian here, once this Cloudstone resolves and the Grand Abolisher resolves, I would want to bounce the Atali so I can get more Atali.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. More Atali triggers.
Would you tutor for a land?
I wonder if you use the Imp Seal. You can tutor for a way to get back the dockside.
Would be
like an Eternal Witness or something.
Or even better. Finale Devastation can rip cards from the graveyard.
Yes, that could very well be the grab here.
I think
some way to get the dockside back.
Yes.
Considering that you have the Cloudstone Curio, I think my priority would be grabbing something like the Finale. Like, you have the mana to do it. to get back the dark side. And I guess you just have to hope that, you know, with what's going on, you can stop everything happening. There's also the potential, depending on what's in hand, you could go for food chain.
Yes,
You do have a lot of mana right now. You can get rid of the dualcaster or whatever, depending. Just do
Or
some
you could
metallic
just,
stuff.
You know, somehow get the combo in hand, you know, by playing feature caster and just have 5 mana to win. But I think here I'd probably go for if I'm just looking, I just find the station here, Usher, right? It's just I'll get a free dockside ATBs, bounce a card, right?
Yeah, I think finale is very, very reasonable. You are going to have to pass, though, which is rather unfortunate.
Yeah, they did not cast the Rite of Flame, unfortunately.
There is always... Oh, they didn't cast the Rite of Flame because...
Yeah, that's what I double-checked, yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
They chose to cast one of the spells for tutor, right? You can't pass up on a tutor, but they didn't factor in the extra mana. Could have just been like the way to win or not.
Yeah. Drawing that extra card for the blue farm player is, of course, very scary.
Now, Bowmaster, guys.
All I'm saying is, Tivit could cast a wheel here with the Bowmaster on the
I think they have
board.
enough power to get the 8-8. Right? Oh, no, it's 6 that you need to be able to swing. How big is this Bowmaster right now?
I think it's a 6/6, presumably
Damn.
because of the Mystic Grimoire.
That boy is huge. Now it's a 7/7. Mr. Gamora player is like, I draw Bowmaster. Ping.
It's a large orc. It's a very large orc. All right, goodbye, fish. You had your time. Let's see what all these cards that the blue farm players drawn are going to turn into.
Most notably, they're at a low enough life total. Oh my gosh. Look at all these
Mana
rocks.
Crypt, Lotus Petal, spells hitting the stack.
Spells go burr. Yeah, sure, super unlucky.
Arcane Signet,
yep.
okay.
That's not
Spells
bad.
hitting the stack.
Most notably, Mindbreak Trap.
Mindbreak Trap now online. They're pulling out the Thanos Gauntlet on that Arcane Signet. What is that? Alright, okay. Second
Worst
Lotus
Arcane
Petal.
art. That's good, Sarah. Ranger
That is
Captain.
Ranger
Ew.
Captain.
Ooh.
Yep. That's this is not gonna be bad, especially going into Dahada's turn.
Yeah,
with the
it's not
Wish
bad.
Draw and a bunch of mana.
Ian, unfortunately. Like, they need to deal with this Grand Abolisher. Like, it's just, it has to go, right? Like, you can't just let a Gruul player have a free Grand Abolisher here.
Yeah, definitely if you untap with Cloudstone, Grand Abolisher, and a tutor to the top, like, he's gonna find the line.
Let's see. Now, if you have the Wish Claw, and you're coming into your turn, and you're seeing the board state here, what do you find?
I'm gonna be real. I think I just go for the win. No, actually, not with range or
Because the Hada's dead, right? Because it got Bowmastered out.
Yeah, Dahada did get Bowmastered.
Would you find like a Toxic here?
That might unfortunately be the call. Mostly just because of that Ranger Cap. But I don't know if I even use the Wish Claw. I don't know. It's kind of weird. All right. Ranger Captain has found Ragavan.
Interesting. Oh, most
There to punish the MCL, even though you're definitely not getting past that giant ass dinosaur.
most notably, actually, this Dahada list does not play Toxic Daily.
Yeah, it's definitely got to be more all-in focus combo version then. I'm not seeing any sort of wipes or anything of the same.
What would be interesting? Mayhem Devil.
That would be pretty good here. That would also let you get rid of the Grand Abolisher.
Gets rid of Grand Abolisher, gets rid of Bowmaster. Like it's a
Oh wait, there is a wipe. There is a wipe, and it's a funny one.
Which one is it?
Out of Time.
That is the best wipe in the history of Magic.
I've seen it in a few lists. Notably, I've played it in Shurikai. It is a very interesting wipe that doesn't see a ton of play. If people in chat don't know what it does, when it enters, you untap all creatures, then phase them out until it leaves the battlefield, and it gets a time counter for each creature it phased out. Then it has Vanishing. So at the beginning of your upkeep, you remove a time counter. When the last is removed, you sacrifice it, and when it gets sacrificed, of course, all the creatures come back. It's very interesting in decks that don't have creature-based commanders, I think. Like Dahada, where it's just you can cast it and not have to worry about losing your commander or something like that. And it can be brutal. Like, I've seen it against, for example, I've seen it against Yuriko. Oh, yeah. Yuriko is a deck that literally, like, one of its strengths is, I will always have my commander available. I will always be able to do Yuriko things. And then it gets phased out for 10 turns, and it's like, all
these one-mana evasive creatures don't do crap. Like,
no, my deck doesn't function. It's rough.
Draw into Oracle Consult.
It's a rough card.
All right, so this is 4.
Of course, there's no guarantee that that's happening, but it's just an interesting option. Is that recast Dahada? That is recast Dahada.
So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah, 6 mana.
6 because they cracked 2. Yeah. Interesting.
Welcome back, Dahada.
Go for that though.
Yeah, maybe they're going for a Dahada-based combo.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing with this deck is you're really fine with Dahada dying because she's really just there to, like, breach or to, like, minus and give you treasures.
Oh, that's the Mayhem Devil.
Oh, shit. Okay. The thing to note about Dahada is that once you minus her, she can't minus again, like, automatically. So her dying can sometimes be good because it just gets you more mana immediately.
And that's
it's a weird deck,
right? And that's why you see a lot of and more of that turbo variant.
Yeah, exactly. Like, very often I've found playing against Dahada, it's correct to not kill her just so that they can't, like, recast and minus and get 4 mana immediately and treasures and whatever, depending on board state. Like, if they have a Mayhem Devil, immediately getting 4 treasures is, like, so painful.
Let's see. At this point in the day and age, though, I don't think there's much going on right now. If they don't crack this Wish Claw here, really do think we might just go to Ian. Ian wins the game here. Enough on board.
Yeah.
Say GG.
We'll have to see. I think they're thinking over the Dahada minus because they hit Bergie. And Dahada's minus can just give you legendaries into your hand, so maybe they're thinking about keeping the Bergie.
Decrease the mana production, though, if you do grab a card. You only make
it does. Instead. Yeah, so definitely, like, not an easy choice. Definitely, yeah, they're thinking about it. All right, yep. They are keeping the Bergie and making 3 treasures. Notably, I think it's very important that they use the treasures before going into the next turn if the Grand Abolisher sticks. Because if they do, get that finale, get back Dockside, you don't want to not be able to crack the treasures.
That is a very good note to make. Like, it's just, you can't crack it, unfortunately, if it gets to the Itali player's turn. It's just GG.
Alright, we're seeing the wish call.
You can only channel land. Yep, exactly. Also,
very
notably,
curious,
you can also channel enchantments and creatures. Captain. As Grand Abolisher only looks for cards that are in play. So it stops the casting of certain spells, but it only looks for cards that are in play. And since channel's an activated ability and not a playing of a spell, even if let's say you have an enchantment like Touch of the Spirit is a real notable one, you can actually channel it, even if it's the Grand Abolisher's turn, because Grand Abolisher only stops the activation of enchantments in play.
Tibbet has received the wish claw, which is very funny because if they tutor a wheel, just saying, could be kind of silly, could be kind of funny. We could have a certified orc moment here.
I think I'd tutor for a wheel here. Just kill target players.
All I'm saying is, I want to see the wheel. I want to see 21 Orcish Bowmaster triggers, okay? It's all I want.
And then you wheel again, so you get another dealt 42.
Exactly. That's almost enough to just straight up kill the blue farm player, just saying.
Yeah, put them down to 3 life, and they have to survive their flip. Yeah.
And they have to survive like a 21/21 orc? Holy crap.
I thought Ranger Captain, please save me.
Oh, yeah, okay. Looks like they wish called for Dockside.
Interesting here. So that's going to make them 1, 2, 4, 5, 6 mana?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Oh, forgot the wish claw. So 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7 mana, because I forgot the wish claw.
5. I think it's... What is that underneath the arcane signet? Yeah, that's a good, yeah. Yeah, okay, so Saturn.
Ian probably being like, bypass. I don't got you.
You can always activate Mount Doom. That's true, actually. You can always activate Mount Doom.
Oh man, this has been a wild game, honestly. I'm glad we got to see Itali doing real Itali.
Real Dino things.
Partition.
Presumably, the cool thing about targeting the Abolisher here is that you can actually cast it. And I don't even think you have to cast it for the more mana, because I think
it's only opponents.
Yeah. That could be brutal. What are they doing? Sorry, I was very distracted by that hand motion.
Exile the Grand Abolisher, it seems.
Yeah.
Oh, they're maybe changing their ideas.
Oh, are they blinking the Dockside?
They're
very animatedly. Holy crap! They're whatever they're talking about. They're very
yeah. They're basically at the line. Blue farm player with a Ranger Captain is trying to decide if they crack it now in response to the spell. So all they can cast is a Grand Abolisher on this for the rest of the turn, or if they just let this resolve, wait for something else to decide on they want to crack. That's kind of what they're talking about right now. Oh, it's targeting the Grand Abolisher there, Waddy.
Interesting. Yeah, seemingly. I believe it's targeting Grand Abolisher. Which makes sense because it's their Abolisher.
Yeah.
Yeah, there it goes. Looks like it resolves.
Yeah, they're fine with it now. They just had that talk back. She's basically saying, maybe I won't cast that, you don't know, but you have to understand, Ian, with the Grand Abolisher in play, with a potential possible win next turn, we as the audience know, they don't really know exactly what could be going on with Ian. They might have tutored for that Dockside to win, so they're just passing after exiling the Grand Abolisher, as that was part of the deal that the Ranger Captain wouldn't get cracked here.
Makes sense. Yeah, Granite Ball sure would be huge for Atali. So that's very unfortunate, especially if they did go and grab the finale.
Mm-hmm. I think I'd just jam it anyways if I have it here.
Yeah. All right, what's this?
Oh, nope, just the food chain.
Okay, all right. That's a lot of mana with the food chain. It's on the stack. What do you do?
What are you gonna do?
Tali's hungry. He wants his food. What are you gonna say about it? It's one hungry dinosaur. That is Force? Is that they're pitching something? Force of Will. That is a Force of Will.
Pitching heuristic study. Oh, that's an expensive Force of Will.
Damn. All right. Yeah. That must have been the tutor then. And with that.
Now, probably. So I'd swing the Atali probably at the. Let's try to get an 8-8 here.
Oh. Beep, beep. There he goes. He's going. There's the Atali attack.
Maybe they're just swinging at the blue farm player for a lot of damage. What's going on?
They're going somewhere.
Oh yeah, so they are discussing about what happens when Natalie goes beep beep into the Ikoria. And notably, Atali does have trample. So even if they chump with Dockside, it still gets through and they can able to just chew through the...
All right, we're seeing the flip side. There is the other dinosaur, a second dinosaur. There are two dinosaurs on the field right now in a CDH game.
And most notably, for each non-human creature you control, have that creature assign its combat damage as though it weren't blocked.
Which, funny enough, means that a flip Atali is instant death. What is the flip side? Is it a version of
It's whenever Atali Primal sickness, get down with the sickness to a player, they get that many points. It's a trample indestructible level up.
So it's infect, but without the -1/-1 counters.
Yes, because poison does not give. It's just based off the damage, right?
Layer infect.
Yes, exactly.
Oh yeah, that is also a Curia trigger, so they can bounce the what's it called? The dual caster if they want that, which honestly not a bad idea. Yeah.
I think I would.
They could also bounce the Atali, but I don't think they can recast it. And it also deals damage so life total doesn't replace it with the poison. That's nasty. Now here's a question for you, Chad. I don't know the answer to this. That's why I'm asking. If you deal commander damage with the front side of Atali, flip it,
I think it's
deal commander damage with the back
card.
side.
It's the same card, right? It's the same.
It's the same card, right? It's
and you
tracked.
turn it into an elk. The card itself is what's being tracked with commander damage, so it's still tracked. It's like if you're like 11 counters on it.
Okay. Yeah. Same card. Yeah. Okay. That's very interesting. Although, again, if you get hit with a Tali, you got bigger issues to worry about than commander damage.
Ixodron doesn't change commander damage. True.
Yeah.
Now, has anybody got an Ixodron during their commander's game? I sure as hell have, and I did not like it.
When are we seeing the Exodron attack in CDH? Just saying.
You know,
Flip into it off of cannon. You can flip into it off of cannon and then flip every creature. Ignore that it flips your cannon. Like, just think about the value and ignore the anti-synergy. I'd rather see an Armageddon than an Ixodron. You know what? I don't blame you. It's pretty damn annoying.
Like, please Armageddon me way before you Ixodron me. We had this discussion in our casual pod. It's just not fun.
Ian's Dockside was bolted and Food Chain was Force of Willed. So yeah, they were both answered in a timely fashion. Unfortunately for our Atali stands. Couldn't you just box me instead of Ixodron? Can't you just Death Cloud me, okay?
Just mustard gas me, you know? Just mustard gas me before.
Oh my god.
Ixodroning me,
How big is that orc again? No, it's a 7/7, sure.
Yeah, you know, just casually as big as an Atali, you know.
It's also worth noting that Tivit is untapping with the Wishclaw Talisman.
And a Bowmaster in play.
That can only mean one thing. Ignore that it's an unbounded tutor. It can only mean one thing, and that's the wheel.
Guess what?
That's what I want to see.
You know what you can do here? You can swing your 7/7 at, guess who? The Blue Farm player. Then wheel to deal enough damage to kill the Blue Farm player, as well as wound the Hada.
Oh, that's true, that's true.
So you can...
Let's go for a lands cast Tivit. Let's go.
See, I like my... You know, guys, think about this. You can kill someone with Bowmaster. Do you do it? For the memes? I do it. You do it.
I don't know. I mean, it's also just like very recent.
The moment he's going to be silent, the moment he tutors. Exactly. So you swing a 7/7 at them and you show dominance, all right?
I'm very curious what you actually tutor for with your Tivit. I think what we're looking for is, well, it depends on what's in Tivit's hand. I think it is actually, like, unironically kind of reasonable to try and get Tivit online. It's been a while. The board is kind of, I mean, the board's scary, but like, I don't know. I don't think it's unreasonable to try and get Tivit online. I don't think it's unreasonable to try and, like, I don't know.
Oh, activating the Wish Claw. Let's see what happens.
Who's getting it is my question.
Well, it's only upon resolution of the spell, so you don't have to actually get.
The answer is Comedian.
Yeah, I think that players do misplay that a little bit because you only have to give the Wish Claw upon finding your card. So you should wait to give as much information as possible to the latest time. That is why, let's say, for example, with certain combos, you do everything first and go to the least possible time frame for that combo and then resolve.
Yeah, it does not look like they went for the silence there, which is very interesting to me.
Yes.
I guess they're trying to hold it just in case, but like...
But guess what? Deal 21 damage with a wheel.
I feel like it's more going to be like... Probably a negotiation. Yeah, probably. Like, I can't imagine any other scenario you just let them do, like, a 1-mana Carless Demonic Tutor on this board.
Now, if they have the wheel in hand, Phantasmal Image, a Bowmaster.
We're getting too lost in the sauce.
I want the meme to come true. Come on.
Get your wish card, give it to Blue Farm, get a wheel, kill the Blue Farm, get back your claw. Interesting.
Yeah. 'cause
Unfortunately, it's
last known
Tahada's
information.
claw.
Yeah, but is it last known information where it went to last? Or does it go back to the originating player?
I don't know. That's a
Right?
good question.
I know in the Geo.
I mean, it also.
It, but
I know it will have one wish counter. That's weird. I don't know. Anyway, whatever they get, I'm sure it's going to be very impactful. When players die, all their permanents get exiled.
yeah, that's fair. Yes, but if you had given them a control spell there, Astro, what happens? It checks, and okay, first thing it checks when you die, is there anything that you are, like, you basically stole?
Oh, they went for the wheel! No way!
Let's go. It is
All
a
right.
windfall, though. It is a windfall, though.
Who has
How many
the
cards
highest
is that?
hand size and what is it? Is my question. Oh my god, they actually went for the wheel.
I knew they would.
Absolute mad lad.
The Chad.
They actually went for the wheel. Blue Farm definitely, yeah, Blue Farm probably is the highest hand size. I'm just curious what it is.
And Blue Farms?
Did they kill them?
No, I think the camera just went out.
Oh, they DC. Oh no, what a time to DC. I should play sudden seizing. It's so okay. They're coming back. They're coming back. I can see their life total and their name and their commanders.
So they're asking for a judge call right here.
Yeah. I can't believe they actually went for the wheel.
Yeah, they're doing another refresh here. Everyone's saying, the screen's black, so they can't see it. So
Yeah. That's
got a
unfortunate.
judge here. I think.
Yeah, Judge is in the chat right now.
Yeah, it looks like they're just having that discussion now about the hand shuffle.
Wait, what is going on?
Yeah, so the issue now that they're talking about is the shuffling of hand back because of a windfall. Essentially, the players are like, I understand the rules. You put the hand, the camera's been off for too long. So, but it impacts the wheel, right? Because the Blue Farm player having the most cards makes that the issue. Normally, it's fine for them to put their hand, but they want to draw these cards. So it's an issue that it's kind of hard to resolve here because the rules would say you have to put it back, but now you're impacting the versatility of a spell. I think at the end of the day, the judge is probably just going to go with, hey, listen, it's the rule, put the cards back. I understand the wheel and bigger than it was, but it's the rule. It's been than 30 seconds, right?
That's so unfortunate. What usually happens? I haven't actually come across this situation before. They shuffle their hand back in?
Interesting what's going on.
They shuffle their hand and draw no cards?
Yeah.
What does that mean? They just don't have a hand anymore? I haven't seen this
essentially-
situation. That's so weird.
So what's happening right now is also master. They didn't see it. Now, because there would have been 2 bowmasters in, right? So because of this issue, now they're talking about putting the bowmaster back in hand because you don't get to have it because your camera was off for so long. This sucks, but
Shit. Oh my god, really? The bowmaster would have pinged the other bowmaster and then you would have gotten the benefit, but because of that DC, oh my god, what a brutal disconnect. Holy crap.
see, but don't get this down, guys. This is very rare. Doesn't usually happen. Just put it out
Yeah.
there. This is a very rare occasion. So usually camera and CDH usually can go pretty smoothly, as you've seen with multiple games. Just the last 2 have been kind of DC-ish. Just happens sometimes, right? Connection to server, your internet itself, like all these things can play a factor. So don't take this as your usual medium. It's generally a lot nicer. So make sure you guys can come out to the next tournament there and have a good time with these folks here and get Orcish Bowmastered.
Yeah, come out and get Orcish Bowmastered in response to your wheel. I don't know. This is just kind of an unfortunate situation. They're probably going to have to shuffle back in, which sucks.
See,
doesn't this mean you can DC as a means of cheating? It's like...
Yeah, exactly what Samurai just stated there. It's basically why the judge is here, because this is a very weird situation where, because of the DC, there's 2 things that are happening. One thing that there's now this Orcish Bowmaster that's in play. They didn't get to see it. They didn't get to hear it. So they're trying to resolve that at the moment. Another thing is that because of the DC of the ruling, where you just lose your hand, actually, that it hurts the windfall. Now you're at this really weird situation. 2 things that are layering on one another, because we're CDH. Gotta love them layers, right?
Oh, Lua, to recap what happened, there was a windfall put on the stack after the tutor. What happened was I think the blue farm player went to resolve their Orcish Bowmaster and then DC'd. Their camera was off for quite a long time, so there was kind of an issue there. And now the judge is resolving exactly what they want to do with the situation because, usually in this scenario, you'd have to do something with your hands because if you DC for too long, obviously you could have done stuff with your hands. It's a weird situation. Yeah, so the judge is going to have to resolve it.
See, now the player's just talking about starting change things like that, right? So it's a weird situation to be in right now. The judge, I would not envy their position right here. I'm pretty sure none of you would envy this kind of position here. It's not like a direct answer. Like the players can feel disheartened depending on what the judge says. But remember, guys, what the judge says is what the judge will say. So we're just waiting upon that resolution there. Now, while they're figuring this out, big thing that I want to, just talk about here as well is, with the chaos, we also have a league that actually runs throughout pretty much throughout the whole year. If you're looking to join, it's as little as being a $5 tier to get access to it. It's amazing crash prizes, and it's open to everyone. We have a huge Sunday event that it's so much fun. I haven't gotten a chance to really play in the league, but it's a really good time to play some CDH with some people. Very common level, because most of them are from the tournaments as well, being from a few others, the kind of discords and stuff. So if you guys are ever looking to join that, it's only $5 a month in a league, and you can make $50. It's think about it as an investment into your playing ability. If you think if you got what it's enough, right, you could be making money off that $5 a month.
Yeah, I played a little bit in the league, and the games there are, they're very good games. You're playing with other people who are trying to practice for tournaments. You get very serious games, and it's very good. So I would definitely personally recommend it, even though I didn't play for long. The time I did play, it was very enjoyable. So if you want to check out the league, information will be, it's on the Discord. Information, I believe it also popped up in chat. It's on our website.
Yeah, exactly. Another thing that we should just catch up on as far as the tournament here is, as far as this game would be going, is if somehow Ian playing this pile of cards can take a win, they have a pretty good shot of getting into the top 16. Wants to see him in Tali top 16,
Oh yeah,
they could somehow win through this, all this, what's going on.
I can't say enough how happy I'd be to see Gruel in the top 16 of a big tournament.
Sometimes the judge calls can take a while because this is a confusing situation, and I do not envy anybody that has to be in it.
Yeah, this is they're definitely going to get a time extension, but this is definitely a very difficult judge call. Like you were saying, it's not something that happens like super frequently when it comes to webcam tournaments, but sometimes when somebody's internet cuts out and stuff like that happens, it is, very difficult.
Dad? All right, well, what pre-con are we talking here? What pre-con? I gotta give some context, Not all pre-cons are, made at the same level.
Just wait for those really expensive Commander Masters pre-cons coming out. I'm sure those ones are going to be, take that to your local CDH tournament. Don't actually, but
Good top 16 with a pack of 5-gum. Now, if we're talking 5-gum, personally, Cobalt Blue guys, come on.
All I'm saying is, you look at this board state, that is how it feels to chew 5-gum.
Are you confused? Are you playing in a tournament and you are confused?
Not sponsored, by the way. Not sponsored.
Look at all these different pre-cons.
Anya, Kalia, Brea. I don't know. Maybe next league it'll have to be precons. We'll see.
Guys.
The horror precon had an infinite mana combo. Wait, actually?
I did not know that.
That's serious?
No.
No shot. Really? Oh my god. I've had a lot of fun with precons. One of my main decks is actually an upgraded version of the new Food and Fellowship precon, and oh my god, it is so fun.
I think.
Hi, Surreal. What's up?
I'm trying to think about my most fun. Honestly, it was the Corval Brawl precon. That one was I know Brawl should just die in a hole, but it was it was honestly one of the most fun decks I got to play. It was just cool. It was so unique at the time, sacking and drawing things. It was so much fun.
Ever flowing chalice, soul ring, and Hullbreaker horror. Oh my god!
I did not know that, Sever. Damn. Okay. Just casually throwing a CDH win con, huh?
Wow.
They're still resolving it there, Nato.
Yeah. Oh my
It's a really
god,
tricky
that's
situation.
so funny. Yeah, they're still talking it over with the judge, unfortunately. Definitely, I do not envy anyone having to take that judge call. It's not easy. Yeah, if it was just bad timing, like unfortunate, like what can you do? Like that's having bad internet and having this happen. You missed a lot here. Let me Blue Farm disconnected. Let me recap again for you. What happened was Tivit activated the Wishclaw Talisman, gave it to Itali, tutored for presumably the Windfall, cast the Windfall with the Bowmasters out, trying to get their value there. Blue Farm went to respond. Blue Farm went to respond with their own Orcish Bowmasters, but their camera disconnected for a very long, extended period of time. And so they sort of ended up in a bad situation where normally you'd have to resolve that in a way that affects their hands, but that also impacts the Windfall. And impacting the Windfall, of course, is going to negatively impact the game due to the disconnect.
Yes.
So they're trying to resolve that with the judge right now. It's not an average situation, thankfully, but it's definitely one that's going to take a second to resolve. Hand dancing. I can't blame them. I do a lot of hand dancing when I talk.
Honestly, I also do that. Like, I'll be like, this is more of my like, if you guys don't see it, this is why the camera is from here up. Because I'll be talking like this, but my hands are like down here, so you can't see it. Exactly, you got it.
That's me. That's how I talk. Going first with a turn one wristic, and that's painful. Yeah. That'll happen to you. It's just it happens sometimes, and that's just part of the difficulty with playing online. But with all the difficulties that come with playing online and playing on webcam, there are so many benefits. Just the fact that you can play, like especially during COVID, the ability to be able to play Magic with people from across the world. Like I literally just finished a paper Legacy deck, and I got to play Legacy in paper for the first time over webcam last night, and it's just like, yeah, even with all the difficulties and the shortcomings of webcam, I think there's so much benefit. There's so much benefit to
Magic in your underpants, guys. Magic in your underpants. What can be more comfortable than that, right?
What did I build? I have always, since I first started getting into, not since I first started getting into Modern, but for the longest time, I've always wanted to play Death and Taxes. So I finally managed to build into that. The coolest thing was Wasteland Caracas got reprinted in Lord of the Rings, so it's like super cheap. So that was very cool. And I'm sort of getting to play like one of my dream decks now, so I'm very excited about that.
Looks like they're now continuing the game state.
All right, here we go. We're back in, I think. We are back.
So they're now allowing this Gish Bowmaster to resolve on the resolution holding.
Oh, Chain of Vapor. Okay, there's the answer. It is my Bowmasters. Thank you very much. Although what looks like what's going to happen is probably the Bowmasters ETB is going to target Tivit's Bowmasters. It's going to kill that one. Of course, everyone knows biggest and best answer to a Bowmaster is a Bowmaster.
Oh yeah.
Then it's going to bounce the other one out of play, and then the Windfall is going to resolve, and there will be no more orcs. No orcs for anybody.
Sack a hand, bounce the other. Oh, are they just trying to get a bigger hand?
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Interesting play.
Oh yeah. So Nico, it's just they continuing the play. Like it's not. There's nothing like that's going down with it really. So it's just basically they're saying that the orcs, since everyone wants to play this game, wants to continue it, like, you know, they're just saying, you know, you're going to be discarding your hand anyways. We did hear you say you're going to cast it, but you're going to see it now. The hands are getting discarded. They just let the Bowmaster resolve, and then they're just continuing from that state.
All right. There we go. Windfall is resolved. Let's see if Tivik can draw some more lands. What can only hope?
I do want to make a point, though. This pod did get a long extension. So we got an extra 26 minutes of CDH here. So let's go.
All right. Let's see if we can close this game out in the next 26 minutes. I do feel bad for everyone in this pod because, like, I'm sure they'd like to actually finish this game, and yeah, might be a little bit hard.
I just want everyone to be aware of, if Ian wins this game, guaranteed top 60. Very real chance here.
I'm an objective observer, but you know, dinosaurs are pretty neat.
Oh,
they're pretty cool. It's pretty cool, you know, big, stumpy. I believe whoever wins this game gets top 16 is correct. I believe so, yes.
Exactly. Whoever can win this game, watch this game, guaranteed top 16. They are all at 10 points, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is what it looks like.
Remember how in the chat we had Tuca hype? Well, Tuca happens to be at 11 points. So.
Guaranteed top 16? Yeah, looks like. Build a pony in top 16. One can only hope. You said Temu has 11, so they might be getting in either way. Oh, yeah. Okay, it looks like Temu on Tibet is going to be making it in regardless of what happens. Ian. Ganesha and Christopher are fighting for top 16 right now.
Yeah, because they're all 13, 14, 15th right now. So there is a real chance after everything's done and points are calculated that they don't get in.
Ooh, okay. I mean, definitely whoever wins this is top 16. So they're definitely, they got a lot to play for.
Now, I'm terrified going to this blue farm. Honestly. Are we going to see a wheel? Because now they have their own Orcish Bowmaster, right?
Yeah. Wait, what happened? Didn't it get bounced? Or was it just replay?
No. They didn't bounce it at all. So what happened was they bounced their own Orcish Bowmaster and their own mana to just increase the card count.
Oh, I see.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, so was it there when the wheel went off?
Yes.
Who did they ping?
Looks like a dork.
They pinged Dahada a bunch. They pinged Jiraga.
They got rid of the dork. They got... Nothing else died.
I mean, Dahada was not at 29.
Yeah,
right?
True. Yeah, they were in their 30s. So, yeah.
Weird. Weird.
Looks like it was between the dork, Dahada itself, Dahada the player. That's about it.
Interesting.
I think probably also at least 1 point damage. Well, it's not 7 cards, so it's not like 21 damage. I believe the count was 4.
Oh, they only windfall for 4?
8, 12. If they did, I think Dahada after minusing is at.
Okay, so it's a lot less damage than it was.
So that's already 10 damage gone. Draga is 2. That goes down to 8. Yeah, and then the rest of the.
Yeah, I also thought it was much more. That's why I was kind of confused as well. All right, we are seeing. That's probably a big orc too. Oh yeah, look at Tahada's life total. Woo! Goodbye. Goodbye, life total. Holy crap.
Oh.
All right.
Here's a Praetor's Grasp.
That is Praetor's Grasp. All right. Targeting your blue farm, maybe targeting Tivit or Dihada? Definitely not a Tali.
Yeah, so they messed up with their mana count, so they're tapping their mana vault now because they went straight to combat after tapping a mana crypt, so the mana disappeared.
Oh shit, that sucks. Honestly, like, I don't blame you for literally any misplays at this point because, like, my god, what a game thus far, huh?
Oh, honestly, it's been intense. Like, I thought it was over with that Atali flip. Oh, in all honesty, that Atali flip, I
yeah,
was just done.
That game could have ended a while ago. Get a twister from Temo. Praetor's Grasp for
they targeted the Dahada.
Oh man!
Probably
get the wheel of fortune. Get the wheel.
We all know what it is. It's definitely just a breach here.
Yeah, it's definitely breach. But like, what if you wheeled the fortune, right?
We need the ranger captain.
You've kind of checked out of this game. I mean, to be fair. Something crazy is about to happen. I'll tell you right now, something crazy is about to happen.
Yeah, casting on road breach, yeah.
Is it breach?
Yeah. They have Lotus Petal in graveyard. Praetor's.
All right. Is that it? Is Ganashaha taking it? Breach, recast, grab, wheel forever.
Nato. We all wish.
You're speaking for the people right now.
Casting Demonic Tutor from the bin.
Yeah, alright. Doesn't look like there's any interaction. That might just be it.
Well, there is a crack of the Ranger Captain, so no one can do anything because the Captain never died.
Oh, yeah, duh. Let's say you comedian one time. You never know. It's not over till it's over. They could have the endurance too. You never know. Actually, are they on endurance? Now I'm curious.
No, they're on Fury though.
Well, one of those kills Draneth. So fair.
Just waiting to see the win here.
They just played as is. They agreed to just play because they all just wanted to play the game, you know. And they heard him say what he was doing before the screen went black.
Now the players just deciding on what they want. If they have enough in bin, it's just brain freeze, right?
I'm seeing the brain
colorless.
freeze right there on the top there.
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait, what's that? Just kidding. Ignore me. They grab something else. LED question mark? It looks like Blue Farm is winning right now because they have a breach in play and they just demonic tutored and they cracked a ranger captain. Now that he's winning, he should appeal and get a DQ. Oh my god. The game goes on.
As soon as they win, boom. Done.
I agree because he didn't tutor the wheel.
Man, CDH players, we're all toxic.
They all
aren't
want
we?
one thing. They all want one thing, and it's disgusting. Orcish Bowmaster plus wheel.
Not grabbing the wheel, turn the people.
He can't loop the wheel, but it would have been cool, damn it. All right, there's brain freeze.
Cool.
I think, yeah. I
Now, the
it's
old
pretty much
question
over
is,
from here.
you mill yourself down to 14 cards, cast the wheel, and kill your players. That is how you save yourself in public opinion.
Appease the chat. Appease the chat.
Oh, it's really good, Samurai. It is really good.
With curiosity, oh my god. We're getting too lost in the sauce. Yep, now they have the LED, they have breach LED.
They're just going to go through to see eventually what players are just going to say, you know, what con you have to just show us. Sure, you showed us breach LED, but most often it's just an oracle, right?
Yeah, they have breach LED brain freeze. They are floating mana.
Samurai. Balances all things should be.
Recasting brain freeze.
Yeah, so what happened was the player had brain freeze and they had crashed their LED and they forgot and went to the bin. So they thought it was in their hands, so they didn't think that they had to exile.
Oh, okay. I was very confused why they didn't just win.
Yeah. So now they have to keep going through. They got to make sure they haven't resolving their brain freeze here. Yeah, all the players are saying this is just GG.
All right, there it is.
So the game is done.
Ganesha takes it on Blue Farm. Taking the breach from the breach deck. Well, I mean,
remember, guys, what the judge says is what the judge stands. So some people might not agree with, the player, the DCing and, the game state being as is. But what the judge says is what the judge says. I almost said that 2 times fast, And so basically, it's just that's what the call is going to be. So that was a great game of CDH, nonetheless. We got to see power from all the decks here at the table. Orcish Bowmaster showing so much work in getting an insane flips off his Itali. You had so many players doing so many things, like the Dahada just being able to threaten a win on turn 3, right?
Real quick, Blue Farm won by taking breach from Dahada and then winning with breach, brain freeze, LED. So they got the win in that way. Blue Farm won. Ganesha. But yeah, like you were saying, like I understand what they did with the judge call.
Yeah.
Because they all just want to play CDH, right? Like we're at the end of the day, we're here to play CDH. We want the game to go on. Like we understood what happened. They didn't think he was doing anything wrong. It was just an unfortunate circumstance. So they just wanted to continue and play the game. And yeah, everyone played the game there. Let's say that much. I was very excited to see like the craziest Tatali flip followed by the perfect answer. That was very interesting.
And Ian almost having the perfect answer would have cast that Rite of Flame, you know?
Yeah, that's the thing though. Like, you don't want to, the thing with playing a Tali into like a Ristic or a Mystic is you're trying to not draw them too many cards when you're going for the win so that they don't stop you or get set up for the win if you fizzle or get countered, but then you might fall a little bit short. So it's a hard balance for sure.
100%. And Damage, do not worry. You will be seeing those tie-ums coming in, and you will be having those commenters, spam tie-em as much as you want. You will be seeing some tie-ums. Do not worry, we'll get to see your tie-em.
And you might even get to see tie-em resolve an Orcish Bowmaster. And wouldn't that be exciting?
But yeah, today's been a good day of CDH. I'm happy to have been casting. We're probably going to be swinging out to some new casters there for, the top 16 in the finals there. So, I've been loving having you guys here. It's been great chatting with the chat, having this amazing game to cast. Like, I feel honored that I got to cast this game. It was so great. I was glad Bones could be there with me. I was glad you guys could be with me too. It's been, we got to watch a great game, That was awesome.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see top 16, and I hope you will stick around and see it happen. So, thank you. Hope to see you then. We will be going to a break now, and when we are back, we will be seeing our top 16. So, look forward to it.
Yeah, Tuka's 7 pixels 8, of course. Ganesh popped up to top 4. Okay. What's that? Cool. Nope. Really weird because my name is Matt, but here we are. Let's see. This Atraxa is on Grand Arbiter. Interesting.
Wanna push you far till we fill up, but I'm never gonna let you go, no. Wanna see you cry till you look alive, but I'm never gonna let you go, cause I need you to myself. Wanna be that someone else. It's been so long and I know went wrong, but I'm never gonna let you go.
Hello and welcome back to the Chaos. As we are about to be heading into our top 16 here, I'm Fetch, and with me is Neko.
Hey everyone.
And we've got an interesting pod here. Our top 16 that itself is not too crazy. We've got some outlier decks, but like we've got 2 Blue Farm, we've got 2 Atraxa, although I will say both of those Atraxa are from players that have not performed with them like to this level previously.
Mm-hmm. And 2 time decks to boot as well.
Yeah,
both the brothers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we've got a whole lot of doubles of the top of our format here. We do also have a very well-known pilot with Wounded Satellite on cannon. And a Esper Pirate with Malcolm Timna.
Mm-hmm.
But as we get in here to our pod, I'm going to bring up... Well, I guess we'll go through the standard basic stuff first. Where we've got Tuca with the Tyam, very well-known Tyam player, fantastic pilot. Makes sense. We've got a Tivit player.
Mm-hmm.
We've got a Rogsai player, but we've also got a deck that I haven't seen perform well in quite some time with Gitrog.
Yeah, the Gitrog's an interesting deck to see make it to the top 16. Not a lot of people playing it right now, and even less that are doing well with it. But if you know the deck, if you can play the combos, it will form pretty well for you. It's a lot of combos that can be really hard to interact with, a lot of things that can get you going at instant speed even.
Yeah, classic Get Frog stuff. The ability to win on top of the stack. A lot of weird things that no one else really knows how to deal with. And I will say, there was the ask of, did Braids make it into top 16? It did not. However, there is a Braids in the Gitrog deck.
Braids is a really good choice here, getting you some extra card draw, especially if you're sacking lands, getting a lot of value there for sure.
I mean, they are on 35 lands, so they've got plenty to sack, plenty to work with. And it makes sense, because Gitrog is a deck that very much abuses that high land count.
It does. And you need it, because you need to make those land drops, otherwise Frog's gonna... The double-edged sword of it, right? You're gonna have to sack lands, and then you're not gonna have the mana that you need. Plus, you just want to keep discarding them to your things like the troll, and then what's the land called that I'm completely blanking on right now?
You're talking about the one that the discard.
The dredge one, yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a good question.
Dakmor Salvage. Dakmor Salvage, is it? So just getting those constant lands into the bin, you need that high volume. But it is also running a couple new cards. It is, of course, running the Bowmasters, the Light Halfling, which I think can do really well for this deck, making sure that your Gitrog can't be countered.
Well, I mean, you run the standard elves, Elvish Mystic, Finhorn Elves. It makes sense to run Halfling in this deck.
It does.
But we are about to get started here. Card draw happening.
Yeah.
Turn 1 land and Mana Vault.
Yeah, pretty good acceleration for the Gitrog player. We could see a turn 2 Frog, which would be really good value if they have something to follow it up with.
I am bringing out the turn 1 Esper Sentinel.
Mm-hmm.
Probably one of the best starts you can have in that deck, honestly.
Especially against a Rogsai player who likes to develop very early, get that early mana acceleration. It could draw you some really good cards.
And while it's not as good as being in first seat, having it in second seat, very nice.
Yes, still very good. Tivit 2 going next, likes again that artifacts, getting Tivit out as soon as possible. You'll probably see something early there to go with it. So more card draw for the Esper Sentinel.
And just for clarity's sake, Chuka is Burden. So the Tyam player by the name of Verdun is Tuca.
And looking at Tuca's list, we do see that they are opting to run the Collector Oof. I know that's a card that has some debate on it in the TIAM community as to whether or not you should run it, because it can stop a couple of your combo lines potentially.
I mean, the Collector Oof would be quite good in this situation, as we're seeing Rogsai play down a Mox Diamond and then a Grim Monolith before, I believe, the pass.
Captain, this is the top 16. We're just getting started.
Yeah. Top 16, the very first round of the game, and we are currently on the Tivit's turn.
Yes. Now,
so we'll bring up that no one really mulliganed that low. Everyone kept pretty full hands here.
Mm-hmm.
And we are seeing the Git Probe, so we get to see one of those full hands.
Yeah, I'm curious to see who they will target here.
I feel like IAM's probably the best bet in my book. Either that or Rogsai.
Yeah. I think that's a good choice. If you are worried about Rogsai early, Rogsai. If you are worried about potential stacks pieces, then you do maybe want to look at Tuca here.
Mm-hmm.
It is targeting...
Having access to 5 mana next turn does mean you do have that concern in the back of your mind of the Adnaz.
Yes. But speaking of mana, though, we see that it is actually targeting the Gitrog here. We are seeing that it is a Collector Oof, I believe a Dothy Voidwalker, and an Orcish Bowmaster with a couple lands. So really relevant stacks pieces to this board state.
Well, and really relevant stacks pieces to these decks especially. I know that I am really not a fan of that Dothy.
Mm-hmm. Rogsai too, if you're going for the breach strategy, that can also really hurt you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But we're seeing a Top come out here.
Okay.
Top, not a card that Tivit runs consistently, but it's never really bad.
Yes, but I would say that being fourth, it does feel pretty bad if that's your only real presence on the board, especially with seeing a Collector Oof in hand.
That's very true.
Now, if you are...
About it, this Tivit, while not on Adnaz, is on Peer into the Abyss.
Interesting choice, considering the kind of presence Bowmasters has had in these last few events.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure I agree with the choice, but I do understand their thought process behind it.
I mean, Peer's still a good card. It still gets some good play. I mean, drawing a bunch of cards, if you can get it to work for you, is going to win you the game, hands down. Like, if you're not winning there, then there's something very wrong with what you're doing with your deck.
Oh, yeah, for sure, for sure. Like, doesn't matter how slow your deck is, how much you want to grind out. Having half your deck in your hand, it's really hard to lose the game.
Speaking of getting half the deck in the hand, Gitrog coming down turn 2. So prioritizing the Frog with a fetch land, going to the bin.
That sounds great to me. You can wait a turn for your stacks pieces to come out here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, none of these decks moving particularly fast right now. Rogsai, of course, always a threat that maybe you untap and just have it, but we'll see. Burden did draw.
Yeah, you say no one's moving particularly fast. You seen the amount of mana Time's playing out right now?
Yeah.
Carpet, birds, and a Gaia's Cradle.
Mm-hmm.
That's a pretty scary start.
It is, but time still needs that time to develop, right? You still need to get time, you still need to get the counters on it. So even if you accelerate very quickly, you still have a couple turns where you need to develop things. But like we saw, the Esper Sentinel did do work. I think it drew at least 2 cards on that rotation.
Yeah, I believe it drew exactly 2.
Mm-hmm. And that's adding up.
Yeah. And it's not going away. It's going to stay around at least for another turn. But we are seeing the own Collector. So, what was a very good hand for Rogsai, Corey over there with 5 mana, now has 1.
Mm-hmm. 1 mana, and if we know Rogside, we've been talking about this a lot. Will they hit the second land drop? Do they have the lands in hand to recover from this?
I was really happy for Corey, and then there's this.
Mm-hmm. And the Carpet 2 will definitely get some value going down. People are still going to be playing those blue sources.
Yeah. It already has 1. It has a likelihood of getting more.
Mm-hmm. And this does turn off the Rog side going into their turn, and it does open up Gitrog to play another stacks piece, most likely the Dothy Voidwalker we're going to see on the next turn rotation.
Corey does hit that second land, which they are only running 24 in the deck, so they're not on the 23. They're not crazy low, but they're not high on the land count at all.
And a bit more safe. I like it.
Yeah.
Samurai saying that people need to respond to Bowmasters with Veil more. Yeah, if you have it, it's a great chance to use it.
Oh yeah. But there's so many times where either you don't have the mana for it, or it feels bad because you're trying to protect a win and this is a value piece that you're giving up. But we're seeing a Phantasmal Image come down here.
Interesting we see this come down now. Are we going to see... What would you think this copies?
So, the safe place is the Esper Sentinel. But I would love to see the Frog.
Yeah, I'm kind of in that same wheelhouse, right? Like, Esper is the safe choice, but Frog... I guess you're not built around Frog, though. You're not going to be able to abuse the value.
Yeah, and that's the downside to it. But if you have a bunch of lands in hand, it's absolutely worth it.
It is. And we are seeing the Bowmasters come down. This is probably going to target one of the Esper Sentinels.
Either the Esper or the Fimage. And regardless of what the Fimage copied, that is a kill, so...
Notably, though, if you target the Fimage, you don't get the amassed army because the sack trigger goes on the stack first before the damage. So you don't deal the damage, you don't amass the orcs.
They're choosing to kill the bird instead, though, which is an interesting choice here, favoring that mana over that card draw.
You know, I actually like it. Players aren't going to be casting a lot of non-creatures right now, it looks like. Things are kind of slowed down, so hurting the Time player's mana to keep Time off the board as long as possible, or at least deny them activations, will be really good.
Well, and you do also have it where them drawing cards feeds your Bowmaster.
It does.
So
and that can continue down. And the thing with Esper Sentinel too is it's not a May, so if you cast a non-creature spell as a Gitrog player, you can say, I'm not going to pay, you'll have to draw, and that's 2 damage you can direct wherever you like.
Yeah. Which, that's pretty dang nice right there.
It is. We do see the Gitrog 2 hitting their land drops, and one of them being another fetch, so getting those additional value pieces, getting the engine going.
And Gitrog can just draw so efficiently for a green-black deck.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, green-black normally struggles so hard with having a card draw engine in play.
Mm-hmm.
But Gitrog, you do not have that issue at all.
True. Shodakan123 on YouTube helping us out earlier, mentioning the Dakmore salvage. So thank you for that. As a heads up, we are streaming more on YouTube, so if you aren't following the Chaos Tournaments YouTube channel, make sure you check that out. We're doing live events, a lot of pre-recorded stuff.
Yeah, we're going to be going forward and streaming some League games to YouTube. Ooh, we've got a cat sighting.
A blessing.
All right, Corey wins now.
Yep.
That's what that means, right?
I think, yeah, based on our branding, I think that's what it has to mean.
I know that I was in the middle of talking about the league, but that's more important.
It is. Entirely so. Another thing with hitting the birds, too, that is very relevant, it turns off more Gaia's Cradle mana.
Yeah, that's pretty huge.
Cabal Ritual.
Okay. Cabal right here. I don't know what they're going to be ramping out with it. But
they've been drawing
extra mana. Yeah, they've been drawing a lot of cards.
Yeah. So we'll see what they get. This could be... I doubt this will just be for the Dothy, right? I don't know if they have Threshold, though. So this may just be 3 black, play Dothy.
They do
but
not
you could just
have Threshold.
But you could just pay the 2 for Dothy, so I doubt it's that interesting.
Honestly, Dothy here wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they have something else to follow up, and they may just be using it to get an extra draw off the Bowmaster.
That's true. And we do see that it is targeting the
Fimage.
Phantasmal, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Rog. I was going to say, Rog has survived more than I thought, but nope, not for long.
Okay, so I think one of the pings went for the Fimage and one of the pings went for the Rogrek.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's pretty good there.
It is. It's really good.
3 black. We've got what's coming out here.
The army gets bigger.
Drumroll, please.
Okay, it is a Dothy. So there must be some other thing to follow up if they are prioritizing it like that.
They do have 2 mana floating, or 2 mana available, not floating.
Mm-hmm. A second collector. Oof.
Okay. Just making sure that nothing gets turned back on.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, I like it.
I like it too. Fetch, we asked what stacks piece was going to come down next turn. I don't think we considered all of them.
Yeah, the answer being yes was not something I was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess don't underestimate the frog.
Yeah.
And speaking of that frog, 6/6 every turn. That damage is gonna add up here.
Yeah, and if that army keeps growing too, adding that to the equation, things are gonna drop fast.
Oh yeah, big time, big time.
Interesting, they are choosing to prioritize the Tayam with those hits. I make sense if the game slowed down like this. Tayam's really the thing that can play under the stacks pretty well. So getting their life total down, I think is pretty good.
Tayam probably does it the best at the table, followed by Tivit, pretty closely behind.
Mm-hmm.
And at this point, Rogsai not looking in a strong situation, so I think it's correct to not swing at them.
I mean, Tivit can play good under stacks if you have something like Tivit, but if you're down to only 2 lands, I'm curious to see if they can come up with something here. Not even having the top that they played turn 1 is really hurting them.
That's very true. Yeah, not having access to any of their artifact ramp to get out that Tivit so they can start getting value off of it does really hurt them.
So now the question becomes, as we go on to like turn 3, who has the board wipe? And I'm looking at the Rogsai list, and I don't think I'm seeing a Toxic Deluge. I'm not seeing a Fire Covenant.
They do run a dress down, so they have something.
Mm-hmm.
But even that, in a situation like this, is not ideal for you.
Yeah, especially when you only have the 1 piece and you don't have something like a Mystic or Ristic to help you draw. You're in top deck mode, so chances of finding that card, that lone card, is low.
Yeah. Tivit is rocking both the Deluge and the Psych Rift, so no one's surprised.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it'll be good to see, because getting those board wipes, I think, is very important. Time's a deck that has been performing very well. You keep seeing it get to these top placements. So making it a priority for other players to tech it in, going into these online tournaments especially, will be really important.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. I think board wipes right now are really relevant in the meta. And a lot of decks that don't normally run board wipes, I think, should be adding in your Deluge or even a Dam, depending on the deck.
Mm-hmm. People coming up with some interesting activities for the Rogsai player to do as they wait for things to just move along in chat.
They certainly are.
So, Fetch, as a Rogsai player yourself, what is the go-to sandwich for a Rogsai player?
Ooh. See, I feel like Rogsai, you're either going for like something classic and consistent, just like a peanut butter and jelly, or like honestly just toast, or you're going for something that is way ridiculously over the top and then probably includes ingredients that it shouldn't.
Sounds good, but we do see the Tayam come down too, so I do want to highlight that real quick. And there is something on field that does look like it has counters. I can't quite make out what it is.
It certainly does have counters on it.
Is it the Wall of Roots? I can't quite make it out. It's one of those fancy borders.
It is the old border that does look like a carrion feeder, and I believe chat is saying the same.
Carrion feeder? All right, thank you, chat.
Something just happened.
Toxic deluge?
The players are mentioning a toxic deluge, and I'm not seeing where it got played.
But we were mentioning that, right? It would clear up the board very well.
Yeah, where did the deluge come from?
Tivit played a lot of life. I'm just not seeing it anywhere on the field. Oh, it's not. It may be under. It's under everything because it's in the Dothy pile, right?
Oh yeah.
So it's like under the graveyard.
Okay. Yeah, that checks out.
It does. So we were saying you have to open up the board. Now Roxai is completely unaffected, and they have mana up for the end step ad nause if they need it.
Yeah,
if they have it.
If I'm Roxai, I'm ecstatic here. This is probably the best situation possible for me.
Mm-hmm. I mean, if you're Tyam too, I think you're pretty happy because now the Dothy's gone, the Bowmaster's gone. You're pretty open to play your stuff.
Yeah, you do lose out on a good bit, but it's not the end of the world. And you do have... Actually, you're just one short of replaying the Tyam.
Mm-hmm. We do see the Persist creature come down, so that will be a piece that could be very relevant later, and it is also an infinite mana outlet.
Tyam's weird.
Tyam is weird, but that's a good card. Tyam likes Persist.
The Lesser Masticore.
Lesser Masticore, yep. So, well, this is Roxai's window, I think, for sure. Tivit is, closed off. They're tapped out. No other blue decks at the table.
Masticore, Circle of Dreams Druid, and then looks like they're tapping for one more thing here. 2 mana. Getting...
a Ranger.
Okay.
That's a good one. Yeah. I mean, that's a really good... And the Weathered Wayfarer. Great for getting the lands they need.
They just keep going.
Mm-hmm. A really great board state. No stacks pieces, though. So Roxai may have that window still.
Yeah, I think Roxai, they're cracking the land. They've got the opportunity, depending on what they have in hand. And, I mean, the only other blue player at the table is Tivit. And Tivit is tapped out right now.
Mm-hmm.
I think if any time is to go for it, it's now.
Yeah. And even the Gitrog, right? They spent their turn, they untap the Mana Vault, they play a Dork, not much else there.
Yeah, it really comes down to what is in the hand here.
Hmm. We do see that they are playing a tapped Steam Vents, it looks like, on the end step, though.
Yeah. That does reduce the chances of we having an end step ad nause, but it doesn't make it 0. It does make it 0.
If they pass.
They do go to untap here. But they do still have a lot of mana available to them.
They do.
We'll see.
I'm curious to see what they do with it. Not having Rog makes things a little bit tricky. Rog costing 2 now because it was pinged by the Bowmasters earlier. A Talisman, okay, so more development.
Setting up.
I mean, you breathe a sigh of relief. You know that 2 of the Collectors are in the bin, but both decks can get them back, so I don't know how safe you really feel.
Makes it a lot more comfortable that they're in the bin and not either on the board or in some nebulous nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
But just passing through after that.
I do see that Tivit has a piece on their board next to their top that I can't quite make out what it is. It's a cool art, I just don't know what it's representing.
It's some kind of token, but I'm not sure what specifically.
Oh, cancel everything. The One Ring has hit the board.
I saw that that was in the deck list, and I was hoping that it would come into play. But the One Ring is a card that a lot of people were like, "Oh, this is going to be a good card. This is something that we might play in CEDH." But it wasn't like, "Oh, it's an auto include and everything." And the more people are playing it, the more it's like, is this actually just an auto include? Is just that good?
In a lot of formats too, modern especially, I think right now. In CDH, it does really good work, I think, especially in lower color decks. Some decks can really abuse it. I abused it today with Teferi. It was gross. But in Tivit, more than likely, you're just getting that incidental value, right?
Mm-hmm. I mean, consider putting One Ring in my Atraxa deck, honestly.
Yeah.
One Ring just seems like it's such a powerful deck. And in decks like Tivit, where you can flicker it to get more card draw, that's pretty good.
It is. Yeah, that's a good point too. If you have like Tivit and the One Ring, you can do some silly loops like that. Yeah, that's very true. The One Ring too also gives you protection if you cast it, and that can be relevant with some decks. I don't know if it's going to be relevant in this game. I would doubt it, but something to at least consider.
Bowmaster does target, so if Tyam does go for a win here using the Bowmaster outlet, then it technically would stop that, but I don't think it's going to be relevant in this situation.
Yeah, I do think Tyam's still a little bit away from being able to do that, but yeah, they are drawing a response to the Gitrog. Gitrog will be, again, just really good here.
I mean, they get that back out immediately and are able to start drawing cards again.
Yep. Tapping 2 mana here, it looks like. Chains. Oh.
I honestly hate this card. And this card is the one reason why I think Gitrog should not be played. Not because Chains is like a broken card or anything. It's just annoying.
It is
inconvenient. Yeah, we got to pull out the flowchart here, as said by Rage Quit in the chat.
Captain, we are playing some more free tournaments later on this year, I believe.
We will be. October. Is going to be 3 tournaments with a charity event being a part of that as well.
We were singing the praises of the One Ring, though. The One Ring, not as good right now.
Yeah, Chains makes it a little bit more inconvenient, a little bit less impactful here.
And if Rog was going to rely on a wheel, that's also something to keep in mind.
I'm just happy that if on the rest of the table, the Dothy Voidwalker is not still in play. Because that turns Chains from something that's kind of inconvenient into something that very quickly gets out of hand.
It does. I would still like to see a Dothy, though, when there's still a Tyam player to contend with.
Oh, yeah. But when that Dothy gets the Gitrog so much value, probably not worth it.
That's true. It's a slippery slope. All these decks are getting to the point where they can be very dangerous.
Circle of Dreams Druid getting tapped. Man, there's a lot of floating mana.
There is. If I was a betting man, I would say Tyam. I'm going to say activate Weathered Wayfarer. Cast Tyam. Yep.
Tyam coming out, yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah.
Astro asking in the Twitch chat, what was the board wipe? There was a Toxic Deluge played from the Tivit player. It is currently under the Dothy pile.
Yes.
The Dothy can't be played because it's dead, but technically if another Dothy comes down, or for whatever reason that same Dothy gets replayed, then it is still accessible.
It is. And if you're in Golgari colors, you're pretty good at getting things from the bin if you want them.
Yeah. Gitrog especially.
Especially, that's true.
With the amount of self-mill that you run, you also run a lot of stuff that allows you to get your important pieces back. I am
Use-
not done yet.
Yeah, seeing the Polluted Delta come down.
Tapping their lands, or at least considering it.
Yeah, gonna get a lot of mana here.
Probably counting exactly how much if I had to place any bets.
Yeah.
Now, if you ask me what are they playing off of all this mana, I have no idea. It could be pretty much anything here.
It could. They just need to get creatures. They need just to be bodies, but they are actually just passing. So nothing coming down as it was.
Okay. They counted their mana and they decided, nope, not yet.
Mm-hmm.
But as we move on to Corey.
Still no ends.
Let's see if there's anything you can do with it.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez, they just passed. Wow.
So that's interesting, right? If you're playing Rogsai, if you think in your initial mulligans you would keep something worthwhile, but we haven't seen anything from them really besides acceleration. No payoff.
Confused as to what they might have kept here. The one thing I can think of would be like Notion Thief Wheel, but they have enough mana for it right now.
I mean, if there's an Ocean Thief, we would see it in response to this ring activation, you would imagine.
Mm-hmm. They've got, is it 5 cards in hand?
Yeah.
And just not doing anything. I don't know if they're just being the most patient player in the universe, or if they just don't have it.
I mean, maybe they are just trying to hold off for that end step. They played the Talisman the turn before. They had to untap. Maybe they're waiting for the turn rotation to go off on the time player's turn, untap with a very full grip, and do something. Or they could be maybe doing waiting on like a Final Fortune play.
Maybe. But Tivit just playing a land and about to be passing. Chuka's going for a fetch right now, though. And
Activating the Weathered as well.
In response to the fetch, very nice play.
Good
Good
is.
right there.
The ring did get some value. Looks like the chains triggered, and we did see at least a Godless Shrine, it looks like, pitched for the Tivit player.
Yeah, Godless Shrine, and I'm not sure what else.
Captain Tivit has the one ring. They have a Sensei's Divine Top and one card that I cannot make out. Chat, if anyone knows what that skull is, please let me know. So I would love to find out with you.
Which, the other card that was discarded, I think, is a swamp.
It does. It's one of those unstable or whatever.
Yeah, it's
pack
either
swamps.
A basic or a snow-covered. Either way, basic swamp in the bin.
Yes.
Tuka's not done yet, though.
Nope.
They will be channeling that Boseiju.
Getting rid of the chains.
Okay.
That's an interesting choice. I guess if you are worried that the Gitrog player is going to abuse it on their turn, which they very well can, it makes sense to do it now. Because then you can chain your land discard triggers and then your draw triggers off the Gitrog.
I mean, I guess now is probably the time to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if it's necessarily the optimal target. Which
we are still in the end stuff.
Guesses made in the chat as far as what the skull is. One of the guesses was a spirit token, which is a good guess. I'm not sure if there are any Forbidden Orchards in play right now, but it's possible.
I don't see
another guess was Necropotence, which I sure hope not, because that is not a legal version of it. Oh, it's we're seeing a spirit come down.
Mm-hmm.
So it's possible they're just having separate tokens for their spirits. Because it does mean there was a Forbidden Orchard in play.
Yeah, I mean, there is a spirit coming down now, but if they had the spirit to begin with, it's possible, of course.
This goal is a spirit, and we can move on with it until we're proven otherwise.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like they are just having a conversation now on where players can interact, what they can do.
Yeah, I mean, Gitrog is a deck that is really hard as far as knowing when the right time to interact with it is, especially if you're not experienced with playing against it, which I know at least some of these players have been around for quite a while, but you might get rusty and forget exactly how Gitrog plays. I mean, if I were in this situation playing up against Gitrog, I know I would be asking, okay, hey, when is the right time to interact? What are we going for here? Stuff like that.
Biggs, I don't know if you're looking at the Lesser Manticore on Tiam's board. We're talking about the Skull Spirit on the Tiva, if that's where you're looking. Yeah, the Lesser Manticore is on Tiam's board. That's the one that has Persist. A Putrid Imp coming out for the Gitrog.
Feel about this if you're the rest of the table?
I'm scared because this is what Gitrog needs, right? You have one of the pieces, and from here it can be hard to interact with.
Makes sense to me.
All right, but this is actually in response to a tainted pack. Now that I'm looking at it, so the imp is actually being overlooked. An evasion of Ikoria is being considered.
Okay. So apparently the imp with whatever they had in hand was not enough for it.
Mm-hmm. I believe this is all still in the Tivit player's end step as well.
I believe so, yes.
They are choosing to stop at the invasion, sending the imp to exile.
So they think the tutor is something good enough to go for.
Mm-hmm. What would Gitrog tutor here, do you think?
That is a good question. The interesting thing is I would have thought the imp type effect. But they are, I think, very low in hand count.
Mm-hmm. Drawing a little more with the Gitrog trigger on upkeep, but yeah.
It's possible that they're just going for it because of flexibility. Because, I mean, they could potentially go for the, like, Ramanop Excavator, get some more lands back, maybe even an opposition agent just to get another stacks piece out.
Mm-hmm.
Either that or, like, Hermit Druid, but you don't have a haste giver right now, so...
Yeah, that's interesting. It does look like XE will equal 3 right now.
So that, if it is specifically going for 3, that would be either random up or opposition, or I guess they could also do endurance if they wanted to, but I don't know why they would. Or braids, actually, if they're just looking for a value piece here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Oppo is human.
Yes.
I always forget that card has that limitation. So Oppo is not a valid target. Braids and Ramunap are, though.
They are. We do see
the Nightmare.
A very good Nightmare, too. That would definitely fill up your hand real quick. But we do see the Senseis activated in response here, seeing if there's anything on top for the Tivit player to kind of interact with this. They did stack them.
The cards. We'll see if they end up cracking that top, drawing into anything here.
The player's asking the same question we did. What is the Gitrog player going to look at here?
Makes sense. They also brought up that Oppo is a human.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I really should read cards more. it's just in my mind, it's like, oh, it's Finale of Devastation, but slightly different. It is not actually Finale of Devastation. It is a distinctly different card that, in fact, cannot search for humans.
But chat is pointing out that, like Finale, it can get from the bin. So, possible. Maybe get the Dothy back. But they did tap 3. They are saying maybe a discard outlet in the Wild Mongrel, but I think they got rid of the Putrid Imp already, so I'd be surprised if they're prioritizing that now.
Yeah.
It looks like they are declaring Ramanop, though, as the target.
Okay. I mean, it gets you... Oh, we've got a blackout.
Unfortunate.
Hopefully that comes back soon.
It is worth noting that the Tivit player in the pre-game discussions did mention that their internet can go out, but they are back pretty quickly.
Okay. It's possible that a judge will be called in just in case, but I think everything was okay.
Mm-hmm.
It
was a very quick reconnect.
Yeah.
They are discussing it now. They are saying, like, if it's 5 seconds, then it's cause to be worried.
I mean, technically, if you have any amount of time like that, you can cheat, but I don't know. We'll see. Honestly, at this point, I think leave it up to the players as far as what they want to go for here. Because it's not like it was a severe disconnect.
Exactly. We do see that the battle does go to the Rog side player, and they are very open to attacks by a big old frog.
They are. But we're also getting a whole lot of draws off of this big old frog as Ranamap getting back 2 fetch lands.
Mm-hmm. However, the frog is very tapped out right now. Most of their lands and other mana production sources are tapped, so I don't know if they'll be able to do anything else on this turn at least.
If it's anything else, it's not going to be something major unless they get really lucky off the draw.
Yes. But even then, they don't have the discard outlet, so...
They could technically draw into the discard outlet, I guess. Mm-hmm. But even then, I don't know if you go for it right now.
Yeah. You have 2 blue players that are pretty open, which can be a little scary. The Rog side especially hasn't made any significant plays as of yet, so they're definitely holding up something. I think is it a reasonable assumption to make?
I would agree with that. Either they're holding up something aggressive or they're holding up counter magic.
Mm-hmm. Tivit does have the information of knowing what's on top of their library, so they could potentially draw a card with the top if they need to.
Yeah. Pass into combat, seeing the frog swing, and hitting that battle. I can do the battle stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing big deal.
Noting that Gitrog is enough to just take it down, it sounds like.
Yep. And I know that a lot of people were very sad we didn't get to see dinosaurs from Ian in our top 16, but at least we see a dinosaur here.
Mm-hmm.
As Arcoria, I mean, I don't know if it is technically a dinosaur, but like
it is.
Close enough. It is?
Yeah.
Let's go!
I believe it is actually a dinosaur. I could be mistaken.
It is a dinosaur. Let's go.
A close second then.
Apex of Ikoria coming down here.
Mm-hmm.
The big dinosaur. And who said that dinosaurs couldn't be exciting? I don't think anyone said that. I think that
I was gonna say
never been said before. But
who doesn't like dinosaurs? Like, even if you're not like into them, you have to look at them and be like, that's pretty cool.
Yeah, absolutely.
Playing the Endurance.
Okay. I'm guessing Tyam will be shuffling that back in.
Interesting that they choose to do this now. Was there I don't think there was anything particularly terrifying in the time player's spin.
I mean, the Masticore just went there, so I guess they probably wanted to get rid of that. But that's the only thing I could think of.
I mean, it's not a bad piece to get rid of, right? It does have the persist ability, so that would come back. That does give, I guess, the Tayam player 2 counters, which is very scary. So, yeah, makes sense then that they want to do it right then.
It's a very, I don't know if aggressive play is the right word, but it's a very proactive play.
It is. I think it's heads up, right? It shows understanding of what the Tayam player deck wants to do and what it needs for an engine.
Mm-hmm. And when the amount of mana that Tuca currently has, it's not really something you can shut down from that end. So if you can shut down those engines and proactively get that out of the way, it is certainly not a bad thing here.
It's not, but the Weather Wayfarer is activated once more. Curious to see what they get here. I know they're on cards like the Gaia's Reach, which could be good if you need counter production. I know there's one card that I think can combo too. Let me see if I can see it in the list. The Centaur Garden, but they don't have Threshold, so that won't be too relevant just yet.
You've kind of got some interesting options here, and I don't know if any of them are crazy terrifying right now.
I think the Gaia's Reach, which I think is the one that just came down.
Draws cards, yeah.
Yeah.
Draw a card, discard a card.
Which is really good. Lets you fill your bin. Lets you essentially loot.
Not a true loot, but it definitely gives you a value piece. It gives you some, effectively, for specifically Tayam, 2 draws for 2 mana.
Actually, that's a Gavany Township, I believe, now that I take a second look at it.
Oh.
So instead of draws, we get the counter effect, which is really good here. Because that's what you're limited on, right? You have mana, now you just need the counters.
Yeah. Put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control for 4 mana. 2 colorless, 1 green, 1 white.
The Mage and Samurai calling out that it was the Gavany as well in chat.
Mm-hmm. They're having a discussion of the counter count here.
Mm-hmm.
Just to make sure there's no shenaniganry, make sure everything is clear, and make sure no one's confused about stuff.
Yeah. Good to keep up on these things. Definitely good to make notice of. The Kyrian Ranger coming down is going to be really good, too.
I mean, really good if you're Tayam. I don't know about if you're the rest of the table.
Well, yeah, not good if you're the rest of the table, but yeah. And now there are 6 counters. That's 2 time activations that you have at your disposal.
That is what I would call very scary.
Mm-hmm. It's just a matter if there's the mana, which I don't know if there is, but they can untap. Oh, they have the Circle of Dreams Druid, so they have mana. They're fine.
Yeah. They do have less cards in the graveyard thanks to that endurance. But
no, that's a Bloom Tender. That's a really good card.
It's certainly not bad for this situation.
More mana. More counters.
More mana, more problems?
More mana, more problems.
At least for the rest of the table.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is no Tyvar.
There it is. That was what the player was holding up. The overloaded Psychonic Rift out of the Rog side player.
What a great time to do it, too.
A very good time.
When everyone else is finally starting to get up and running, and you're just like, no, we're good.
Mm-hmm.
No wins here.
No wins.
You can get that dinosaur back in your hand.
Yeah. I mean, you probably like it in your hand. That's another tutor for you.
Oh, yeah. I'm not complaining about it too hard if I'm the Gitrog player over here, but...
Yeah. Say what you will about Gitrog, you hit your land drops. Phyrexian Tower is one of the mills, though, so that will be a really strong piece down the line.
Being able to respond on top of the stack is just so good for Tayam.
It is. And it looks like that's the one they are going to go with.
I do believe that is correct. And then they will be passing on the Psych Rift.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone gets their permanents back to their hand.
Though, if you're Tyam, you don't necessarily hate this position either. Because now you can replay Tyam, and then you can start rebuilding, and as you rebuild, you get the chance to play things that get counters, which will build your board state, which will feed your engine, and they do get the Kyrian Ranger down, or this. That's another Ranger down. The 2-mana one, the name I can't think of. Kyrian Ranger?
The Scrub Ranger.
Scrub Ranger, yeah.
Checking if there's any tech issues. But, yeah, as we're going to Rug's turn, apparently the Gitrog player's screen is frozen right now.
Oh,
so
okay.
They're refreshing to hope that it actually comes back.
Mm-hmm.
But as we're waiting for technology to get its stuff, I would like to remind everyone of a good side of technology, a certain early cat special, where if you sign up for Treasure 6 today or tomorrow, you get $5 off. So if you know you're available, if you know you want to play, why not do it for cheaper?
Mm-hmm. And you can take that savings. You know what else costs $5 fetch?
I certainly do. Something that is able to be played by all of our top 16 now.
Mm-hmm.
As we're talking about access to the Chaos League for just being a $5 patron, or I think you can even do a Discord membership for it too.
Mm-hmm.
You get access to the Chaos League where you can play against some of these top players, some of this top 16 right now, and get some top gameplay in against some top players. And like, you can also make some money off of it too, because why not?
Yeah, money's good. People like money, so I've been told.
So I've been told.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, great place to get some practice in if you want to join leading up to the Chaos. For everyone, League is free the Sunday after each tournament, so if you have some time tomorrow, you want to join and try it out, feel free to dip your toes in.
I believe even after we end the tournament here, the League is free up until Sunday night, so...
Fair. I mean, it's going to be tomorrow anyway, depending where you are after.
Very true.
But we got two Tyam players.
Solved. Gitrog shuffling their deck. I think shuffled their hand in just to show that there's no cheating going on, and then they return the stuff from their board into their hand.
Mm-hmm. Really heads up play there, making sure everything's on the up and up. Their hand wasn't big to begin with anyway, so I think you're fine with that.
It's never a good thing, but it's good to be able to be honest. However, their hand might not matter here, as we are seeing a Time Twister.
That's really good after the rift.
So what once was a very good situation, also, okay, tell me if I'm wrong, but does this shuffle their commanders into the deck?
No, because it's a changing of zones, I believe they have the opportunity to send them to the command zone.
The deck qualifies as different zones.
Yes.
But we do see a silence coming out here.
Unless... I think you can, because... Chat, help me out, am I right?
I think you're right. I think they do qualify as different zones.
Okay. The silence and response, lose it or use it before you lose it, I think really good there, but they are forcing...
Yeah, Force of Will pitching a Dispel.
Mm-hmm. I guess they're gonna...
Jeez. I mean, we were talking about how Corey wasn't really doing much. That is no longer the case.
Alright. See, okay, we thought that was the case, but you second guessed yourself, D-Mage. you think it's one way, and then you're like, is that actually true? But the Force in response, pitching the Dispel, just using it, I mean, it makes sense, right? You play so much fast mana in Rog side that you want to maybe take advantage of a fresh 7.
Yeah, it's always good to be able to get stuff out before everyone else can.
Mm-hmm.
Especially when you're playing against stacks decks. And in this situation, while not the stacksiest table, you're not lacking in stacks here.
Mm-hmm. Plus the Force goes back into the deck as well. You lose the Dispel, but I don't think there's going to be a significant amount of instance cast anytime soon, so...
Probably not. None of these are decks that are really reliant on those instants, with the most reliant being Tivit, and that's not even a big deal for them.
Yeah, and all those stacks pieces that we were saying, right? The oofs, Bowmasters being called out in the chat, those are live again too, so potentially we could see those make a reappearance. Dothy with access to a Toxic Deluge, again, is a real possibility.
Which, while I'd be very sad about the oofs if I'm Corey, having the Dothy back, honestly, not a bad thing here.
Yeah.
Another piece in play to keep Tyan away from doing Tyan things.
It is. Plus, Gitrog, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They should, if they had a land drop, I think they should have just enough to recast Gitrog, which would be good for them. Because Gitrog is 6 mana, correct?
I think it might actually be 5.
Is it 5? Then okay,
yeah,
then
5.
they would have enough. Yeah, they have 9 mana sources, I believe.
Okay, that's not too bad for them here.
Yeah,
I mean, you're still set back, but it is not atrocious here.
I mean, you get to play Gitrog, you get to develop, you get to keep doing what you're doing. You have a fresh 7 to play with now. Along with the Frog, I think you are feeling good. You have, again, to Kuma's credit, hitting your land drops really good in a situation like this where you start from essentially ground from the bottom floor.
Yeah. But none of these players have been lacking their land drops, and as we're seeing come down, I can't quite tell what that is.
That is a Limdual's Vault, I believe.
Okay. I thought it might be, I just wasn't confident in it.
Mm-hmm.
And didn't want to misspeak. Yeah, that is definitely Limdual's Vault.
Yeah. Notably, we were talking about the fast mana for the Rock side. I don't believe they were able to really get any significant piece down other than a land drop. And the Limdual's Vault in response to the Rock side's end step would be really good to let the Tivit player untap with some real advantage.
Yeah, that's a really good situation for Tivit to draw into that and have the mana open for it right now.
And it's a real possibility, right? If you draw a certain half of a combo, be it a Thassa's or one of the other pieces, you can just Limduals for the other piece now.
Yeah. The Limduals is honestly such a strange card, but it is really good in situations like this.
It is. Just a quick update too, it looks like none of the other games have finished as well, so everyone is still live at this moment.
And we are in a grindy situation here.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, when you look at the top 16, the majority of them are mid-range.
They really are.
Which
mid-range with a lot of stacks sprinkled in for good measure.
And even some of the faster decks that we've got going in here aren't on that turbo plan, as we've got blue farm players, but those blue farm players are playing some of those more control-y pieces.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Brian Barton playing Boromir, Containment Priest, Aven Mind Sensor. It's not full-in turbo. Lavinia for the other blue farm player. I mean, they're not slow by any means, but...
Talking about slow, there was an Atraxa player, I believe, who has a Grand Arbiter, or no, not Grand Arbiter, yeah, Grand Arbiter, Lord Augustin the Fourth.
I mean, not only are they just a Atraxa player, they were top rank going into the top 16. They're first place in top 16. It's a cute card in the deck.
I mean, making Atraxa cost less isn't a bad strategy while making your players things cost more. It's could do really well. Again, the only downside is that does mean that free interaction from your opponents is turned off, which can put some burden on you. Mm-hmm. But if they play around it well, it can just do so much good.
It really can. Just getting you the double feature of a stacks piece and an acceleration piece.
It is. Looks like the Limtu's fault is resolved. Doesn't look like they went down a ton. They are at 21 right now. Life total is actually all very healthy except for the Tivit.
I mean, while normally looking at this table, I'd be kind of surprised by that. Given the situation that we've had for this game, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, a frog, an army, a big dino. Sadly, the dino didn't get to attack. It was not long for this world.
Yeah, very sadly.
Is that a dark ritual into a Tivit I see?
Think so? I could be wrong about that, but I believe so. I think that's one of the Japanese cards.
Yeah, from the Strixhaven. 2 mana potentially could see the Time Thief come down right away.
I mean, they did just Limduel's Vault for a whole lot.
They did.
So it's possible they have the Time Thief available here.
But they are actually passing.
Okay.
2 treasures, 3 clues, the standard Tivit split.
Makes sense.
Yes. Tivit still has a very healthy amount of cards, 5 in hand, the ability to draw 2 more if needed.
Unfortunately, though, Gitrog once again having tech issues and is frozen again.
That's unfortunate. If they lose their hand here, that would just be dreadful for them.
I think because all of their hand was revealed information, they could reveal it again, and that might be okay. Because everyone did know what was in hand, because the hand was off the wheel. Oh,
yeah.
No. Oh, that sucks so bad.
Mm-hmm. It can be hard on tech after a long day like this. It's unfortunate.
That is so unfortunate.
It is. Hopefully, they can at least do something. Gitrog, really good for it.
Yeah, at the very minimum, they will be able to play the Gitrog. But they do lose that fresh 7 off the Time Twister.
When calling gave by his nickname in the YouTube chat. Yeah, Gitrog was in such a good position untapping here. So having to come back and...
Yeah, and we're calling in the judge to cover the situation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, never be afraid to call a judge. Judges are there to help the situations. So call them if you need them.
And especially in a situation like this where you're having tech issues, you're being heavily inconvenienced to say the least, but like cheating is a problem that can happen over online very easily, and unfortunately tech issues, while I don't expect there's any cheating behind this, they can open the opportunity for it. But it looks like the table is agreeing to let them keep the hand.
Very kind of them. And they have the mana vault again.
Yeah, that is a hand with a whole lot of mana available to them.
Mm-hmm.
Soul Ring into Mana Vault. I mean, we were talking about how they had enough for the Gitrog. They've got plenty.
Yeah, plus a fetch that they can crack in order to get that draw after the fact.
That is beautiful.
It is. And yeah. again, I'm just waiting to see what the Gitrog can pull off there. There have been so many interruptions with hands that who knows what's going to come next.
That's very true.
So
when we got fresh set for so many people, it's still mana available for Tivit. We don't even know what Time's got, and there's still 6 cards in hand for Roxai.
Yes. I think Time's in the worst spot right now overall. Gaia's Cradle being only on 1, depending what you draw here. Time costing even more now. I think this would be the second or third time it's been cast from the command zone.
Oh, jeez. That's a Rain of Filth.
Maybe we don't even have to worry about that. Oh.
Another disconnect. Man, Tech is really having its problems today.
They scared the Tivit player.
Scared away, but they're back quickly.
Very quickly. Yep. All right. But yeah, Rain of Filth here. That is potentially 10, 11 cards that they could draw here if they sacrifice everything.
I would have to expect a response from someone here.
At least seeing the Aklubi crack.
At the very minimum.
We do see, I believe, the Roxai player has tapped a land in response. I don't see anything if they were casting something.
I don't know. They did tap a land, though.
They did. And Tuka pointing out that if this resolves, they are probably going to die. I would be inclined to agree.
Yeah. When you're drawing that many cards, which I will say the Gitrog did crack the fetch land with stuff on the stack, I believe.
Yeah.
So they do get at least one draw here.
Oh no, Gitrog again. That is unfortunate.
It's a bad day for tech issues, apparently.
It is. Chuka pointing out that it is 5 a.m. for him, so he's had a long one.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Europeans not in a good situation with how long the days go and with the time that we start.
Wizards, fix your stuff. I don't know if this is necessarily a Wizards issue, Kronos. I think it's more personal tech.
I mean, Spell Table can have its issues for sure. But I don't know if this is on Spell Table, or as you're saying, if this is personal issues. It's hard to say.
I remember we have seen a couple games in the past, very similar, where players did get like multiple disconnects, which was unfortunate. But I mean, even if you shuffle your hand in right now, the Rain of Filth's already on the stack, so you're going to draw a lot of cards regardless.
Yeah. We're seeing the fetch go through, and it looks like players are just honoring it at this point.
It's good to see.
Yeah. I mean, cheating is definitely a concern, but it is nice to see everyone being like, yeah, we trust you. You're good. And so long as they're not cheating, which so far we've seen no signs that they are, then we are clear to play. What's the phrase?
Play ball.
Starfield intended, or something like that?
Oh, yeah. I'm going to preface this by saying that this is a joke, just for everyone in chat to be clear. But is that the only way Gitrog can get to the top 16? No, Gitrog's a good deck, and I'm happy to see it performing well.
We're gonna leave that situation far behind.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Adam G mentioning that cameras can overheat after being used all day too, and that's certainly a situation here. Oh.
Another, yeah.
Oh, man. Well, if they don't get the win here, hopefully they can at least get some time for their tech to cool down.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez. If they lose because of all the tech issues, I'm going to be very sad for them.
It will. Like, getting to top 16, this player has obviously done very well, right? Gitrog with a good pilot is so good, and being able to pilot efficiently like this, you'd love to see it. I know a lot of people are really passionate about the deck.
Mm-hmm.
So if this is how it ends for the player, it's very unfortunate. But again, kudos to them for getting to this point. Really good and strong performance by them.
Certainly. It's rough whenever tech issues become a part of the gameplay. Like, regardless of what game you're playing, when the computer is having a problem and that impacts what happens in game, it sucks.
Mm-hmm. And things can happen, you know, with our particular setup, it's usually tech issues, but things can happen in all sorts of ways, even in-person events.
True. In-person events have different issues typically than we do, but yeah, players talking about bringing the judge in again. Yeah, it's a rough situation.
It is. Yeah, and of course, you get Rock player feeling horrible about the situation. It's, you know, you've had a long day, and then this keeps happening. It's frustrating, right? And it's kind of, it just wears you down especially when you're in such a leading position right now.
Mm-hmm. Well, and the fact that even if they do win this, regardless of what happens, there's going to be the situation of like, I don't know, maybe they were cheating. We haven't seen any signs of it other than the tech issues being a thing. There's been no big warning signs that we could tell, at least on stream. But yeah, it's a really rough situation.
Yeah, I think if Gitrog were cheating, we would have seen something more significant for their combo earlier on.
Well, and anyone being, I don't know whether to say bold or stupid enough to cheat on stream when they know that they're being streamed to nearly 100 people, or actually over 100 people at this point. Like, that is just not a smart move to play. So I don't expect there's any cheating here. But regardless of what happens, you do have those tech issues haunting the back of your mind for however this game turns out.
We'll see if the judge is being called. I know they are talking